Why don't we, we'll get started. Unlikely event that we have to evacuate this chamber. If you can pay attention or direct your attention to the glass sliding doors, just go through them, left at the pillar, and walk down the stairs. If for whatever that exit is obstructed, we do have 4 exits on the side of the chambers here, and we'll use them, and you'll get more instructions accordingly. If you have any mobility challenges, please stay in place, and one of our incredible individuals that work at the city will help you get to a safer place. I also want to highlight the fact that we do have a defibrillator at the end of this hallway here. So if the discussion around budget gets way too exciting, guess what? We got backup. With that, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly,
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Klassen has an LOA for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Meisner has an LOA for civic business from 1 p.m. onwards. Councillor Zhou.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. So the plan for today, we will recess at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. For a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to continue the agenda. And if in the unlikely event, that an additional day is required, we're going to reconvene this meeting tomorrow, November 13th at 1 p.m. I'd like to note that sign language interpretation and closed captioning are available for today's meeting. The stream text link has been posted on the city's website and will also be shared on X. So just a clarifying question here. Am I speaking too quickly or are we at the right speed? It's good? Great, thank you. If for whatever reason I speak too quickly, please let me know. And just a reminder to everyone in this chamber who will be speaking, we do have a sign language interpretation. And if you speak quickly, it's really hard to follow. So thank you. Due to the very high number of registered speakers, over 600, it will not be possible to hear from everyone today. The plan is for the special meeting to continue into the evening and reconvene tomorrow at 1 p.m. Speakers are asked to monitor the live stream on YouTube and Slick and follow updates on X for timing. Yeah, that's a new one. technology. Everything changes so quickly. And to follow updates on X for timing information, so you'll know when your speaker number is approaching. Please be ready when called upon by the chair. And I do want to reemphasize that as well. Our systems are not perfect. We cannot judge how quickly we're going to be going through questions from council members or how quickly people will be going through their question or sort of their speaking times. So it's really hard to judge, and we want to make sure everyone has the ability to have their say. And so please monitor those channels so we don't miss you. Now, team members will make every effort to provide approximately 20 minutes advance of notice by email when your speaking turn is nearing. If you do miss your turn, please note that once the full speaker list has been called, the chair will return to those who were missed to provide a second and last opportunity for registered speakers to speak. And just, to note there, obviously it's highly improbable we're going to get through all 600 speakers today. So if your turn is missed, it's going to happen at the earliest tomorrow afternoon. So thank you for your patience and cooperation as we try to accommodate as many speakers as possible. Council members, if you have any questions during the presentation, please email them directly to Colin Knight, General Manager, Finance and Supply Chain Management, and Pragya Graywal, Director of Financial Planning and Analysis, so that team members may prepare responses. Okay, reports. There's one report on the docket today, and that's the 2026 capital and operating budget. Now, before we begin this agenda item, does any councillor believe they have a conflict of interest that they need to disclose? Seeing none, we do have team members here to present a very detailed proposed 2026 operating and capital budget. To give everyone the heads up, it is 91 slides long, so I do want to emphasize that it's going to be detailed. Great. With that, Colin, please go ahead.
Colin Knight, General Manager, Finance and Supply Chain. Just to confirm the presentation is shared. Yes, there it is. So I'm going to walk through the proposed 2026 budget. And I'll first go through the operating budget, then the capital budget, then Maria Ponticas will present the public engagement summary, and I'll pass it to some of my city leadership team counterparts to present departmental highlights for their departments. So just starting off in terms of the budget overview, again, to note, as we signaled to council earlier this year, we're continuing to see cost increases, including higher costs passed on by external agencies. At the same time, we do recognize consumer price inflation is moderating, and there are definite economic headwinds that are facing both residents and businesses, as set out in the budget report. So there'll be two components of the budget that I'll focus on, and the proposed capital budget continues to accelerate the pace of capital delivery to address infrastructure renewal and growth. And again, that's as set out in the capital plan for 2023 to 2026 as approved by council. So I'll, in this presentation, walk through some of the key investments that continue to be made in capital. I'll also present the 2026 proposed operating budget, which has been prepared in accordance with council's direction at a 0% property tax increase while maintaining frontline services, including arts and community grants, public safety, road and sidewalk maintenance, community center, and library hours. I'll also note that A key portion of the budget relates to fee increases, including utility increases, which will increase at 4.2% on average. And again, that's largely due to increases in Metro Vancouver costs passed on to the City of Vancouver, as well as costs related to replacement of aging capital infrastructure. And to note that the city operational portion of the utilities budget has been held at 0%. So I'll next walk through the proposed 2026 operating budget. So the 2026 operating budget will be a back-to-basics budget focused on maintaining frontline services as set out in the direction from Council in October of this year. As part of this, we'll prioritize frontline services while at the same time looking to be efficient or leaner in our back-end planning and administration. We'll look for different ways to deliver service and to organize our teams to optimize service delivery. Also, as part of balancing the budget, we'll pursue non-tax revenue optimization while at the same time reducing expenditures and identifying efficiencies. Now, to get to this 0% scenario, city departments must identify $120 million in savings and revenue generation. And that is what brings the budget to zero from the projected 6 to 7% increases that we brought to council as preliminary increases to maintain services as part of our budget outlook this past spring. And lastly, bring the budget today provides an opportunity for council to provide early direction to staff so that we can focus and advance the work on finding those efficiencies to get to 0%. The next section, I'll talk briefly about property taxes and benchmarking to other municipalities in the region. And this is information that is included in the budget report for council's consideration today. So I'll first point to, this is benchmarking that we do to compare where Vancouver sits with respect to other municipalities in the region around overall municipal property tax and utility fees for a median single-family home. And as you see, and this is consistent as it has been in prior years, that Vancouver is above average in the regional mix. Here we look at the average both for a strata property and a single-family property. As noted, that the single-family property increases are larger than the strata increases, and this relates to the assessed value changes that have occurred over time in those respective properties. This next chart is an important one because it looks at the total tax bill, and as you'll see, a sizable portion of the total tax bill is from provincial and regional entities, and is not City of Vancouver determined. And so this is important to highlight because when we talk about the tax bill that residents and businesses would receive in 2026, even with a 0% property tax increase, it's still possible that the overall bill increases because of increases that can be passed on by those provincial and regional entities that are on the city tax bill. Also to note that the city tax bill is a portion based on assessed value, and so while the city is keeping overall property tax increases to 0% increase. Individual properties bills will be based on assessed value of those properties, which may go up or down through assessment changes that are determined by BC Assessment. Moving on to the city's operating budget. So the 2026 proposed operating budget is just shy of $2.4 billion. And that is actually a $50 million increase or a 2% increase over 2025. Again, the increase is driven through non-tax revenue generation, which I'll speak to in the following slides. Also to note that the majority of the city's revenue base continues to be property tax as number one, and utility fees, which again are stable revenue sources for the city. Looking at that non-tax revenue growth, there are a few key factors to highlight. So one is utility fees, and as I said, utility fees are set to recover costs, which include costs passed on through Metro Vancouver for water and sewer infrastructure. as well as for capital projects approved within the 2023 to 2026 capital plan. Revenue increases also include efforts to increase sponsorship, advertising, and naming rights, revenue projections, including large format digital billboards and street furniture. We've also included anticipated royalties from a new waste disposal agreement. On the user fee side, the budget includes increases for user fees, generally in line with inflation or cost recovery. In areas as noted, there are fee changes which will be presented in further detail later in the report. Looking at the utility rate increases, you can see the increases for each utility and what that translates into in terms of a median single-family home or business. Just over $100 per year increase. And again, to note that the city has, for the operational city costs, has kept those increases to zero for the water, sewer utilities, and those increases are related to costs passed on from Metro Vancouver and for capital infrastructure investment. Moving to development fees, again, as part of this report, there is a recommendation for a 4.5% fee increase for permits, for development permits, which is to ensure cost recovery, which aligns to the recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General to maintain, ensure cost recovery is maintained. And again, staff will be doing work to identify efficiencies and generate revenues through resolution of inactive permits, and we'll be addressing historically accumulated deficits over a multi-year time horizon. And we'll continue to review long-term financial impacts and identify efficiencies and new revenue opportunities to reduce pressure on fees while maintaining cost recovery. Moving to the expenditure side of the budget, you can see how expenditures are apportioned between departments in the proposed budget. The largest areas, again, being in the public safety and the engineering and utilities areas. When we look at expenditure changes as described in the report, some of the key themes include increases in fixed costs, including compensation-related and benefit costs from negotiated settlements and contingencies to mitigate potential risks for future collective agreements. Those regional utility costs passed on by Metro Vancouver, as well as other external party costs, including e-com increases. And then the proposed budget does maintain funding for capital infrastructure as directed by council, which includes an additional 1% property tax equivalent transferred to capital to increase funding to address the infrastructure deficit. It also includes annualization of the body-worn camera initiative that was approved by council in the 2025 budget. So to balance the budget at 0% required $120 million in savings and new revenues. And again, you can see that there were a variety of strategies that we looked at as part of getting to that 0% proposed budget. Revenue optimization, delivering costs effectively, looking at our service levels, and looking at our capital overhead costs to identify efficiencies. And for this slide, as we've shown in prior years, we highlight the funding source for each department. And you can see in green is the tax-supported departments where fees and other revenues are shown in the blue. And again, to note that approximately 50% of the tax-supported funding is in the public safety areas. So I'll now move to the 2026 proposed capital budget. And again, the focus of the capital budget is to continue progress on renewing and aging and critical infrastructure and new infrastructure to support growth. The proposed capital budget of $894 million is aligned with the 2023 to 2026 capital plan and aligned with enhanced capital delivery. And again, this builds on the significant progress that the city has made in delivering capital. With this budget, we would be at 91% of the capital plan allocated, with the remaining to be allocated through quarterly budget adjustments brought to council during 2026. And just to note that a portion of the capital plan will continue past the end of 2026, and this is typical where projects that are in progress but span past the end of the capital plan. This is a preliminary projection, and again, we anticipate the continued investment in capital, noting that as we will be starting our 2027 to 2030 capital plan process in early 2026, and we'll bring that to council for consideration. But the 2026 capital budget does include significant investments in important capital facilities. And you see some key ones highlighted here, including investments in our sewer and water infrastructure, in our community facilities, for example, the Vancouver Aquatic Center renewal, the Marpole Library renewal, the Canby Bridge rehabilitation and seismic upgrades, bus transit improvements, renewal and expansion of downtown South Fire Hall, and synthetic turf and field house investments in parks. And I'll briefly cover again some of the highlights with additional information included in the report around key investment areas in the 2026 capital budget. So you can see investments in housing with land acquisition for social and supportive housing, grants for new units, and costs related to pre-development of social and supportive housing on city land. Investments in childcare, renewal of Marpole Oak Ridge Childcare, and new childcare at Fire Hall 8 and the Urban Native Youth Center. Capital investments in parks and public open spaces, including Killarney Park Track and Field, new parks, as outlined here, synthetic turf field renewals at Andy Livingston, and Southeast Vancouver park amenities at Ross and Moberly Parks design. Arts, culture, and heritage, the renewal and expansion of the Peony Amphitheater, Chinatown Memorial Square redesign, and capital maintenance and renovation of cultural facilities. For community centers is the Vancouver Aquatic Center, the Marpole Library expansion, and continued capital maintenance and renovations. In public safety, renewal and expansion of Fire Hall 8, the Animal Control Center renewal and expansion, and replacement of fleet for our public safety departments. For civic facilities and equipment, investments in Sunset Yard, accessibility, and capital maintenance. For streets, Granville and Canby Bridge, rehabilitation and seismic upgrade investments, active transportation corridors, bus transit improvements, and street lighting LED replacement. One Water, accelerated water meter deployment, sewer and water upgrades, pump station renewals, and green infrastructure implementation. And then in waste collection, diversion, and disposal, landfill closure related activities, landfill gas collection infrastructure, vehicles and equipment, and maintenance and electrical upgrades. And then renewable energy investments in energy retrofits for non-city buildings, off-street EV charging infrastructure, and maintenance and renewal of the neighborhood energy utility asset. Technology, notable technology maintenance upgrades and expansion and investments, including in data centers, permitting platform upgrades, cyber tools, and our HR information systems. And with that, I will pass to Maria Ponticas. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Maria Ponticus, the city's Chief of External Relations. I'm going to be with you for the next 10 slides as I take you through an overview of the 2026 budget public engagement and the 2025 civic satisfaction survey, which we field biannually. So let's get right into things. This slide here takes you through our budget survey's objectives and methodology. As you know, a budget survey is fielded annually to help inform council deliberations about the draft annual budget. Objectives are to understand priorities for city spending, preferences for balancing the budget, and tax tolerance on behalf of residents and businesses. Slide takes you through sample characteristics of residents and businesses who responded to the 2026 budget engagement survey. So this year's survey was available from August 12th to September 14th. We heard from a broad range of people across the city, receiving a total of about 6,300 responses. To break that down, that's about 5,400 responses from residents and about 920 from businesses. Just to give you a comparison to last year, we heard from about 4,300 people total, so an increase of about 2,000 respondents to this year's budget survey. We did hear from a range of people across the city, age groups, and other demo variables, and we heard from an equal split of renters and owners. To encourage broad participation and in line with our city's language access goals, the survey was available in English, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Punjabi. Staff were also out in the community for pop-up engagement information sessions. If respondents chose to self-select to participate demographically, the results were weighted to match census data. Just to note that housing tenure was not weighted, as we heard from an equal split of renters and voters as part of our budget engagement. So this slide takes you through the top 2026 budget priorities as reflected by respondents. The survey asked respondents to select up to 3 of Council's priorities they felt were most important for the 2026 budget, as aligned with Council's Vibrant Vancouver Strategic Priorities document. Residents and businesses responded to top budget priorities, saying they should be to deliver high-quality city services and infrastructure, and also working with partners to address the local housing crisis. Just as a point of note, these were also the top 2 priorities last year, although the emphasis placed on them by businesses has increased for 2026. On this slide, you'll see that respondents were asked how much they supported or opposed tools that could be used to balance the 2026 budget. Relative to other options, increasing residential and business commercial property taxes received the highest support. However, when you look at only property tax increases, support is mixed. Support for property tax increases has risen since last year for both residents and businesses. Both residents and businesses are most likely to oppose postponing infrastructure projects as a means to balance the city's 2026 budget. This slide here takes you through preferred property tax scenarios based in the June 2025 Council budget direction. This question asked respondents about their preferences for property tax increase relative to services based on budget scenarios that staff were directed to explore in June 2025. As a reminder, those scenarios were a 2.5%, 1.5%, and 0% budget increase following the draft budget outlook presented in the spring at 6 to 7% to maintain city service levels. So we should keep in mind that these results are indicative of past council direction before staff were directed to move forward with a 0% increase while prioritizing frontline city services later in the year. Respondents to this question show support for some level of property tax increase. Of the options presented, the most preferred option was a property tax increase of 5% to maintain current city services, with 42% of residents and 37% of businesses choosing this response. Other tax tolerance questions in the budget and CivSat surveys received mixed results regarding support for tax increases. Now I'm going to move over to the civic satisfaction survey, a survey that the city fields on a biannual basis related to resident satisfaction with the services that the city provides. In 2025, Ipsos, a third-party firm, conducted the city's biannual civic satisfaction survey. The survey was conducted over the phone with a randomly selected rep sample of over 600 residents and 200 businesses. Similar questions are used year by year to allow for comparisons in the civic satisfaction survey, and it was promoted through City Social, postering of civic facilities, and pop-ups throughout the community. The next 2 slides are going to take you through a high-level overview of what we heard from residents as part of the 2025 CivSat. Almost 85% of residents surveyed believe they have a good quality or very good quality of life in Vancouver. 46% of Vancouver residents responded that their quality of life has improved or stayed the same. This is consistent with other Canadian municipalities, as also measured by Ipsos, who note that 52% of residents across municipalities believe their quality of life has increased or stayed the same since the last time they were asked. Over 70% of residents surveyed believe they receive good value for their tax dollars. A little bit more here about residents. So on this slide, we can see that most residents surveyed are satisfied with city services, noting 67% of residents believe the quality of services they receive has stayed the same or improved in Vancouver. Respondents were also asked to rate city services on a basis of how important it was to them to maintain those services at current levels. Not entirely a surprise, residents thought all city services were important to maintain at current service levels. All services were rated at least 7 out of 10 on a 1 to 10 point scale of importance. That said, some services are seen as relatively more important to maintain. For residents, this included fire rescue and medical response, provision of garbage and green bin collection, keeping our public spaces clean, and parks and green spaces. I'm going to move now to civic satisfaction results for the business community that was polled, and these next two slides provide a high-level overview of those results. Similarly to residences, over 80% of businesses believe the quality of life in Vancouver is good or very good, with 35% believing the quality of life has stayed the same or improved over the last 3 years. Of note on this slide, we don't have data to compare business satisfaction to other Canadian municipalities because this is not readily surveyed in other jurisdictions. And you can also keep in mind that many businesses surveyed also are Vancouver residents, so there is some portability in those results. And then moving on to the next slide here, a little bit more about business response to the CivSat. We see similarly to residents, 73% of businesses surveyed are satisfied with city services. 67% believe services have improved or stayed the same in the last 3 years. Again, like residents, all services are rated by businesses to be very important, at least 7 out of 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. But the most important for businesses to maintain are fire rescue and medical response, keeping our public spaces clean, and policing services. Overall, businesses and residents have similar perceptions of the most important services that the city offers. Businesses rate policing services slightly higher than residents, and residents responded that they were more concerned about parks and green spaces. That concludes my remarks today. If you want any more in-depth information on these, both the civic satisfaction full survey and budget engagement results are available as appendices to the budget presentation that goes into a great level of detail. And with that, I'll turn it back over to our CFO, Colin Knight, to introduce the departmental budget overviews. Thank you.
Thank you. So this next section will present brief highlights of major departments across the city, and I'll look to the heads of those departments to present their sections. So the first section is the Vancouver Police Department, and I'll call Chief Constable Steve Rye.
Good morning. Thank you, Colin. Steve Rye, Chief Constable, Vancouver Police Department. In the last 2 years, we've made significant gains on public safety. Thank you to the support of council and staff. We have 4 core services that we focus on. We focus on public safety, obviously, and policing services. We're a 24/7 operation. We're the first agency for people to call in the middle of the night. And we have 4 key functions. We respond to calls for service from healthcare professionals, businesses, the public, 911 and non-emergency. When we have time for officers, they do proactive work to get ahead of issues in high crime neighborhoods. Last year, we took 240,000 calls. This year, we're on track for 250,000 calls per service. That's more than 650 calls per service per day. 60% of all emergency calls in the city of Vancouver are police-related. That's 1 call every 2 minutes and 1 crime every 12 minutes in the city of Vancouver. We investigate crimes. This is a highly specialized area involving highly trained officers with experience and seniority. They work in major crimes, sex crimes, homicide, intimate partner violence, organized crime, cyber crimes. These are all emerging, complicated areas of challenge for police. As technology changes around the world, we have to keep up with investigative techniques. Some of the projects that have been successful over the years, just to give some context, in 2022, we focused on Project Reclaim, which was task force focused on unprovoked stranger attacks. Project Barcode in 2023 on shoplifters and retail crime that was impacting our businesses. In 2024, our homicide clearance rate, because of the expertise of our members, was at 91%, which was the highest in the country. And in 2025, Task Force Barrage, we focused on the downtown east side, and you've seen the crime reduction successes there, and we're going to continue to build on those. We maintain public safety through proactive work. We're also responsible for some of the largest events in the history of Vancouver, the 2010 Olympic Games, Stanley Cup playoffs, Grey Cup, Taylor Swift, Invictus Games. We have FIFA coming up. The World's coming to Vancouver. We're going to ensure it's safe and secure. Pride Parade, Celebration of Light, and Remembrance Day, just to name a few big-time, big-ticket items the police are called upon to support. Protests are at a record number this year and will continue. We are at a total of over 1,000 protests and 3,000 complete or total public events, which includes non-protest events. It was a record year, basically because of geopolitics, and we expect that to continue. We engage the community as one of our pillars. Even though crime has fallen because of a number of successes of different projects, there is a perception, and this is a global trend, of fear of crime, and we'll continue to engage the public to ensure that the numbers, the statistics line up with what they're feeling. And that's through engagement, beat teams, more boots on the ground, more visibility. Our priority plans and initiatives for 2026 include District 5, which is the continuation of Barrage. It's going to create sustainability and accountability for the neighborhood and for the police, and we're going to target violent offenders with a visible police presence and some expertise on focusing on the predators in the downtown core with gangs and sexual predators and other active criminals there. FIFA is obviously a priority for us coming up in less than 10 months. And we've got lots of partnerships across Western Canada that are going to assist us, but it is an expense, and that is a focus that we're making sure that all spectators, our citizens, have accessibility safely, and that's a priority for us going into next year. We're going to leverage technology. Policing, I know, is expensive. The public wants accountability, and we're going to use technology to create greater efficiencies for our officers, free up more proactive police work, and that includes items like ALPR in every police car. It could include facial. It could include more embedded AI into how officers are writing reports. The whole gamut will be looked at in our new division that we created, Strategy and Innovation, which is there to create efficiencies for us as a police department working with the city. 2026 key initiatives for us. We have a 4-year strategic plan renewal coming up, aligned with where we're going as a city, the growth and the challenges. We're just going to be completing the year 2 of the body-worn camera project. 800 officers will have body-worn cameras on the front lines. The VPD Police Academy, we've spoken about it extensively, where we have 165 hard vacancies right at VPD currently, and similar number of vacancies, soft or temporary vacancies, from injuries to mental health to maternity leave or paternity leave. So that is a big challenge for us, and we will continue to lobby partners at the province to assist us leading up to FIFA to get our own academy so we can put through more graduates and put them on the street to reduce overtime. It costs us $50,000 per academy recruit, and we can use that here to train our own. We're going to advance tiered policing in our new collective agreement. We already have an agreement to increase our community safety officers for low-level tasks. We're going to civilianize where we can in the corners of the department with expertise, whether it's financial crime or technology or assisting victims of crime. So tiered policing, we have been doing it for decades, and we're going to continue to build on that. Some of the police efficiencies I've mentioned before, we have a long history of creating efficiencies. So civilianization, 25%, tiered policing, We've moved to over, now it's been a decade where we brought in the community safety officers, and, you know, you see them at all sorts of different tasks, assisting citizens with items that, you know, they're dealing with that a full officer does not need to attend to. We have completed probably a dozen large-scale operational reviews overseen by professionals on our methodology, operational reviews, overtime audits. Just recently, our board is fully versed on these reviews, and we're happy to continue to be scrutinized. We're the most accountable profession out there, from Police Act to financial to City Council, and we've been doing that for decades. We've optimized patrol operations on our shifting to ensure our officers are deployed at the peak hours. We've gone through technology with Geodash and other big ticket items that technology-wise that allow our officers, like drone technology, to get information to them for better, more nimble responses. Secondments, we have 100 officers seconded. We're going to look at the feasibility of that based on what conversations we complete with the province. We have the greenest fleet in the city, saving on fuel costs. We use metrics, Comstat. We're now happy to be a part of the city's VanStat. We're going to District 5, which will alleviate some costs for the city outside of Barrage. And I can go on, but this is a safe city. It's not the time to go backwards. I appreciate council's support. The public, you know, we have a population of 750,000. It mushrooms up to 1 million a day when it's a core city. We have millions of people coming in, overnight visitors throughout the year. The challenges grow as the city grows, and we appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call up Fire Chief Karen Fry.
Thank you, Council. Good morning. I'm going to quickly review our 2026 budget. I'm Karen Fry, Fire Chief General Manager, Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. As per Council's direction, our portion focuses on direct frontline services. So a little bit about what we do. Vancouver Fire provides direct frontline response and services to the City of Vancouver. Not only do we respond to approximately 70,000 incidents a year, but that includes 12 fires a day. Medical responses upwards of 30,000. Hazardous material responses, motor vehicle incidents, fire alarms, and technical rescues. Among every other thing, when people are looking for public safety and they don't know who to call, they'll call the fire department. Community safety and fire prevention. We know that reducing fires takes fire prevention, and we work hard with our teams to continue to educate and to prevent fires within our city. We keep those buildings safe as much as we can and providing education on that. We also have the Canadian Task Force 1, which is our heavy urban search and rescue team that gets deployed at a full cost recovery from the province, gets deployed to landslides, to rescues, to floods, or any other kind of major emergency, definitely within BC and sometimes outside of British Columbia. Recently, this year, we went to the slides out in the Rocky Mountains. And we also work hard at promoting a safe and healthy workforce. We know our employees are very important, and without healthy employees at work, we can't be there to support our community when they need us. So some priorities for 2026 include, we're going to continue to provide response and ensure public safety to calls. So we're looking at everything that we do, the responses we go to, and being the most efficient we can. We look at the types of medical calls we're responding to and whether we're adding value, and if we're not, we're researching those to create efficiencies. Technology is changing and the complexity of firefighting is changing quicker than our training can keep up with under many circumstances, including training for lithium-ion battery fires, for hazardous materials. For the new technology, fires used to double in size every minute. Now with the new fires and complexities within the fires, they are doubling even quicker to a flashover. Homelessness, outreach, everything else, we're part of it. We're trying to ensure that we have a well-trained and equipped workforce, and thanks to Council's adoption of that last growth plan that concluded last year in 2025, we have an opportunity here to continue to ensure that our staff are trained and available to work. And we're also working hard to build our strong relationships with our partners in public safety and across the city. Other city agencies, including Vancouver Police, BC Ambulance, Engineering Services, Outreach, and all of my other partner agencies within the city. So some of the key initiatives for 26, we're going to continue to work on false alarms. We responded to thousands of false alarms in many of our supportive housing units and homes with vulnerable populations. So we've worked on some key technologies to reduce those false alarms, which include technological changes as well as public educations and fines. And again, as I mentioned, we're looking at every call that we respond to and whether we can reduce the impact to the city by allocating on whether we need to respond and assist BC Ambulance or whether we can reduce some of those. And when we reduce some of those, we also save money on reducing the medical supplies. We will continue to focus on our high-risk buildings and our high-risk populations and the probability of those fires and damages. We see the news, we respond to the calls. We know that many of our buildings, our SRO buildings that are aged infrastructure, have a really high probability, as I mentioned, 12 fires a day within our city, and responding to those and protecting that housing supply is very important. And so everything we can do to reduce that through fines, through public education, and working with those properties, we're going to do it. And again, FIFA is coming in 2026, so along with our partners in policing and across the city, we will be part of the safety unit. So as I mentioned, though we don't necessarily have a lot of budget adjustments, we are continually looking for opportunities within the fire rescue to increase our revenue. So we have revenues through fines. We also have revenues through a lot of our partnership agreements, including the Vancouver Port Authority and UBC and the endowment lands. We're also looking at the service levels, making sure we're responding to the right level of the type of calls we go to and reducing our false alarms and continuing to reduce the impact of those high-risk buildings and the impact of fires. And then as well, we're going to continue to deliver our costs as effectively as we can. And that includes keeping our people at work and trying to keep our staff as healthy as possible. We know the number one killer of firefighters is cancer, and they're having cancer every day in their jobs. And so thank you once again to Council for your adoption of our PFAS-free gear that was included in our budget. We have another line of duty funeral service this week for another one of our active members who passed away in the line of duty from cancer. So we are doing everything we can to mitigate and reduce the risk to our employees from their occupational diseases. And with that, that's all from Vancouver Fire.
Thank you. And next, I'll call up Chief Librarian Ben Hyman.
Morning, Mayor, Councillors. Ben Hyman, Chief Librarian and CEO of Vancouver Public Library. We've been spending a lot of time doing benchmarking within our cohort. VPL is one of the 10 largest municipal libraries in the country, and it is the most visited public library in Canada per capita. 2024 gate count would see us filling BC Place 90 times, which I note is 87 more times than Taylor Swift. We are ranked first among Vancouver City Services, and we're very grateful for the support of council and the support of our community. We're operating across 21 sites, as you know, 500,000 square feet, and we're seeing a real diversity of demand against a very high-use public service on a daily basis. Within our regulatory environment, in which all of our core services must be free, we still stand out within the national cohort as being in the top percentile for revenue generation. A lot of that is to do with our conferencing services and meeting spaces at the Central Library. In the year ahead, we'll be buttoning up the existing strategic plan, and we're doing a lot of work still, and there remains some to be done along these three pillars: learning and creativity, shared spaces and experiences, and belonging and connection. And along with the completion of the actions under this plan, we'll also be engaging with community in the development of a new strategic plan to take us forward for the next 3 to 5 years. It's a really critical time, an interesting time for public libraries right across Canada, and particularly in Vancouver, with such high demand in both traditional spaces and for non-traditional as well. With the proposed budget, we're looking at adjustments as necessary within our system-wide strategic service foundation. Fresh set of eyes at the helm, and myself and working with my colleagues and team, really looking for opportunities both to support our workforce and our community in delivering the same sort of excellent services the community knows and loves and expects and demands, while also making sure that we're being as efficient as possible. And we are looking, as with many of my city leadership team colleagues have already spoken, really looking for innovation and opportunities to be creative within service reviews on a line-by-line basis within our portfolio. With that, I'll pass it back to Colin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call up Margaret Wickens, General Manager of Arts, Culture, and Community Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Margaret Wickens, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. And I'm pleased to be here today to present an overview of the 2026 budget context for ACCS. ACCS advances the city's priorities related to arts, culture, social, and community services through a diverse portfolio that includes policy investments, such as grants and access to city spaces, partnerships, as well as frontline operations. The work areas within ACCS include arts and culture, Vancouver Civic Theatres, Mountain View Cemetery, social policy and projects, housing and homelessness services, non-market housing and social operations, as well as departmental services and partnerships. Across the department, ACCS's work focuses on creating safe, equitable, and vibrant communities where all people can thrive. Looking ahead to 2026, the departmental priorities for ACCS include continuing to deliver on key functions. So this includes the grant programs, enabling MPO access to city spaces in support of city goals, frontline operations and public-facing services in social operations, civic theaters, outreach, and non-market housing. And of course, ACCS will also seek to contribute towards citywide priorities related to FIFA, advancing the capital plan, and major development. In terms of some of the key 2026 initiatives, we will continue to advance a number of priority actions and programs for the Downtown East Side. This includes the SRO strategy, the integrated response team, advocating for additional daytime spaces, and advancing the CED hub. We'll complete work on social and cultural planning council directions and shift to an implementation focus. We will continue to implement the VCH Mental Health and Substance Use Partnership, as well as advance important capital improvements at our civic theaters and within our non-market housing and social operations portfolios. We'll have a focus on advancing safety, process improvement, and program stabilization within our non-market housing and social operations team, and continue to support the Granville Entertainment District SRO replacement work. To advance the 2026 budget direction, we are pursuing opportunities to optimize revenue, review service levels, and also deliver more efficiently. In terms of revenue, we would be seeking opportunity to increase utilization in civic theaters, and we'll be reviewing rates and service charges. There is also opportunity for higher revenues within the non-market housing operational portfolio. Our service level review will include reduced funding for consulting, potentially reduced funding for consulting and service contracts, the need to reprioritize and adjust resourcing of select work. Further to the council direction, the grant budget in the draft budget is maintained, and we would seek to maintain service levels in frontline operations such as VCT, social operations, Mountain View Cemetery, and non-market housing operations. However, across the department, we would seek opportunities to reduce our operational expenditure, discretionary expenditures, and so forth to achieve the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I'll call up Deputy City Manager Armin Amrolia.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, and thank you. Armin Amrolia, Deputy City Manager, GM, REFM. Real Estate, Environment, Facilities Management is responsible for the stewardship of the city's properties and facilities, and we provide a comprehensive range of services for city-owned and city-leased properties, as well as our building assets. Our responsibilities span the strategic long-term portfolio planning, full lifecycle asset management, and capital maintenance that ensure the safety, functionality, and sustainability of civic infrastructure. In 2026, REFM will focus on civic facility planning with a renewal lens and optimizing the asset management functions for both the city and the park board, and maximizing opportunities tied to our market and non-market portfolios while integrating strategic real estate oversight. We are completing 6 major capital projects: community centers, social housing projects, fire halls, childcares, a library, and a school in partnership with the VSB and the Peony Amphitheater, which were funded in the 2023 to 2026 capital plan, and a focus on developing a comprehensive 2027 to 2030 capital plan outlook, working with our city departments. In 2026, our key initiatives will include optimization of our real estate portfolio, optimization of our lease and PEF dividend improvement, FMOE, asset management plan as recommended in the audit, responsibility for 600 civic facilities and 500 leased facilities, our environmental services needs, and to facilitate major project delivery, and facilities development, complete and commence the development of major civic projects, working with all our city departments, and non-market housing delivery, advancing 5 to 6 new city sites for social housing, and completing 27 projects underway from 2025 for an additional 6,000 social housing units in the city of Vancouver. And really important to recognize that a lot of our work going forward in 2026 will focus on senior levels of government partnerships to optimize and maximize our output. Going forward, our revenue optimization, increasing Easy Park revenue, increasing lease revenue through our PEF portfolios, and maintaining service levels adjusted to match our future work. Some reduced capacity for capital maintenance, done thoughtfully, 24/7 building operations and emergency response, preventative, corrective maintenance facility operations, space planning, renovation services, and asset management services, energy management and utilities, capital maintenance, project delivery, and commissioning. And effectively, in energy optimization and leverage external peak demand management for our hydro program, which is actually going very, very well. And reduction in contract services reflecting cost sharing, agreements with third-party operators for childcare facilities. Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Josh Wright, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. I can go to the next slide, please. PDS leads plans, policies, strategies, and processes that guide physical development. Generally, we are organized into two areas: current planning, which includes our rezoning center, development planning, as well as leading special projects. Think major sites or initiatives such as Broadway Plan, Northeast Falls Creek, and Jericho. And long-range planning, including citywide planning, community planning, housing policy and regulation, and sustainability functions. This next slide lays out our priorities and key initiatives. A key takeaway for PDS is that we have an extraordinarily busy period of crucial deliverables in 2026. PDS's focus remains on housing, including concluding provincially mandated deliverables, council-directed priorities, and regulatory streamlining. Under these three categories, we have a significant work plan. We are delivering our first citywide official development plan and a wholesale shift in our framework to finance growth under new provincial housing mandates. Highlighting the level of activity we're confronting supporting council housing priorities is our rezoning volume. Between January and July, council can anticipate 110 rezonings for decision. We are also delivering the Villages Initiative in Q2 alongside a city-initiated rezoning, and other major area policy and rezonings are also in process. Finally, a major thrust of work is regulatory transformation of our planning system and initiatives to support housing across the market and non-market continuum, economic vitality, and environmental resilience. Policy streamlining, process improvement, and establishing a system characterized more by predictability and scaling up housing delivery. This includes increasing city-initiated rezoning to implement plans. This slide highlights how PDS is responding to budget planning given corporate principles and directives under these three buckets. Our work is foundational for city revenue from development activity, including for operating and capital sources. Budget planning efforts are centered on focusing staff time, shoring up resources and funding on crucial deliverables and priorities I highlighted on the last slide. We have a work plan list that is longer than we can execute in 2026, so true prioritization is necessary. We are also finding novel ways to deliver work, such as our Villages program and other novel ways to take on area planning and to scale up housing delivery. Finally, we are delivering cost effectively, leaning into targeted structural reorganization of functions to streamline, in many cases leveraging vacancies and potentially redeploying staff to reduce overlaps we've identified within PDS and across departments. Thank you.
Next, I'll call up Corey O'Kell, General Manager of Development, Buildings, and Licensing.
Thank you. Corey O'Kell, General Manager, Development, Buildings, and Licensing. Today I'm going to give you an overview of the budget for development, buildings, and licensing going into 2026. So what do we do? So DBL protects public welfare by ensuring safe legal development and business activity. We're the cornerstone of how Vancouver grows, balancing regulatory oversight with service innovation to support a safe, vibrant, and inclusive city. We have 4 core buckets of work, which is permitting, which sees development, buildings, trades, and other permits, licensing, so short-term rentals, long-term rental, liquor, dog licensing, inspections and enforcement, property use, buildings, plumbing and gas, animal services, as well as our policy team. So some of the key priorities and for DBL into 2026, we're going to have a continued focus on our digital transformation work, on the most impacted work streams with a focus on operating efficiencies and self-serve channels. We're enhancing our data and analytics to improve compliance and enforcement, and looking at our services center and how we shifted to online services during COVID, and we want to look at in-person opportunities through appointments and workshops into 2026. Key initiatives for DBL are modernized digital permitting and licensing services, our vacant building strategy, improved customer experience, and the delivery of a new animal shelter. Going forward to advance the budget into 2026, for revenue optimization, DBL is a fully fee-funded department, so we collect a fee for a direct service. We're proactively resolving inactive permits to complete reviews and recognize revenues. For service level reviews, we'll continue to identify efficiencies to ensure cost recovery and a reduction of staff effort to create additional staff capacity. To deliver cost effectively, we'll be streamlining our regulations and looking at further operational improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll call up Steve Jackson, General Manager, Board of Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Steve Jackson, General Manager of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. I'm here today representing over 1,200 full-time equivalent staff who choose daily the City of Vancouver and the Vancouver Park Board specifically to invest their skill, expertise, professionalism, and care in support and to the benefit of the many thousands and thousands we serve in the City of Vancouver. I wanted to take this moment to express my thanks to them for their commitment day in and day out in representing the City of Vancouver and Park Board to the best way they know how. I'd also like to thank the many community partners, including our community center associations, our commercial partners operating in our spaces, advisory groups, community groups, sport groups, and the many event hosting partners we work with every year to create a vibrant and welcoming city we know. You'll see on this slide our 4 front-facing service lines, and while it's important to understand what we do, in the case of Parks and Recreation, the impact of our services is better understood when we focus on who we do it for. Our services touch all ages, walks of life, regardless of genders, socioeconomic status, or religion. We are the space a new parent can find a drop-in community center program for them in their new addition as they navigate their first year as a parent. We are the sports field that provides an opportunity for young kids to develop important life skills such as teamwork and leadership, or a familiar place for a new immigrant to participate in a familiar sport, opening the door to a new community of contacts as they develop their new life in Vancouver. We're the touch point for many out-of-town visitors to Vancouver, working with operators and partners in places like Stanley Park to showcase Vancouver's world-class reputation. We're the cultural space or community space for our seniors to keep connected to their community, their neighbors, through arts, music, or a simple game of cards. We provide that first swim lesson, which sparked a love for aquatics, which turned into that first summer job as a lifeguard, and through that, a career in public service. And finally, we provide the backyard green space for all of us as we adjust to life in a densifying city, ensuring no matter where you live, you have the same opportunities to get outside, host a barbecue, or throw around a Frisbee with a friend. We are the low barrier access to health and wellness for all the residents and visitors to the City of Vancouver. As we look ahead to our priorities for 2026, you'll see that this closely aligns with delivering on the final year of the 2023 to 2026 capital plan, as well as delivering key actions coming out of strategies that have been approved by the board as well as council, such as our Think Big revenue strategy, our sport field strategy, and our urban forest strategy. Areas of focus for key initiatives in sport field permitting is looking at allocation and affiliation programs, as well as our user field policy. We're looking forward to operationalizing new and renewed facilities such as the Oak Ridge Civic Center, the renewed Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center, and the Sunset Senior Center. And we'll also be seeing important progress on facilities projects as we look into the future, such as breaking ground on the renewal of the Aquatic Center, as well as the future visioning of the future for Kits Pool. We look forward to opening amenities such as the city's first dedicated track and field facility at Killarney Park, and renewing aging synthetic turf fields at Andy Livingston to keep pace with demand. We're also focused on improving our public washroom provision, both by renewing and adding new, but also looking at how we operate those. In 2025, we made significant strides to automate our washroom lockups and unlocking to maximize the amount of hours that those washrooms are available to the public, and ensuring that our staff are devoting their time to cleaning rather than driving around town unlocking doors. And finally, we'll be delivering on early actions of the urban forest strategy, ensuring we are allocating and expending resources efficiently as we continue to grow our canopy, while ensuring that existing canopy are invested in to maximize survival rates and tree lifespan. Or said another way and shared during urban forest strategy, planting the right tree in the right place at the right pace. In response to Council's direction to develop a budget that would enable a 0% increase to property taxes, staff have focused on 3 key areas: revenue optimization, service level reviews, and delivering costs effectively. Within revenue optimization, we are looking to grow our parking revenue through the implementation of our recently approved parking strategy. We're going to continue to look at enabling new special events in our high demand spaces and optimizing revenues within our existing services, looking to balance adjustments to low barrier access services such as those in our community centers. In service level adjustments, we are ensuring to invest our financial resources in areas we see the highest impact to visitor experience, such as washrooms. And while we explore the future of the Stanley Park train site through the board-approved REFOI, we have been able to reduce the subsidized costs until a financially viable operation is made available for that site. And finally, as we look to deliver our costs effectively, we looked at both our capital and operating budgets, and we're excited to pursue opportunities to deliver more of our capital projects in-house, reducing overhead costs, project management fees, and subcontractor markup margins. We saw significant success in 2025 delivering on natural turf renewals, as well as baseball diamond improvements. This not only leverages the skill and expertise of our team, but it also provides them an incredible sense of pride and ownership as they help shape the future of Vancouver. Finally, we'll be reviewing our overall organizational structure and process reviews to ensure that all of our fiscal resources are being deployed in the most efficient way and as close to our end users as possible.
Thank you. Next, I'll call up Lon Leclerc, General Manager, Engineering Services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager, Engineering Services. Engineering Services is a large department that provides the very basic services for residents and businesses of Vancouver, including water, sewer, and access to properties. We respond to an average of around 370 service requests per day. You can generally divide the department into 2 large categories, the first being public works. So the public works category is largely funded by taxes. In terms of what that includes 1,400 kilometers of roads, 45 bridges, a number of other structures of all types. In terms of the mobility, it's around 300 kilometers of bikeways and 900 plus traffic signals, just to name a few. In terms of the public realm, we do a lot of work in this area. That's the things like street furniture contract, managing micromobility, shared micromobility like Mobi and e-scooter, but also the 20 plus plazas, 650 patios, etc. Engineering department is also responsible for the fleet, the corporate fleet. So engineering procures and maintains vehicles and equipment for all departments, including engineering services, but also for the police department, fire department, parks, and others. In terms of the utilities, which is where the biggest budget is for engineering, that makes up 80% of our budget and is largely funded through fees. In this area, we manage the drinking water system and fire suppression system, which includes the dedicated fire protection system that you see in the downtown, which is earthquake resilient. The sewer and drainage system, which you're probably also quite aware that we're in the process of separating it. We're about 60% through that process, but at the same time, we're also looking at renewal and responding to the increased pressures of climate change with rainfall intensity and population growth. On the solid waste front, we collect on an average basis, about 175,000 green bins and garbage bins. Those are brought to our transfer station and then transferred by truck to the Vancouver landfill. This is the only landfill in the entire region. The City of Vancouver owns, operates, and maintains that landfill, and it does receive around 70% of the regional waste. And finally, we actually own and operate a neighborhood energy center, which extracts heat from the sewer system to heat homes and hot water. In terms of our priorities for 2026, I do want to mention the Uplifting Communities Fund, which was approved by council as an increase to the engineering department budget of about $5 million. And this is very targeted in areas, I would say, somewhat perhaps disproportionately affected by the pandemic. So we've been, in addition to Chinatown and Gastown, we've been doing targeted improvements in Hastings Sunrise, Mount Pleasant, Marpole, and in 2026, we'll be continuing that work in other communities. And this is pretty basic stuff. It is replacing the waste receptacles, painting the poles, sometimes improving the tree pits. But these small things actually add up to make a pretty big difference in how the neighborhood is perceived. Engineering will play a big role in the delivery of a safe and successful FIFA. We're also, in 2026, continuing our work on accelerating capital delivery. We're looking at bundling, we're looking at phasing large projects, and removing internal barriers that actually slow our work. In addition to that, we're looking at operational improvements. These operational improvements ultimately would help us reduce overtime. In terms of standards and processes, the more that we can do on this front, it makes it easier for our designs, for both the external constructors of works on our streets and for our internal designs to be streamlined in the review process. And then finally, I just mentioned that we continue to focus on safety for our staff, number one, for sure, but also for the public and businesses. And of course, there is a focus as a result of the event of 2025. In terms of how we're meeting those revenue savings and targets, with respect to parking, we did do a jurisdictional scan across a number of cities just to see where we're at with respect to our parking fines, but also our parking permits for residents. So you'll see adjustments to that which actually help bring us in line. We're also seeing a bigger increase in parking fines related to safety violations. Again, this is something that we see as a good fit with council's direction on road safety to have better safety outcomes. In terms of service level reviews, we're looking at a number of programs that over the years have been started and gone through their cycles, and we're looking to right size and phase out ones that have kind of run their course of usefulness. We're shifting from a focus on long-term planning towards actual implementation and construction. And just to also note that there is additional money in this budget as a result of the cost pressures related to the enhanced safety at public events. On the deliver cost effectively, we have a number of actions in this area. One is related to accelerating our implementation of technology that actually is going to save money and taking it from 2027, bringing it forward into 2026. As you know, for the last couple of years, we've been working on streamlining our development review of developments. And as you might recall, even last month, Council approved the upgrade to the Vancouver building bylaw, which has the end result of actually eliminating sewer rainwater review on 85% of new developments. That really speeds up our permitting time, but also has a huge impact on staff effort required to process those designs. And with that, I'll turn it back to Colin. Thank you.
Thank you. So next I'll present finance and supply chain. And again, finance and supply chain supports a number of both public-facing and back-office services around finance, supply chain, long-term financial strategy and treasury, and financial planning and analysis. For 2026, we will continue to prioritize effective and efficient financial services delivery to the organization and the public. We'll be implementing the 2026 budget approved by council, as well as developing the 2027 to 2030 capital plan and supporting continued progress on capital delivery for the existing plan. We'll also continue to make improvements to our procurement to make it nimble and responsive, and we'll progress key initiatives around a variety of processes to improve and streamline those processes, leverage technology, and support departmental priorities across the city. And in terms of meeting the budget as presented, they'll be focused in a few key areas. So on revenue optimization, we'll continue our focus on optimizing our investment portfolio, noting that in the budget is tabled, the investment income is actually decreasing as a result of interest rate decreases and projected cash balance changes, but continuing to support getting the most revenue optimization we can out of our investment portfolio. Under service level reviews, we'll continue a shift to digital for bill payments and encourage the public to use those online options available for payments, especially during peak periods. And we'll focus and prioritize our capacity around financial analysis of initiatives, and again, look to streamline and focus on key priorities as directed by council. And we'll continue to support the organization in terms of using resources effectively and making decisions to deliver cost-effective services across the organization. We'll streamline the procurement process to speed up procurement and reduce red tape for businesses that are working with the city. We'll streamline internal City of Vancouver financial processes, improve our use of technology to reduce manual processes across the city, and optimize our organizational structure to reduce management layers and functional silos. We'll also look at right-sizing planning efforts to enable effective delivery. And now I'll pass it to Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt to present corporate support.
Good morning, Council. This is the last of this last section in this part of the staff presentation. Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, and I'm here to talk to you about a collection of corporate support functions. You can see they're up on the screen. These are all separate departments that do various important things, generally behind the scenes, to keep everything you've just heard about till now running smoothly. So there's these 7 departments, and I'm just going to show you on the next slide what is in each of these departments. So under the City Manager's Office, as you know, the City Manager's Office mandate is to provide overall management and direction of the entire organization. In addition, we have a number of departments that report into us. You can see them listed there. And very importantly, number 1 on the list, the FIFA World Cup, is reporting into our office, and we are ultimately responsible for delivering that, as well as internal audit, Indigenous relations, risk management, our strategy and support, project support office, which is almost like an internal management consulting firm for supports departments all across the city, and then the housing functions you see at the bottom of that list. External relations, led by Miria Ponticus, has 4 related, separate but related divisions: business and economy office, civic engagement and communications, intergovernmental relations, and our tourism and destination events function. City clerks, as you well know, keeps meetings like this running smoothly and is responsible for our access to information and privacy protocol, running our city archives office, also for putting on an election every 4 years. Human resources, I'm not going to list all those functions there, but you well know human resources keeps our almost 10,000 employees, keeps us all organized around that, ensures we're complying with our collective agreements and labor code and all those things, in addition to wellness and recovery, benefits, talent strategies, and so on. Legal services, they do just what it sounds like. They are lawyers that do a lot of behind-the-scenes work, both on the strategy and advisory side, and as well in court when we need to be there. The Office of the Chief Safety Officer runs 3 divisions: City Protective Services, that's all our guards and people that make sure our people are in our sites and our sites themselves remain protected and safe. Vancouver Emergency Management Agency deals with emergency preparedness, workplace safety, and then technology services. They do a vast range of things to make sure we have all the technology we need to do everything we need to do, including, importantly, these days, a robust cybersecurity function, and as well as all the functions you see there. I won't list them, but they're all various aspects of making sure our tech is running well, that we're modernized, and so on. So starting with the numbers down at the bottom, for the corporate support functions, that agglomeration of 6 of the 7 you saw on the previous page, the anticipated net decrease in the budget is $8.4 million. That's a decrease of 15% over current. And for technology services, the decrease would be about 6% at $3.2 million. Going from right to left, the strategy here, basically a lot of the work that these departments do is generated by the work that all the departments sitting behind me do. And so it's always incumbent on these groups to deliver and as effectively and efficiently as possible, constantly looking at business transformation, improvements, efficiencies. We always do that, but we're certainly focused on doing it now with these budget reductions. In addition to just delivering more efficiency, looking at where we can do less of a certain thing, that service level, so efficient, do less of a certain types of work. There will be ultimately impacts where there will be some places where there won't be as many people to do as much work, and that will proportionally impact the work that eventually becomes external facing. And there's a very substantial revenue piece embedded under this corporate support umbrella, and that is the new sponsorship, advertising, naming rights, and donations function, which is currently being run out of our SPSO office, and so that is going to be a substantial contribution to mitigating these budget impacts coming out of this group. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So that concludes the presentation. And again, I'll just emphasize the budget that is being presented to council is a back to basics budget with a 0% property tax increase that maintains frontline services, including community and arts and culture grants, public safety, community center hours, and library services, while prioritizing continued investment in capital infrastructure to address both renewal and growth amenity needs. Before we move to questions, I'll note to use time efficiently, I will support directing questions to the correct member of the city leadership team around responding to the questions. And wherever we don't have a ready answer, we'll take it away and get it back to you as soon as possible to efficiently use the time. So with that, I will close the presentation and turn to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And by the way, that presentation was incredibly comprehensive, and I really appreciate how much work and thought went into it. So thank you to the entire team for the incredible hard work that you've done. Now, there are questions, I'm sure. Council members, you will have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. And lo and behold, I'm by silly luck, I'm the first one on the docket. So the first question I have is families across Vancouver are feeling the pinch of rising costs. Like in lay people's terms, what does a 0% property tax increase mean when in the context of providing meaningful relief to residents while maintaining a high level of service?
Thank you. So in terms of the increase, what it means is that that the tax bill relative to the outlook, the budget outlook, would not be as high. So the budget outlook that we presented in the spring projected a 6 to 7% increase if no further actions were taken to generate new revenues or reduce costs. And again, in terms of dollar per household, that would equate to, we'll just get that figure. We'll get that figure for you in terms of dollar per household, but bringing that down from a 6 to 7% to a 0% will result in tangible reduced costs for residents and businesses.
Okay. Now, there's been a lot of misinformation circulating about Parks and Recs, the budget. From what I like in your presentation, it actually looks like, contrary to the false narrative out there, the budget's actually increasing by 1%. Can you walk us like through these changes in a on a high level?
Thank you. Very high level. The budget includes provisions for fixed cost increases, as well as some of the efficiencies and new revenues that were noted in the departmental presentation. For the Park Board specifically, I'll ask Steve Jackson, General Manager of Park Board, to respond around the specific Parks Board budget.
Thanks. So as Colin mentioned, our budget does start with sort of building in our fixed costs and operating impacts of capital. I mentioned in our presentation, we are bringing a number of facilities online in 2026. So we do have a cost built into our budget for that. Within our budget, we do have roughly 11 million of cost efficiency revenue opportunities that we've included in order to meet council's direction towards a 0%.
Great. Thank you very much. So just to be clear, we're not like the budget actually is increasing contrary to the false narrative that's out there.
So confirm, as shown in the budget report, the budget for the Park Board is increasing over 2025.
Okay, great. This is a question for Josh. Once again, I've just the narrative. I've heard false claims suggesting that sustainability's work is being eliminated. Can you clarify how climate and sustainability initiatives will continue under this budget?
Thanks, Mayor Sim. Planning Department, I would say, is guided by our North Star of the Vancouver Plan, which speaks to equitable housing and complete communities, an economy that works for all, and climate protection and restored ecosystems. Those remain our priorities. And so those functions under that big idea remain a key priority for the department.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is, well, I only have a minute left, so maybe I'll start with VPD, but I'll have the same question for Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. We've seen fully funded departments, both departments, for the first time in decades. Can you elaborate on how these investments have improved morale, operations, outcomes, and safety outcomes? Maybe we'll start with Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services.
Okay, yeah, and I'll pass it to Fire Chief Karen Fry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We are at the same levels right now that we were back in the early 80s as far as direct firefighters on the ground. So we're at the same complement of staff as we had in 1980s. So we have seen reduction in response times. So our medical response times and first on scene in our fires is down, which means that the impact of those fires and survivability rates are increased, and for survivability and reduced for impact of fires. And then as well as staff morale, it's like we're investing in wellness and mental health for our staff, and they feel very well supported from this council.
Thank you very much. That's all the time I have. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. Thanks for the comprehensive presentations. I want to start with also just clarifying some things because I think there's either misinformation or misunderstanding. And can you confirm that specifically arts and culture grants are protected as was directed by council? And there are no reductions in arts and culture grants, such as the grants that we give to things like Ballet BC, all of the festivals, the myriad and diversity of sort of richness of cultural and performing arts that happen in the city?
Yeah, thanks. I can speak to that. So as presented in the budget, the grants, budgets for social and community and arts grants is being maintained. So it's not decreasing from 2025.
Okay, because I think that, sorry, my voice is cracking out. Sorry, I don't know why that is. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that because there seems to be some misunderstanding. So the money that flows out for grants to arts and culture recipients is there. I just want to clarify, and you touched on it also, that the report uses language community grants, and council was very explicit in saying both community grants, which include social service grants, and arts and culture grants should be protected in the funding. And I noticed the arts and culture language was not used in this report, although it was directed by council. So thank you for the clarification around arts and culture grants are protected. Can you clarify that community grants are also protected? Because I saw, for example, a story in the province. I was talking about one of the benevolent associations in Chinatown that talks about how important those grants are. Can you clarify those are also protected?
Yes, so both community and art grants budgets are maintained. And so, in terms of the process for allocating within those budget line items, that would be determined through the standard process. And if you have questions, I can answer in more detail.
Okay, but the overall funding envelopes remains protected?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask a bit specifically about libraries. Also hearing that the sky is falling about libraries. Are any library closures or hour reductions included in this budget?
So I will call Ben Hyman, Chief Librarian, to respond to that question.
Thank you for the question through the chair. At this time with this budget, we are anticipating administrative efficiencies to help resolve any daylight that exists between our operating overhead and the amount of our budget.
Okay. All right. So again, the focus on the front line. Okay. Similarly, and you'll see where my questions are going here. Also looking to understand specifically, I wrote a whole bunch of these questions at home. With respects to community centers, and I see we've got some community center reps here in the audience. Again, the similar question to libraries. Are there any community center closures or service reductions contemplated in this budget? And I guess this might be a question for Steve Jackson.
Okay. Yeah, I'll call up Steve Jackson to respond to that question.
No, we are not proposing any adjustments to community center hours or operations.
Okay, so you're fulfilling the frontline service maintaining direction and how staff are bringing forward your
That's
response
correct.
to the direction? Okay, from council. Okay, and just in terms of, I know it was touched on, but just in terms of supporting capital investments in parks and community infrastructure across a number of different neighborhoods, really interested to hear that. I know council will have a 4-year capital plan coming up, and we're talking about 2026 now. But just looking again for a recap of how the budget's going to support capital investment in parks and community centers.
Yeah, so I think, again, in the presentation, of the nearly $900 million capital budget that's being proposed, sizable portions of that budget were devoted to park and open space priorities, including the Vancouver Aquatic Center renewal and investments in sports fields and a number of other investments. And we can provide you a more fulsome list if that would be helpful.
Okay, and that would also include things like operationalizing the new Oak Ridge Community Center, for example?
Yes, correct.
Okay, which will come online also in 2026?
Mhm.
Okay. And the Sunset Senior Center is operationalized?
Yes, that Sunset Senior Center is included in the budget. Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. I will leave it there for now. Thanks.
thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just going to stop the timer. I just wanted to check in with the sign language interpreters. How are we doing in terms of speed? Are we good? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And off the top, I'm wondering if I can move for a second round of questions, maybe more.
All those in favor, All those opposed? Great. Second round.
Great, thank you. Colin, so just at the very top, I'd just like to level set. The mayor was suggesting sort of this false narrative that, like, I'll single out Park Board, that because Park Board was going to receive an additional, I think it's 1.2 million in this budget allocation, that there wasn't going to be cuts to the organization or efficiencies. Now, that doesn't capture the existing cost pressures. I'm assuming that Park Board would be faced with like inflation and pressures of that nature, collective agreements, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's correct. And so as Steve Jackson had noted, that there is 11 million in efficiencies that are factored in, as well as additional fixed cost increases and costs associated with new facilities coming online. And so the result of that is that the expenditure budget for the Parks and Recreation is increasing, but it's also true that efficiencies would need to be identified.
So, and Colin, I don't want to put you on the spot, but be very specifically and more broadly to this budget. It's obviously there's not a lot of, every budget we've had in the past is, this is my 7th year on council. I've done a lot of budgets, and we've always had a pretty high level of detail and specificity within departments, and we're not seeing that here, and it's a bit frustrating. And I appreciate the presentation today, but where's the beef?
Yeah, so I think, again, to note that in the report and the related appendixes, there is a significant amount of information with respect to the operating budget. As noted, we're needing to seek early direction from council, which allows us to do the work of identifying more specifics and coming back to council later with further information on some of the specific functional areas where the budget is implemented. Also to note that in comparison to other municipalities in the region, many of our comparable municipalities have budgets of similar detail for a draft budget that would be presented to council. So I think if that...
But this is a departure from how we have done it in the past, and are we expected to pass this as a notional budget without the fulsome details?
So I think that, again, so in terms of how this compares to budgets that have been tabled last year and prior, so there are fewer line item details in the operating budget. As noted, we require early direction from council in order to implement the budget as directed by council in the motion from October, and we will be coming back to council with additional information as we work through the specifics.
But sorry, to be clear, after we pass it.
That's correct.
Okay. Very specifically on PDS, because again, the mayor was suggesting a false narrative here. Can we say for sure that the sustainability team, as we know it right now, remains intact as a function of planning, design, and sustainability?
So I'll make a general comment in terms of the budget process. So we require direction from council around the budgets that are proposed before we can consider any specifics around programs or positions or those types of adjustments. And that's, again, there are processes that we have to follow as a city under our labor and collective agreements. We would come back to council with further information in the future. So again, we won't be in a position to respond to specific details of program or position level information, but would come back to council with that.
So we can't say definitively that the sustainability team will remain intact, and that's one of many questions I have, but can we give direction then in this process to say we would like to ensure that whatever you come back with, the XYZ different priorities are to remain intact as a priority that we set?
Yes, council can provide that direction. And again, the method for preparing the budget has been based on direction that council has provided, such as the October direction from council that indicated certain areas to maintain. So yes, to answer your question, that direction from council can be incorporated.
And we can give that direction in advance of November 25th, or are we going to give that direction on November 25th and hope that it lands or not, as the majority will?
Yeah, I think procedurally, council can make amendments to the staff recommendations as part of the decision process on the budget item.
On November 25th?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, well, I've run the clock, but I got more.
And sorry, yeah, we're at time, but we have a second round. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I also want to echo the compliments the staff for this. Is a really comprehensive presentation, over 90 slides for my count. And so a lot of information here, and obviously trying to whittle it down is the work at hand here. I just want to maybe just talk about to the police chief about some of the innovations that he indicated, some of the work that is happening, the creation of District 5, the establishment of more beat teams and higher visibility measures. How are those things aligning in terms of your current budget and being able to achieve some of those goals?
I'll turn to Chief Constable Steve Rye.
Thanks very much.
Sure, thanks very much for the question. So a fully funded police department allows us to become proactive and hold the line on extraordinary costs that we have to move towards in the middle of the year, i.e. barrage. So District 5 will create sustainability, presence, and accountability around crime and helping those victims month after month, week after week throughout the year. So where you're spending $5 million on a barrage, having a standalone district with community safety offices, with other partners in there day in, day out will create less costs at the end of the day and get the people the help they need in the social structures of our system. Fully funded budget allows us on technology to integrate that. We're falling behind on some of the technology surges around the world on public safety. Part of it is some of our cities' tendency to debate some of these emerging technologies, but if we don't implement some of them, the cost for policing, putting an officer in boots on the ground when other technologies can be helpful will reduce costs and the burden on our city. So training officers, just getting the support here to train officers will help get us onto the front line, more visibility. Beat teams, visibility is a basic core tenet of policing, going back to Peel. Having visibility in uniform walking in all neighborhoods, Mount Pleasant to Kerrisdale, will reduce the fear of crime and crime itself.
Chief, I'm going to sort of jump through with a bunch of different questions, but I'll leave you with this one for you, is just I know morale is an underpinning of any good organization. Does your team feel supported by this council?
110%. For the first time in many decades, when you have partners at the elected level working towards a common goal, officers feel that day and night on the street. We had a critical call last night that impacted many, many members, and we appreciated the phone calls our members got from council supporting them.
Thanks very much, Chief. I'd like to direct my questions to Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. You mentioned the ceremony that is coming up this Friday and the work ongoing on trying to make your members more safe. Perhaps I'll just start with the same question to you. Does Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services feel well supported by this council?
Karen Fry.
Yes, thank you, Karen Fry, Fire Chief. This Vancouver Fire Rescue feels 110% supported by all members of this council. We appreciate the investment into public safety, specifically around our mental health, our cancer prevention, ensuring that we have enough staff on the ground to respond proactively through prevention and response.
Thanks very much, Chief. I'm probably going to just do one more quick question here for this first round to Karen Levitt. We just want a little expansion on the SAN, the sponsorship, advertising, naming rights, donations initiative. You touched upon it briefly. And can you give us a quick update on the revenue that could come from that?
Sure. What we're anticipating in 2026 is $4.5 million in sponsorship and naming rights revenue. That's a $3.5 million increase over the prior year. And public realm advertising, we're anticipating a $6 million total revenue, and that is coming from zero the year before. There's also other advertising associated with the street furniture program. So this is $9.5 million new revenue in 2026, and we anticipate in the years following 2026 that to increase substantially.
Thank you very much. That's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks again for the presentation this morning. I want to just start with Colin, to you. How can you? So basically, we are supported as a city through a number of different departments that have their own workforce embedded in those departments, and those team members, staff are compensated through collective agreements. We are responsible for those collective agreements as a city to a certain percentage of increase in pay, essentially, each year. Do you have an average percentage that could help us reconcile where this budget is landing with what we are responsible, obligated under our contracted collective agreements with the various unions?
Yeah, so in terms of as you said, the budget overall is increasing by 2%. And in terms of collective agreements, again, for many of our unions, we know the rate increase. And so again, including both the salary increases and the benefits costs, it would vary by union, but we'd be looking at in the range of 3.5 to 4.5%. And that wouldn't be across the entire budget, but that would be on
But just to be clear, if that was an average, so we're talking about the parks budget as an example, is increasing by 1%, technically. But we're still obligated to about 3.5, 4% for our staff.
Yeah, that would
So
be.
wouldn't that be defined as a cut?
Well, again, as noted, it's both in the response. So the budget is in the parks example, as Steve Jackson had said, is requiring $11 million in efficiencies to
But I'm
be
just saying, like
identified.
philosophically, when we look at budgets,
Yeah.
expenditures and revenues, if that's an expenditure, then finding the revenue to fill that would be defined as a cut to that department. And we might be debating that, and I have other questions, so maybe.
Okay,
I should
yeah.
leave it there. Okay. So I'll come back to that. I just have a question around, and Councillor Kirby-Young asked the question around suggesting art funding is stable. Have we had any conversations with art organizations that rent, for example, the north side of the art gallery? I think their fee to host any arts event on the north side of the art gallery in 2025 was $100, and it's going up to $2,500 during peak season. I know a number of arts organizations that apply for grants that sit in and around that amount, actually, and now they're going to be obligated to pay what could be their entire grant back to the city for a permit to even hold their event. Have we had any conversations with arts organizations and others, I think cultural organizations, Mexico Independence Day, I'm just off the top of my head, some organizations, farmers markets, for example, they're going to be obligated to be paying $2,500 for that fee by my read of the detail in the budget. And I see Lon's gotten up, so I'm not sure if there's more detail there.
Yes, just to be clear, there's no change to the price of a farmer's market, which is $0, and it still remains $0. There is special event markets, which are a very specific type of market, and there are where an organizer might sell a bunch of booths or
Right, but what if,
tables.
so let's just go like Jazz Fest, for example. That's every year, it's north side. What will they be paying?
Yeah, that wouldn't be classified as a special event market in prime location. So what we're talking about in the, if you look in the fee report, it's a very specific type of event. It's special event market prime location.
Could
like
you
in
just
front
help
of
me
the art
understand
gallery.
what fee change would arts organization like the Jazz Fest incur?
Well, again, this wouldn't necessarily, like this could be for anything. It's not for a special event. It's for, so like if someone wants to do a
So they're
craft
going to
market.
continue to pay the same.
If someone wants to do a craft market, so what they do is the organizer might not actually be participating at all, just might market the event, and they sell
The
individual
arts
tables to other
organization
people.
won't be paying higher fees for.
Well, typically, these wouldn't be art organizations that organize these markets. I guess it's possible, but if they Yeah, it's not something that we would see. And there's only 3 prime locations that we see, like the 800 Robson in front of the art gallery. We also
Ron,
see.
I apologize. We're at time, but
Didn't
we
view
do
it.
have a second round.
Okay,
So thank
thanks
you,
very much.
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also, I want to thanks this presentation from our amazing staff members. It's very comprehensive. So I'll start with my question from the for the communication. So probably with Maria. I know we do the survey in multiple languages, but what is the percentage of the language, the response in languages other than English?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Zhou. I don't have the specific number in front of me, but it is fairly low for those languages. We do get some uptake though, so I can get those numbers back to you.
Okay, do you have a estimation like 1%, 2% or something?
It's probably somewhere around there. It is quite low vis-a-vis full survey respondents. We do advertise the budget engagement in multi-language as well and do offer the full survey in those multi-languages.
Okay, so that means actually the survey is not representing the whole city because, almost 50% of people do not speak English at home. But for the participation of this survey, only 1 or 2%.
Yeah, we find that most people will take the survey in English, regardless of first spoken language, but we can get you the exact numbers.
Okay, thanks, Maria. My other question is about a police department. So I think I asked this question last time, but I think there's some response from the team members. So we know the city is getting safer, the crime rate is going down. So what is the equivalent money value for the public safety is getting better for the residents and for the business?
From the value from federal sources, and we can get you those, Councillor, it's $75 million when crime goes down in social value cost savings. I believe it works out to 3.5 million per day. When a certain crime occurs, a violent crime, there's a social value attached to it, which is monetary. And when you add up the statistics for Vancouver, it equates to $75 million of social value cost savings when you fight crime and you're winning. And I can get you the details and the academics behind that.
That includes the small businesses as well. Like they don't have to spend money repair the broken window or everything, right?
Yeah, I believe there's a list of, it may go down to that level, but from the list I saw, it's the top 10 types of crimes, break and enters, I believe are in there, residential, obviously robbery, assaults, sex assaults, murders.
Okay. Does that also include some intangible impact? Like for instance, my wife is feeling safe to work with my son walking on the street. A senior member is working fine, to do the supermarket. Does that include those intangible costs?
I don't know if this is from our federal government, and I don't know if they quantify those in the social value, but I can tell you anecdotally, when people aren't leaving their house to spend money in bars, restaurants, movie theaters, the city's not thriving economically. And I've said it many times, public safety is a piston for driving the economy in a city.
Okay, thanks, Chief. My next question is to the engineering department. So I think I talked many times in this council about 20 years ago. There's some states in United States, they did optimization of garbage routing collection. Think about that. If one garbage truck going to 5 locations, what is the shortest routing? That's purely a mathematical question. That study 20 years ago generated $20 million saving. When people talk about efficiency, it's not only about increasing staff or cutting staff, it's about efficiency. Is that something that our engineering department has been considering?
Yes, I'm seeing a yes.
Okay, what is the outcome? How much money we saved? What is the efficiency outcome?
I don't have an exact dollar value for the savings yet. We do have some additional challenges that the fact that the new fleet that we're getting right now is higher than the old fleet. There's a lot of wires that cross the lanes that are actually not compliant in terms of their height. So we've had to go to all the third-party utilities, telecoms, BC Hydro, to have them adjust those wires. This has limited the freedom to be able to deploy any vehicle anywhere. So we're not fully implemented yet. I don't have an exact answer for you, but certainly it's something we're working on.
Yeah, thanks, Lon. So really look forward to see more outcome about this initiative. I'm feeling really passionate about that. Okay, so other questions about the license fee increase. So we do this regular adjustment every year because of the inflation. Is that right?
So you're talking about business licenses. So that report, which was previously approved by council, was highlighted.
And
that-
I'm sorry, we're at time and
I'll come back.
I have to cut you off. I apologize for that. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard about how comprehensive the presentations and budget documents are many times this morning, but comprehensive means complete, including all or nearly all elements or aspects of something. Now, this is early direction, and some elements of the reports are very comprehensive in that they we're being asked to approve quite detailed increased fees through the passage of bylaws, and the report itself is asking for approvals of budget expenditures. So why aren't we hearing about what the administrative efficiencies look like, even in broad terms, in terms of their impacts?
Yeah, so I think, again, the objective of the materials provided, including the presentations, is to provide the high-level indication of where the efficiencies would be found to support the budget. As noted, should council approve the budget, then staff would work to implement more details and would come back to council with that information. With respect to some of the other fee examples you said, again, there are requirements that council does approve specific fee increases. And again, we are bringing capital budget information as has been our practice. So the objective is to bring that information to council, and the commitment is to continue to do that with respect to the operating budget.
Now, in terms of consumer price inflation moderating, how certain can we be about costs moderating given uncertain economic situation in terms of tariffs coming and going unpredictably?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like from a broad economic sense, the consumer price inflation measures what the price changes are on a broad basket. So if to the extent that tariffs are having an impact, that would be visible in the CPI data. What we are seeing, at least to date, is that again, it has moderated and around the 2% range, which is lower than it was previously coming out of COVID. That being said, like we never know for sure what the inflation will end up being, and the city's inflation, much like probably many households, it doesn't necessarily exactly correspond to the CPI inflation. So some things are increasing by more.
Yeah, and in terms of things like arts grants, that is reflected in the fact that although they haven't had big cuts to arts grants, that they may have increased significant costs over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I think, again, in general, based on the inflation data we're seeing, that pretty much every organization would be faced with increasing costs over the past several years. That's correct.
For sure. I'm pretty concerned with the fee increases on new housing, given that we're seeing a lot of projects not penciling and being put on hold and, being in a housing crisis. What effects are these increased charges likely to have on the financial viability of new housing projects?
Thank you. I'll look to Josh White to respond to the viability question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So you may be aware we are bringing a report, a second report on development viability, which will be looking at a number of measures. You are right that the fee structure, whether it's our rezoning or permit process, form part of that. Most of what's proposed in front of you is meant to ensure that we have cost recovery. It's introducing kind of new streamlined fees and processes related to, for example, rezoning inquiries, and the rates of increase are generally in line with inflation. Fees relative to the overall development costs are relatively small, but we remain conscious to try and make sure that we're delivering those costs efficiently and not charging a penny more than we need to provide that sort of fee for service cost recovery model that we deploy here at the City of Vancouver.
And while I've got you up here, I might just ask, what effect are the cuts to planning likely to have to your ability to move through your work program and get approvals done in a timely way?
Sure. As I highlighted in my presentation, we have a very high volume of, for example, rezoning applications. Our budgets very much focus on shoring up the sufficient number of resources we have to execute that work plan, especially those crucial deliverables, whether they're rezonings or other council priorities or provincially mandated deliverables that we have in 2026.
Josh, we're at time.
Thank you.
We do have a second round. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, staff, for putting this together and answering all our questions this morning. Colin, I wanted to start with a more, I guess, global budget question for you. My question, and I think the question of many people in Vancouver, is how do you get to a 0% property tax increase while increasing the city budget number overall by 2% in terms of the spending? What are the main drivers of that?
Yeah, thank you. So that would be driven by non-property tax revenue increases, which includes things like utility fees, some of the other permit and license fees that are proposed, as well as new revenues, as just described earlier, from sponsorship, advertising, naming rights as examples.
So is the intention of this proposed 0% budget to keep and freeze property taxes for 2026, but ensure that when Vancouverites, say, go to a community center, they go to a library, they access city services, that they're not observing any negative change to those services? Is that the intention behind this budget?
Yeah, so the budget was prepared following the direction that was from council to maintain those frontline services, and so the budget has been prepared on that basis.
Okay, so just to confirm, the budget does not negatively impact any of the frontline services that the city offers?
Yeah, so I think that, again, the budget we're tabling is based on meeting that direction of council and maintaining those services, as noted in the presentations from all the departments. That does involve looking at services and how they're delivered and making determinations on areas to prioritize, but we will prioritize based on that direction that council's provided for frontline services.
Okay, thank you for reconfirming that. I have a question for Lon. Please, thank you. Hi, Lon. On engineering, I noted in the presentation there was a mention of the Uplifting Neighborhoods Initiative and that spreading out to other neighborhoods across the city. I'm wondering how those neighborhoods will be selected or prioritized for things like painting light poles, replacing garbage cans, essentially, I guess, beautification of neighborhoods.
Yes, through the chair. That fund was directed to be administered by myself and the city manager. So I've taken a personal interest in making sure that we walk the neighborhoods with my staff and identify what the opportunities are. The criteria is that it's got to produce visible results. I guess that's what I was looking for. And for areas that are in good shape and very clean and not much going on, there's very little investment or none. In other areas, there's a lot of investment. We are producing a bit of a scorecard so we can share that with council to show neighborhood by neighborhood and what dollar amount in each of these areas is being spent.
Okay, that's great. I look forward to that. Thanks, Lon. My other question was for Chief Fry. Question is, when we look at the increase to the police budget, how much of that increase, that number, is driven by external factors like negotiated collective agreements, costs mandated by other agencies that, really fall outside of our direct control here at council? Because, we see some criticism online about the increase. So I'm just wondering, from the information that you have, how much of that is driven by collective agreements, that increase?
Yeah, so I can get you the exact specifics, is in the book somewhere, but I can, all but 9.9 million is driven by third-party expenditures. E-com, in 2001, I think we paid almost $7.5 million, and in 2026, we're going to $36 million for e-com services. The police academy, we're paying $50,000 a recruit. Collective agreements, the region isn't coordinated as well as maybe they could be on how we bargain police fire bargaining with the Police Act. So these are external drivers that are costing the vast majority of the increase. The actual increase to VPD operations is just over 2%.
Okay.
So, but it's being bundled under the public safety umbrella, and we're, you know, there is a false narrative there because e-com services are shared by, you know, many different aspects, fire included, and police and the city, you know, assists them with different things. So we're eating the vast majority of those numbers under our budget.
Okay. And I'm sorry, we have to cut it. It's 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Thanks for all the questions. Some of mine have already been asked by my colleagues, but there's been a lot of talk about misinformation. But this is only a 28-page report. Do you think that maybe some of that information is a result of that, like lack of detail, that people are starting to try to fill in the blanks?
So again, in terms of the information that's provided, just to highlight that in addition to the 20-page report, there is around 150 pages of appendices. So in addition to the presentation that you saw today, so we're looking to, again, provide information to address the questions and clarify the decision, the information needed for council's decision. Again, with the nature of the direction around the operating budget and the 0% increase, we are requiring that early direction from council. And so this budget as presented supports that, and we can continue to answer specific questions where possible.
Thanks. On the budget survey, when did the preliminary results get to mayor and council? So at the time of zero means zero, locking in this direction, was anyone on council or the mayor staff aware that the results were showing, strongly showing preference against a 0% increase?
Thanks for your question, Councillor, through the chair. No, the revised direction would have been received before we had finished and tabulated results on the 2025 budget engagement. So that would have been pending information at that time.
Okay, thanks. And then also on the budget survey, one of the scenarios for preferred property tax was 18% other. What can you go into what that might be?
Yeah, I could get into the line by line. That's where people write in responses. So there's a whole range of things: cutting certain services, increasing fees for things. It's a bit of an open end, and then we code it. So I can get you some representative feedback for that back
You know,
through
if any,
staff.
some of it we're asking for like more, like for above 5%. Some of those.
If I recall from the open end, there were a couple of those. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The city controls about half of property taxes. This is probably for Colin again. The general, ours is a general purpose levy. So, you know, assuming this goes through with a 0% GPL increase, would there be a risk of backlash when homeowners promised, you know, a 0% increase, you know, see their tax assessment and that it's actually gone up? Like, is there sort of anything that we're trying to inform the public that it's not really a 0% tax increase?
Yeah, I think
our levy.
Again, we would do what normally we do after the budget is approved, is we prepare property tax inserts and information to inform the public about the upcoming property tax bills before they're sent out. So again, subject to whatever council directs us on the budget, we would need to make clear in those communications that the city costs or the city overall property tax levy is staying at a 0% increase, but other province and other regional entities could have increases that would result in an increase to the total tax bill. So we would need to make that information clear.
Okay, and then what does cutting $17 million from debt, does that mean that we're going to be paying more interest in future years on that debt? I'm a little confused about the $17 million from debt.
Sorry, on the capital, the debt and capital, it's actually an increased transfer to capital supporting the capital plan. In general, the debt calculation, it's based on the debt that council approves. So first council approves the capital plan, and then within that there's a plebiscite borrowing amount, and then council approves staff proceeding to issue borrowing. So when we look at our debt cost projections, it's based on how things have played out in terms of what we needed to borrow. We never borrow more than what we need because then we'd be paying interest on money that we didn't need. So that number is being updated constantly, and we ensure that what we're budgeting aligns to our most current projections of what the actual debt payments will be.
Okay, thanks. And then with my remaining time, there's been talk that this 0% increase will help renters with an rent increase of 2.3%. Can you expand on how this will help renters?
So I think, I mean, again, in general, the rents that are charged will be based on decisions from owners that decide what rent increases they would pass on.
I'm sorry, we're at time as well. So, but I'm sure Councillor Montague would love to hear the answer.
If I have some time, Mayor, I'll go to that. I want to go on to the satisfaction survey and with Maria for a second, the community engagement. So we do the satisfaction survey through Ipsos. It's random sampling, correct?
That's correct. It's a market research survey, 600 resident and 200 business respondents conducted through a phone sample poll.
Okay, which is best practices for
market research, yes.
research. So but our budget survey, it's self-selected, self-identified. It's not a random sample.
Budget engagement is through the Talk Vancouver platform. It is self-selected and through a panel of people signed up through Talk Vancouver. The survey is weighted at the end against statistical data from Census Canada to be representative of the city's population. But it is a different methodology. You are correct.
But you can self-select. Like I can actually take the survey multiple times.
So that is not the case with Talk Vancouver. The software is pretty high standard. It does not allow that. And there's actually review that happens on the back end to ensure repeat instances are reviewed for. And I would say, having worked in this software for the last 5 years or so, we see very little indication of ballot stuffing, which is what that would be called technically.
Is that per device?
Pardon me?
Is that per device?
I believe it's by IP address.
Okay. But you can take separate devices and use different IP addresses. Anyway, what I'm getting at is if there's a unlike the satisfaction survey, which is done by Ipsos, if you get an organized response to, say, the budget survey, it can skew those results, create inaccurate information. Because I look at these two surveys, and they actually provide, in some cases, completely opposite responses. Like they're completely different.
They're asking different things, and they're asking them on different types of questions. So you're going to get different responses based on both what is asked and the methodology. That's correct. They're different engagement methodologies and different mechanisms.
In some cases, says residents and businesses want this, and in the city's budget survey, it says the complete opposite.
Yeah, you sometimes find answers that are contradictory. I would say if you look at the gestalt of the responses to the city's 2026 engagement survey and the CivSat on similar questions, you see answers that are pretty well aligned across respondents.
Are we planning on changing our budget survey in the future to align more with our satisfaction survey?
No, that's a market research that's done on a biannual basis. Market research is very expensive to do as an externally contracted thing. This is why we do it biannually. If we were to move to market research for all of our engagement activities across the city, we would require a significant financial outlay, and it would also be just a different way of doing methodology. So we do engagement in line with best practices in municipalities and other jurisdictions across Canada and North America.
I do think it's important for those surveys to be accurate, though. Thank you. My next question is for Chief Rye with VPD. Was asked a little bit about the amount of budget that it goes to outside agencies and outside collective bargaining, e-com, the Justice Institute, all that sort of thing. How much is transferred from VPD to higher levels of government through things like seizures, forfeitures, and proceeds of crime?
We have that figure. Our team doesn't have it right here, Councillor, but we'll get it to all the councillors this afternoon.
Could you give us like a ballpark?
It's with traffic revenue, it is a high number. I prefer not I'd throw out a number, but it's a pretty substantial percentage.
I've got a number in my head, and it's a massive number from what I understand. What percentage do we see back?
We see very little back.
Okay.
Very, very little.
Percentage-wise, would you guess, like single-digit percentage?
I'm looking at it'll be under 10%.
Okay, thank you. What does a fully funded police department mean with regards to things like response times?
Our response times have fallen this last year by 4%, and that's a good trend when response times were going the other way in a congested city and construction and bike lanes. So public on a priority one response, we're not there yet on best practice, but it's going the other way. For many years, it was going the opposite way, which was increasing. So a fully funded police department means, we've got officers that are in neighborhoods, in critical areas, they can respond quicker, and of course, more boots on the ground.
That includes responding to things like calls where fire or ambulance are requiring police service before they attend calls.
And I'm sorry, we're at time, Councillor.
That's great.
Councillor Dominato.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, before we go there, I'm going to stop your timer. Just looking at the time, we have 9 minutes left, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So maybe finish the questions and then break for lunch after. Seconder, Councillor Joe, is there any discussion? Yep, just go ahead.
I'm wondering if we can move for a third round of questions and just finish this round of questions, and because I have lots of questions, and I don't want to delay lunch and obviously give some predictability to folks.
If you're asking, yeah. Okay, so can we go to the amendment queue, because I'm sure people have questions on comments on this.
Yeah. So
any discussion?
And so, just to be clear, Mayor, I'm suggesting we deal with the people who are on the list right now, and then go into a third round after lunch.
All right. Well, do you have to see the chair to make? Actually, why don't we just? I'll go last. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Yeah, I would support finish this round of questions and having a third round of questions after lunch.
Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, Mayor, I will not be supporting the third round. We have a record number of speakers. I want to get to hear from them after lunch, so I'd love to be able to complete this round of questions. So end it at 2 rounds and move to a break for lunch per my original motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to clarify that one with the queue that you had with the questions is actually still people on a first round of questions and then second round. So just flagging that, I think, just so there's no confusion, because some people haven't asked questions yet in the first round. Secondly, I'm a little concerned about moving a third round at this time, given the number of people we have in person waiting to speak. So what I would suggest is that once we've worked through the speakers, I know we have quite a few who've signed up, there could be consideration for further questions after the speakers list is complete. There's also points of information are available. But at this point, I think we should work through our 2 rounds of questions and then go to all that. We have quite a few speakers here in the gallery. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that we've just received 7 different report areas, one after the other. There is every aspect of council's, the City of Vancouver's work to be either funded or not funded. I don't agree that it's I mean, if the majority on council don't want to use a lot of time, they don't need to use the third round. So that would cut down time. So I think that
Thank you very much,
good idea.
I'm sorry, Councillor, if I cut you off there. Were you finished?
Yep.
Great, and apologize for that again. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Mayor. I just was wanting to get through you to the clerks the number of speakers that we have. I know it's a high number, but I don't know the exact number, or I don't have it in front of me.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, there's approximately 630 registered, and we have had just estimating maybe a dozen or so withdraw.
Okay, thank you. So even if it's if we have 600 speakers and Of course, we want to hear from the public on this. It's important. That's almost 1,800 minutes of speakers. And I think to Councillor Dominato's point about many speakers being here in person already, we don't want to delay hearing from them. And I think probably the best approach is to limit it to the 2 rounds for each councillor. And councillors can ask questions once we're done the speakers through points of information. But I think to just be respectful to the speakers that have come today and have already been here for 3 hours, I think that we should limit it to the 2 rounds of questions. So I won't be supporting a 3rd round.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, very quick. I will not be able to support the 3rd round as well. So because of we had multiple council briefing on this topic already, and we have asked a lot of questions already. And also, this is the first public council meeting on the budget. We can have other council meetings where we have a chance to ask questions. So we have 630 people waiting for us. I just don't want to make sure. Well, council, we can wait until midnight, no problem. But I don't want our public speakers waiting that long. So I'm not going to support the 3rd round.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Fry, I just want to alert you, we do have 3 minutes to resolve all of this, so.
Yeah, I think, thanks, Mayor, and I'll be quick as I can. I mean, this is the first time that many of us are receiving this budget presentation. There's a lot of new information. We still don't have a fulsome budget presentation in stark contrast with the material we've received in the past. I think it's our responsibility as elected officials to ask the questions, and I think it informs future questions of the public who are we will be hearing from over several days. And I think it's important to get those questions in because I have a lot that are not answered and haven't been addressed in this presentation. So I would respectfully ask that we do entertain a 3rd round of questions. I would actually ask for a 4th, but I know that won't fly.
Thank you. Well, with that being said, let's call the question. So the question is, I guess the first question would be, are we going to extend to hear the finish the 2nd round of questions? Is that a correct, clerk? Okay. Okay, so the question on the floor here, are we going to have a 3rd round of questions after lunch? So we'll, okay, and sorry, it requires 2/3, so we can just, we have to vote on the panel? Okay. If you can please go to the voting panel very quickly and register your vote. It's to have a 3rd round of questions after lunch. Okay, and so that fails with myself, Councillors Kirby-Young, Dominato, Klassen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. Okay, the next question is, and we can do show of hands on this one, right? Basically, will we extend to finish the 2nd round of questions and then break for lunch? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, that passes. Thank you very much. Okay, just made it too. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
If the clerks can,
Sorry, can we restart
reset my timer?
the timer, please?
Thank you. Or I'll wait till you get that done. Thanks. I'm going to start with Colin. Just a couple of questions for you. Can you tell council for this proposed budget how much is being transferred to capital support financing as we go? Typically, every year we've had a substantial amount transferred to support financing and pay-as-you-go financing.
Yeah, thank you. So in the budget that's presented, there's a line item, general debt and transfers to capital fund. That line item is increasing by 17 million or 9%, which is reflective of that additional 1% infrastructure contribution to support the capital plan as directed in the council motion from October.
Okay, so that ensures that we are able to commit to the existing capital plan and the commitments that are around the capital infrastructure and renewal.
Yeah, that's correct. And there is also in the utilities expenditure line, there is also contribution to utilities capital that is included as noted and described in the utilities rate part of this report.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to move to Steve. I have a quick question around Parks and Rec. Sorry, just, yeah. Just appreciating the presentation you made earlier and the commitment around the budgets going up, but also the commitment around community centers. And is it fair to say, because to take it that when we say we're protecting community centers, that includes the services, the recreation services that are run through community centers? Because I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding about that in the public realm. Could you just speak to that?
Sure, through the chair, and to be clear, again, we're not adjusting community center hours or any of the core operations there. I will say that we are increasing our fees related to accessing community centers, but we are looking to keep those very nominal, acknowledging that we're actually at the higher end of our fee programs and flexi passes. So we're not focusing on raising rates on those aspects of our revenues. We're looking at other areas to help balance the budget.
And so through that, we are continuing our recreation services. There's no change to recreation services. Effectively.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Maria, just around the survey. I just want to clarify one point. Sorry, bear with me so I find the right page here. At the time of the survey being prepared, residents and businesses were asked about property tax scenarios. But I just want to be clear, when they were asked those questions, were they asked the question as it's presented? I'm looking at page 10, that if you were looking at a 2%, 2.5% tax increase, that would include reductions to services, same thing, 1.5. They all seem to be contextualized with an assumption that if it's going to be lowered property tax, you're going to see service cuts. Is that how it was asked?
That's correct, Councillor. That is how it was asked. It was presented in terms of how the original direction was provided from Council with the 2.5, 1.5, and 0% scenarios, where the outlook presented by Finance back in the spring was showing a 6 to 7% increase to maintain service levels. And there is a variety of ways that question could have been asked. And that may show why you see a slight difference between the answers you got through the civic satisfaction versus the budget survey, where it wasn't contextualized with service level decreases. But you're correct, that is how the question was asked in the budget survey.
Okay, I'm glad that was clarified. Thank you. And then my other question is for Armin. Just in the context, we heard about from Karen around potential revenues coming through SAND and that initiative. There's been a huge focus on sort of non-tax revenues. Can you just speak to recently Council considered a proposal around leveraging city land to provide market rental housing that would have generated revenues, non-tax revenues. Can you just remind us as to how much those potential revenues were to be in the first couple of years and in the long term?
The first couple of years would have not necessarily seen those revenues, as we discussed during that presentation. It's a long game. It would have been a minimum of $10 million within the first 10 to 12 years.
Okay. Thank you. And then with the last, I don't know, Colin, if you have an answer for this off the top of your head, but we could always come back to it. Between 2015 and 2020, the city's FTEs grew by about almost just under 1,000 FTEs. Do you know where those FTEs went? Which areas of the city in those 5 years?
Between 2015 and 2020, we'd have to get back to you on that. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
Councillor,
that's
we're
my
at
time.
time, but
Thank
you
you.
have another round. Well, for you. Councillor Fry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be on the list so quick. Okay, I'm going to try and be really efficient here and go through my list.
Can we start Councillor's timer? It's still running on Councillor Dominatos.
Okay. I'm going to try and be efficient. Questions for Josh, then Steve, Rye, then Corey, then Ben, then Armin. Starting with Josh. Josh, this cost recovery and structural organization to meet a $5.5 million reduction. Can you definitively say that that is not the sustainability team that is being restructured or eliminated?
I can get into specific details on certain areas. What I will say is that $5.5 million comprises a mix of tax-supported services, as well as back-of-house operations, as well as some fee-supported services as well. So it's a broad mix across the department, using the tactics I talked about, leveraging vacancies, structural reorganization, targeted in certain
Can't definitively say that sustainability as a section will be remaining intact.
I can't get into specific details on specific team or position impacts.
Okay. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that, but not really. But Steve Rye, Chief. Obviously we had some issues with the overages, what we discussed last week, and Operation Barrage, which was kind of a planned overage that wasn't addressed particularly. FIFA, we know it's coming. Where's the cost for FIFA baked into this budget, or do we have? Is it going to come out as an overage?
Off the top of my head, the FIFA budget is about 56 million overall, which is all stakeholders. VPD's budget, or the city's, Nancy, is about 6, I believe, or 5 point, around the 5s, or?
I can speak to specifically, and Karen, if the FIFA budget, we have publicly communicated information around the FIFA budget with the province, details and specifics around the actual implementation of FIFA and the specific departmental budgets, aside from the information that has been made public, is something that, again, based on discussions with the province, that we will not get into specifics in this presentation, but again, can refer you back to the information of the previous.
Okay, but just to be clear then, that we can't anticipate an overage budget that will include FIFA.
If I could, Chair, as we've communicated to council in the past, the city's exposure to FIFA costs, the hosting and planning of the FIFA event, is limited to $5 million. The rest of the budget is being funded through a variety of sources, and one of the biggest ones is an incremental municipal and regional district tax, hotel tax. So the city is not exposed to overages, as you're asking.
For policing, so
no,
we're covered completely. There will be no overages for FIFA-related crowd control or traffic control or anything like that we're going to be seeing this time next year?
The city's obligation is to ensure that all FIFA costs are costs that are incremental to day-to-day costs. So insofar as the costs you're referring to would be FIFA-related, we will not have to pay them.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Corey, we had, we're still here. We'd given direction earlier this year around cat control. And I understand that that's not covered in the budget. We've since had outreach from the rabbit rescue. They just picked up a dozen rabbits in Everett Crowley Park, which have a cost. Where is that going to be factored in this budget, or?
Yeah, we are not reducing our grant program, and we are still looking at how we could better support VOCRA through that right now.
Okay, but there's not going to be a line item for, because we did talk about like a specific line for cat control, and obviously there's now an emergent rabbit control issue.
Yeah, we don't have a specific line item for that.
Okay. Armin, the idea that reduced capacity for capital maintenance and public service standards as a result of, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Could you repeat that again?
Well, in your presentation, there was a reduced capacity for capital maintenance and public service standards that was articulated in the reductions.
I'll try, yeah. So we've identified a number.
We're at time, Armin.
Okay.
Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So my question is, I heard there's a 6% cut, the real cut in mayor's and the council's budget. Is that right? Can you explain that?
Sorry, the mayor's office.
Yeah, and the
budget.
office.
So I think that line item in the budget is showing a 6% reduction, but it also includes those fixed contractual cost increases. So effectively, it would be a 10% reduction. Yes.
So how much money we're talking about? How much money will be cut? Mayor's office and council office.
So for that line item, it's just it's 0.3 million is the amount that equals the minus 6% budget decrease.
Okay, and how many positions we're talking about in mayor's office?
So we couldn't address the specifics of the details, as we've been saying that that information we'll need first to get direction from council, and then would work on implementing that and providing council with further details on specific positions and line items.
But to be clear, that's 10% cut for mayor's office and council office. which equivalent to $300,000.
That's correct. Actually, the 10% would be around 400,000, but the line item also includes the fixed cost increases, so a net change of 300,000.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Other questions about the reserve. Colin, what was the reserve at the beginning of this council term, and what is the reserve now?
So the reserve information, I'll get to you shortly. Thank you. So, so we're projecting for 2026 the reserve to be around $170 million. And again, this reserve is consistent with leading practice to have some buffer in case there's unforeseen events or costs. And we saw during COVID that it was drawn on significantly to keep services operating and facilities open. And so actually from the COVID period, 2020, it was as low as $24 million and then has increased through successive years up until the projected amount.
Okay, so what is the amount at the beginning of this council term? In 2021, perhaps?
So from 2021, it was 33 million, or
33, okay.
and then 2022 was 76 million.
Okay, so just want to explain this number more clearly. So to be, to be prepared for the future for the residents, this council term replenished $140 million to the reserve.
So it has grown from 2021 to 2026 by that amount.
Okay, and what is the healthy level for the reserve?
So again, based on the guidance provided, it would be typically in the range of up to 16%. So around the $200 to $250 million level.
Okay, and with the speech, replenishing this reserve, can we achieve that in 2 years, perhaps?
So in terms of, again, that's dependent on budget performance. A primary method that we are able to contribute to the reserve is when actual costs come in under budget or revenues exceed budget, and then we're able to transfer that into the reserve. So it's again, we can't definitively estimate where we'll be in 2 or 3 years' time, but our 2026 budget would see it continuing to be at that level that I noted.
Okay, thanks, Colin. My last question is for the park board, for Steve. Can you tell me what is the percentage of the park board budget supported by tax and supported by revenue?
Thanks for that question. So our budget right now, going off a little bit of memory here, we're roughly 50% funded now through revenues and 50% through taxes.
So it will be the same as this budget as well, right? 50-50, around 50-50.
Historically, so again, through sort of the budget process and our opportunities to increase revenues, we do see a decrease in the amount of tax funding supporting the park board in the next year.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? What are the efficiency in park board, Steve, as well? So for the efficiency in park board, you are able to find?
So I spoke about one again. We started this year starting to automate our washroom lockups in our parks. So that's allowing staff, rather than driving around town to each individual washroom unit, to unlock those doors so that they're available. Those happen automatically, which means the staff are now devoting their time to more cleaning initiatives.
I'm sorry, we're at time. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, thanks. For the police increases, what is the biggest chunk? Is it's wages that are going to take sort of the biggest chunk of the collective bargaining and that went up the VPU, and so mostly wages. Is there a contingency for an increase in protests? I mean, FIFA's coming. I imagine there's going to be protests for FIFA as well, but do we have a contingency for that? An increase, specifically an increase, or?
So maybe I can start responding to, again, the budget as proposed fully funds the police board budget as approved by the police board. As a general practice, we do keep contingency line items in the overall city budget. And again, what that allows us for, as was done recently, is that whichever department might have unforeseen events or unexpected levels of activity, then we preserve that contingency to be able to deploy it where it's needed.
Okay, thanks. For Chief Rye, if we say reduced your expenditures, but then asked you to make that up in revenue, would you consider that a cut?
Well, we're increasing police revenues. Like we can't charge more to make up our operating. Any revenues we get, that word is cost neutral to us. It's just to cover the costs. So it wouldn't make up for any cuts.
Okay, thanks. For REFM, just following up on Councillor Fry's line of questioning, it does say some reduced capacity for capital maintenance projects, slower response to certain public service standards, vandalism and repairs, and cancellation of non-core services. Can you expand on some of that there?
Yeah, no, certainly. We've taken a careful look at what we could retract from. Obviously, making frontline services and essential services a key priority. We're looking at things like removing change tables for babies in high vandalism areas, which, believe it or not, actually take a lot of time and money to actually replace. We're looking at staff optimization with staff rotation time, where we're not going out to one issue or one service at a time and doing a lot more efficiencies. And that's been in the works for a while, Councillor. And then no on-demand maintenance, but a more regulated maintenance of facilities. And we can get you all of that detail. And then, believe it or not, removal of some hygiene product dispensers and other vandalism, high vandalism areas. So looking at a whole bunch of prospects of finding more efficiencies as we're moving forward.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Parks Board. So if we're obviously concentrating on sort of revenue optimization that we heard. So we saw a few examples recently where this caused some controversy, namely the Shaughnessy restaurant situation and the Harry Potter situation. What measures are in place to prevent that kind of thing, where we're focusing so much on revenue optimization that we may be creating a controversy?
Yes, I think the key piece of this is just learning through some of our past experiences. So again, as we look at our commercial leases, just making sure that we're engaging in those conversations with those operators up front and understanding what that path forward looks like. And as we host any event in our spaces, just being mindful of the communities we're serving at large and making sure that we're finding a healthy balance in doing so.
Okay, great. And then for parking revenues, are we looking at increasing parking in on our beaches, in our parks? We're going to increase sort of the price of to park?
Yeah, so we still do need to bring this draft budget forward to our board for public approval. That's happening on November 24th. In the fee proposals that we're bringing forward, our parking rates are going to be going up in a very marginal fashion. Again, we look to price our parking close to market. We do have new implemented parking coming in play at our community centers. And I would note Spanish Banks, which we implemented this year, we are looking to bring that rate more closely aligned with our other destination beaches. So there will be an uptick on that parking fee, but across the board, it's a fairly nominal increase.
Okay, thanks. I was going to ask about parking fines to engineering, but staffing levels and reductions across most lines of service for corporate support, proportionally less capacity output to support external facing services and initiatives. This doesn't sound great. Which lines of service do you think would be most affected?
I'm sorry, we're at a time. Councillor Maloney?
Thanks. So I was chatting to the Federal Minister of Housing and Infrastructure yesterday, and I was very excited to hear about some of the huge funding opportunities that are going to be on the table. Why are we cutting sections of the city that are needed to take advantage of the new federal government housing and infrastructure funding programs?
Well, I think, so again, as part of, we continue to look at how we can leverage federal funding programs generally, and so I think we would continue to do so broadly as a city, and noting as well that that in our current budget year, we are factoring in that Housing Affordable Accelerated Fund funding into the budget, so it is continuing to support work. I think, again, the budget that's been proposed doesn't contemplate not accepting funding that would be available to us.
I'll leave it there. Seismic preparedness, how much of our budget is being devoted to this?
So I think we'll need to get back to you with a specific number. Again, we can highlight broadly areas such as the investments in the Canby Street Bridge renewal, which are significant.
Yeah, I'm aware of some of the big projects. I think it'd be super useful to, be able to compare year by year how much of our budget is going towards seismic preparedness, given that it could be a really tragic situation.
Okay.
All right. I heard recently that bylaws enforcement officers are being injured by deliberate physical attacks on average once every 2 weeks. How much funding is going to the amelioration and prevention of this issue? Because it's a pretty basic unacceptable safety concern for our staff.
So look to Lon Leclerc to support some of the specifics of the bylaw implementation.
We've brought in a number of different measures. The one item that's could cost in the future is body-worn cameras. Right now, those are on loan as a trial, as a pilot. But in addition to that, we've also changed the name to Bylaw Services from Parking Enforcement, changed the look and their outfits. And of course, we're always doing special training. But so we hope to see some significant results in the next little while.
All right, I'll look forward to hearing more about that. Chief Rye, if you wouldn't mind, I'm interested to know how much more about the use of technology. I remember last week you mentioned using automated enforcement. Are there any measures that will be taken this year to influence the provincial government to fast track more automated enforcement in the City of Vancouver to reduce policing costs?
Not for 2025, but in early 2026, I'm asking for a comprehensive technology plan for the VPD to alleviate the pressures on human resourcing of enforcement, whether it's ALPR, red light cameras. I think I just think we need to push the envelope with the pressures that we have. I know you and I have discussed it, and we're aligned on that. And I hope to call upon your support on a number of technologies that I know you're familiar with that can reduce costs.
That's fantastic. And while you're there, so what steps have been or are being taken by the VPD to ensure that this budget is accurate and that you won't be coming back at the end of 2026 asking for adjustments for overspending?
Yeah, to be honest, we've been fairly responsible for this budget because, it's only a 2.6% operating increase to us. We're asking for line items at about 9 million and change that are underfunded historically. And the rest are third-party contractors, if I can use that we don't have much control over. Ecom's one of them. We don't have we have a board member, but it's a City of Vancouver responsibility to ask those questions of Ecom, which is really a large driver of this increase. The Police Academy and collective agreements, those are outside of our control. I can tell you we can't anticipate.
Sorry, Chief, we're at time. Yeah, sorry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. And this might be a question best directed to Colin, sort of a couple of parts and just in general around, I've been on council a few years now on Park Board, but just in general around the process for fees, because we're not, can you just talk to that a little bit? We're not setting them now. Council will have an opportunity to review those and do our due diligence, I guess is the question. And then around that, is there always sort of consideration to them trying to be reasonable, consider inflation, see if they're in line with other municipalities, things of that nature? Can you give us a bit of perspective about that?
Yeah, it will vary across each program, but in general, we compare to other municipalities and consider what the market is. You see fees generally proposed in line with inflationary increases just to cover costs, which has been the objective around fees. But considering those factors you noted.
Okay, all right, but that's not part of sort of this decision in 2 weeks. The fee component is brought separately, right?
So there are some fee components. The fee components, some have been brought separately and previously to council. There are some fees, utility fees, and the the development and permitting fees that are brought forward as part of this report for council's approvals.
Okay, all right, that's helpful in terms of delineating, clarifying. And then just one other follow-up question with respects to SAND, it's an interesting acronym, sponsorship and, S-A-N-D, naming was D. Thank you. A lot of acronyms now. Can you just recap in terms of what we are projecting in the budget there and sort of what that trajectory looks like? I know this has been an initiative that's in its early days, so it takes some time to build that. So any sort of
Yeah, and I'll call Karen Levitt, who had those figures.
Thank you. So in terms of specific sponsorship, advertising, and naming rights, we are anticipating an incremental $6 million in the budget, sorry, $9.5 million in the 2026 budget. We anticipate that to grow quite a lot in the coming few years because we're just building up these programs for the first time right now.
Okay, all right. So so putting in the effort, but expecting that will pay off. Kind of similar to what the plan was for the Vancouver Housing Development Office, that you would start to see more revenue coming in over time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave
Thanks.
it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. And that's the end of questions. So what I would suggest is we take a recess and we for lunch and we reconvene at 1:25 p.m. in this chamber. Thank you.
Testing. Julie, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but there's some echoes. Can you try again?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hi, Connie. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, it's perfect now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're just going to get started now. We're now going to hear from registered speakers. Now, before we hear registered speakers, I'd like to remind council and members of the public that individual speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes. And just because we have a lot of speakers, I am going to be monomaniacal when it comes to the 3 minutes, so I apologize ahead of time. Those speaking on behalf of 4 or more persons or groups, including the speaker, will have 5 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also on the line or in person, and must not be individual speakers themselves. Our staff recommend that council suspend the. Okay, hold on a sec here. Let's read that. Okay, staff recommend that council suspend the speaker time limit rule for the city's union representatives to provide them with unlimited time to address council. As such, would someone like to move a motion to suspend the 3 minutes speaker rule as outlined in section 7.5A, limits on speakers of the procedure bylaw to provide the city's union representatives with unlimited time to address council? And I think I heard Councillor Kirby-Young. Was it seconded by Councillor Maloney? Great, thank you. And just a reminder that we need a 2/3 vote in favor. So with that, I think we can just do that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, that passes. Now, public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not so noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. I want to remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the budget item. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they are using respectful language.
Mayor, before we begin, I have a motion on point of parliamentary procedure that I'd submitted.
Okay, clerk, does that make sense? Okay, great, thank you. All right, please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, so I mean, just and I appreciate that clerks are doing an excellent job of managing the speakers list of 639 people, but obviously 600 plus people will span over several days. And circumstances and the nature of the speakers might mean that registered speakers are unable to attend when they are called to speak, today, for instance. And so what I'm proposing is that we suspend the relevant portions of Procedure 74A, the procedure bylaw, to allow the chair to call for missed speakers at the end of the day that they were missed, in addition to the existing procedure of calling for them at the end of the speakers list, which could be 4 or 5 days from now, just to allow a little bit more. I know this council is committed to prioritizing accessibility and public participation at City Council, and I think this is might be helpful for folks who are unable to make their window of time today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I concur wholeheartedly with Councillor Fry about the importance.
Sorry, before you proceed, do you have a seconder? Councillor Maloney, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks. I concur wholeheartedly with Councillor Fry about the importance of having sufficient opportunities for the public to speak and them understand what the procedure is. I do think that this can create more confusion because if you are somebody patiently waiting to speak, I think the fairness and predictability of the rules under which people signed up, as well as people trying to identify and understand their place, if you're following along with the numbers and trying to see which speaker number you are, and then we're going to go through a procedure and really wanting to participate in the meeting. And then we're going to go through a procedure to look at the missed speakers. If I was a speaker and had a number, I would have no way of knowing if I thought I was coming up next in the next few speakers, for example, of how many missed speakers there were. And I think that will make it actually a bit more confusing and challenging for speakers to understand where they are in their place. And so I think the consistency of the application of the of the procedure is important. I think the ability for everybody to speak is important, and everybody will have their chance to speak, because we will call misspeakers as we do normally, but I actually think it's going to be unfair to a number of speakers and confusing for people. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I understand where the councillors are. Oh, can I please see the chair? To thank you, councillor. Yeah, look, I can see both points of view. I will actually vote against it as well. And the reason for that is I do know that I feel like there will probably be some unintended consequences by the motion that was filed. I can already imagine there will be people that think that they're going to be speaking and then they get bumped and then they'll be in the same position as well. And so just so we have more clarity, I think consistent application of the rules are in order. And we have stated on multiple occasions, including at the beginning of this council meeting, that this is a unique situation where we have a lot of speakers and we want to make sure that they, they're informed, and we've given that notice. And I think we just drive on. So I won't be voting in favor of the motion. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Just, and perhaps the intention here is being missed. Maybe if I could, through you, ask a point of information through the clerks. When would speakers be heard conceivably? Do we have a day, or is it a day in the future? If they miss their spot to speak, if they miss their 3-minute window?
At this point, it's hard to estimate which day they would be heard. There are reserves for tomorrow between 1 and 5 p.m. And then the additional reserves are held next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 3 till 10 p.m. Just depends on how many speakers are heard, how quickly it goes through.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to remain in support of this consideration, just because I think it does afford opportunities for folks who otherwise, and thank you, Katrina, for folks who may be out of the country or may have travel plans or may have some other plans and they anticipate speaking today and they miss their 3-minute window. And anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, clerk, do we have to put this to vote panel, or is it just show of hands? Why don't we do the voting panel? That way we have it on the record here. Okay. Councillor Bly? Okay. So that fails with myself, Councillors Kirby Young, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, and Joe in opposition. Okay. So thank you, by the way. Okay, so we'll now begin with speaker number 1 on the public bodies and union representative section of the speakers list. Karen Spears, chair of the Vancouver Public Library.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Karen Spears. I'm honored to be the Vancouver Public Library Board Chair. I'm here with Ben Hyman, who you heard from this morning, our Chief Librarian and CEO. I'll start by expressing my appreciation for Council's support for maintaining critical library services. VPL is committed to delivering the core services that residents expect. I was excited to see the results of the Civic Satisfaction Survey showing the overall highest rating goes to library services, with 93% satisfied, and that library services have consistently been rated #1 among residents. VPL's level of satisfaction is consistently over 90%, regardless of age, income, or neighborhood, and it doesn't differ substantially between renters and homeowners. This is what makes VPL so valuable. Our services are relied upon by residents from every walk of life. VPL plays a critical role in helping residents address affordability issues. Whether it's education, information, or entertainment, the library has something to offer. For the growing number of people living in smaller spaces, we're that third space. A recent Leger study found that 86% of residents say that VPL helps make living in Vancouver more affordable. While our proposed budget has increased 3.1%, our operating costs are increasing at a greater rate. Our dollars don't go as far as they used to, and we must focus on finding efficiencies and new ways of delivering core services. The board shares council's desire to preserve library hours. Keeping branches open is always a priority. Regrettably, it's now both more costly and more difficult to maintain VPL's current hours of operation. 95% of our expenditures are fixed. 75% of our budget is for staffing, which directly translate to service hours. This means not a lot of flexibility to reduce costs without impacting service. You may have seen recent media coverage about the increase in digital circulation. Demand for digital materials took off during the pandemic and now represents just over half of materials borrowed. Digital and audiobooks have not replaced physical books. They're being used in addition. This presents a budget challenge as the cost of digital materials is higher than traditional books, and they come with limits on the number of downloads or a fixed time duration. While the demand for digital materials has skyrocketed, there is still a demand for traditional books with over 14,000 physical items going out every day. Our desire is for VPL to be fully funded, but we acknowledge that the library is being asked to contribute far less than other departments to the overall savings target. We've asked library management to identify scenarios that maintain critical library services within our allocated budget. We're proud to be the busiest urban library per capita in Canada, and we're committed to continuing to provide high level of service that Vancouver relies on. We appreciate and need your support to do that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you do, by the way. I appreciate it. Our next speaker is speaker number 2, Michael Robinson.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I oppose the budget. My name is Santino Scardello, and I'm here representing 5,000 members of Local 15 who work as inside and outside workers for the City of Vancouver, Parks, Britannia, and Raycam. And I'm joined here by Michael Robinson from QP 1004.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I also oppose the budget. My name is Michael Robinson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Local 1004 and our 1,500 outdoor and trades workers. Together, QP 15 and 1004 members build, operate, and maintain the city's infrastructure, support children, seniors, families, and vulnerable residents, provide sanitation, trades, engineering, and safety services, administer programs and enforce bylaws, and deliver the cultural, recreational, and emergency services that make civic life possible. They're proud to serve Vancouver residents and proud of the work they do to make this city function every day. Last week, we were told that roughly 400 City of Vancouver positions could be eliminated, most of them QP members. That means hundreds of families now face real uncertainty about their futures. People who have built their lives here, paid their taxes, and dedicated their careers to serving this city could be out of a job soon. City staff warned months ago that maintaining current service levels would require at least a 7% tax increase. Yet Council is still pursuing a 0% increase, against staff advice and out of line with what residents have said they value in city services. With major international events like FIFA 2026 on the horizon, that's a short-sighted decision that risks undermining the city's readiness and reputation. So far, the city has shared only general information about where the cuts might fall. Departments like planning, real estate and facilities, finance, and arts and culture are all facing double-digit reductions. But we still don't know exactly what this would mean in practice, which programs, services, and positions would be affected, or how the city plans to manage the loss of 400 jobs.
Every job cut represents a livelihood lost, and with that comes stress, anxiety, uncertainty. for our members and their families. Job cuts won't just affect those who are laid off. It will also leave the remaining workers struggling with heavy workloads, reduced morale, and a growing fear of what's next. I urge you not to underestimate the weight of this decision of a ripple effect it will have across our community. Choosing to cut jobs and reduce services together will affect families and the quality of life in Vancouver neighborhoods for years to come. When that many positions disappear, residents will notice. It could mean longer waits for permits and inspections, adding costs and frustration for small businesses and builders, fewer recreation and arts programs for families and communities, less maintenance of parks, public spaces, and facilities, slower response times for residents relying on 311 and other city systems.
Our members know what these cuts could mean, and so do the people who rely on city services every day. The city's own budget consultation makes that plain. 65% of residents said they oppose reducing the number or type of services the city offers. 60% oppose lowering service levels. And the most popular option, by far, was a 5% property tax increase to maintain current services. Residents were clear. They're willing to pay a little more to protect the services that keep Vancouver livable. We're deeply disappointed to see a proposed budget that doesn't align with residents' feedback. A 0% tax increase doesn't make Vancouver more affordable. It makes the city less functional. It means longer waits, fewer programs, and more pressure on the people who deliver the services residents, businesses, and visitors count on. It also means that hundreds of workers, the same ones that kept this city running through the pandemic, floods, and heat domes, are now being told their jobs don't matter. We're calling on council to, 1, respect the evidence from your own consultation. Residents and businesses said clearly that they would accept a reasonable tax increase to protect services. Secondly, be transparent with the public about what a 0% increase budget would mean. People need to know exactly what services would be cut and who would pay the price.
Number 3, engage in meaningful consultation in advance of any cuts with the unions that represent workers. Both QP 15 and 1004 have constructive ideas about alternate ways the city could realize cost savings. This could include contracting in services like parking, security, front desk staffing, clerks, serving residents at City Hall, administration roles, and other important departments throughout the city. Doing this work in-house would not only save money and retain jobs, but it would also give the city control over services delivery.
It's not too late to get this right. There's still time this spring to go back to the drawing board and bring forward a responsible budget, one that reflects the values and priorities Vancouverites expressed. We respectfully ask that you reflect on the impact your decision will have on the people and families who work for the City of Vancouver, as well as the residents in neighborhoods around our city who rely on these services.
Look, Vancouver's strength is its people. And that includes the workers who plan, repair, and deliver all vital public services that makes our city run. It is critical we have a city that works, and the budget should ensure we have the workers and resources needed to meet our community needs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Okay. The next public speaker is Amir Abbey, President of QP 391.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am Amir Abi. I am a library worker and president of QP Local 391. I am a City of Vancouver resident, and I'm here representing close to 800 Vancouver Public Library workers, the majority of whom are also City of Vancouver residents. I am speaking in opposition to the 2026 budget. I am also here in support of our colleagues from QP Locals 15 and 1004. Our members do different jobs, but we share the same goal, keeping Vancouver running and making it a safe, accessible, and livable city for everyone. QP 391 members stand in solidarity with the hundreds of city workers whose jobs are threatened under this proposed budget. Even though library positions are not currently on the chopping block, we know firsthand that cuts in one part of the city affect all of us. The library exists within a network of public and social services, and when those services are weakened, we see the impact. Every day, library workers hear from residents who are struggling to access housing, recreation, or digital services elsewhere. And they turn to the library because they know we'll help, even as our work grows more complex and more challenging as time goes on. When parents can't find space in recreation programs, the library fills the gap with free children's activities and a safe, welcoming space for families. When city desks close or services move online, the library fills the gap with public computers, free Wi-Fi, and staff to help residents navigate digital forms and applications. When public washrooms are closed or under-maintained, the library fills the gap by providing safe and accessible facilities. When newcomers, job seekers, and small business owners need information that's only available online or scattered across city departments, the library fills the gap by helping them find what they need, in person and without barriers. So while the library may not be facing layoffs today, the loss of hundreds of city jobs will inevitably increase pressure on the services that remain, including the library. Library workers quietly help hold together the social fabric of our city. They embody the values the Vancouverites share: respect and care for our neighbors, regardless of income or background, and a belief that everyone deserves access to information, community, and opportunity. We've heard this council speak about the library's importance, and we've seen the Union of BC Municipalities recognize how critical public libraries are to the health of our communities. But the resources to meet these expectations haven't kept pace. The proposed budget allocates a 3% increase for the Vancouver Public Library. In reality, this falls short of what's needed to keep the organization sustainable. Rising operational costs for 2026 will quickly absorb the proposed increase and will likely grow the gap between what our communities need and what the library can deliver. Underfunding has been an issue for the library and has real consequences. Public safety is built on connection, inclusion, and trust, the very things that libraries provide when they're properly supported. When resources don't keep pace with demand, staff are stretched thin, and it becomes harder to keep our libraries safe and welcoming for everyone who relies on them. The unfortunate reality is that there is an ongoing expectation for library workers to be doing more with less, as we continue to see this pattern of underfunding. The library has consistently been voted as one of the most valued city services by City of Vancouver residents, and the ongoing commitment library workers have to providing library services to our communities is why the library is such a beloved city institution. We're calling on council to protect and strengthen the city's public services, including the Vancouver Public Library, by ensuring that the budget at least keeps pace with inflation and rising community demand. The city's own public consultation revealed that residents and businesses overwhelmingly support a reasonable tax increase to maintain service levels. Recognize the true effects of the cuts that you are considering, and that it's not too late to change course. Demand for services won't disappear when jobs are cut. It will simply shift that demand elsewhere. This proposed budget may on paper alleviate costs, but in reality will ask the workers that remain to do more with less. And engage in meaningful consultation with QP locals before finalizing the 2026 budget. And work with them to identify the responsible long-term approaches that protect services without sacrificing jobs. Council still has time to go back to the drawing board and bring forward a responsible budget that protects public services and the people who deliver them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amir. Thank you for coming in. Our next speaker is speaker number 5, Tara Hayes.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sim. My name is Tara Hayes, and I am the proud president of CUPE Local 5536, BC Harm Reduction Workers. I represent close to 1,000 workers in the community health sector in Vancouver's downtown east side. We work in supportive housing, sheltering, and other harm reduction initiatives. I am a resident of the city as well. I am compelled to be here today to speak in opposition to the deeply concerning 2026 budget that is being proposed, and I also stand in solidarity with my friends in CUPE 15, Local 1004, and 391. Despite the fact that this austerity budget is alarmingly and disappointingly opaque, what has been made very clear is that the budgetary priorities do not lie in maintaining or strengthening public services. I have to say that it is both surprising and unfortunately unsurprising that this is such a far cry from the line-to-line budget that was promised to the city. How are councillors expected to vote on something that hasn't been fully, completely disclosed? I'm not going to touch on what I know as a frontline worker, which is that a 0% tax increase inevitably leads to cuts to public services, which will do harm to a lot of vulnerable people that rely on these services. And it will ultimately only benefit the wealthy homeowners in this city. I also know that a budget that will cut close to 400 public service jobs is just blatantly disrespectful to the city's workers, both unionized and non-unionized. Essential work in social services is already being done with lean resources. And when I say lean resources, I mean what usually comes down to literal duct tape and a dream to get things done. And further cuts to social housing and services for the and underhoused will be catastrophic for the vulnerable communities that we serve. The potential damage that could be done now will almost be impossible to undo in the future. Something that I find myself mentioning and speaking about quite a lot and seems pretty relevant here is the fact that it's been proven time and time again that meaningful investment in a range of municipal services like supportive housing and long-term care, public health, and social assistance actually promotes the general health and well-being of communities and reduces the demand for policing by preventing crime and other crises from even occurring. Investing in community means that you don't have to invest as much in policing. We've heard a lot about the tough choices that went into crafting this budget, but the thing about those tough choices is that they're not meant to be just one person's or even one party's to make. The citizens of Vancouver made it clear through the survey in August what their choices were, with results showing that a majority from all varieties of demographics would have been agreeable to a modest amount of tax increase to contribute to maintaining public services. So really, the tough choices that are actually being made here are the choice to ignore what has been clearly communicated to you through the public survey and the choice to ignore a democratic process. As the city's elected council, it is your responsibility to act in the interests and well-being of the whole city, and what's being chosen here with this budget proposal is the exact opposite of that. And quite frankly, it just displays overall poor governance. Councillors and Mayor Sim, you really have a chance here to actually listen to the city's residents, and I truly hope that you will listen to today's, tomorrow's, the next day's more than 600 speakers that have signed up to tell you what it is that this city chooses. To sum up, tax the rich and protect public services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker. Yes, thank you. You know what? And I should have done that as well. So, for all the speakers, if we could just slow down the pace a little bit, that would be great. Our next speaker is speaker number 6, Laura Christensen.
My name is Laura Christensen. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here today representing the Vancouver Park Board as board chair. I want to take a moment to address the idea that the $15 million cuts to Park and Recreation is misinformation. That was a very real number that staff were asked to grapple with. No information that I released was incorrect. While that number has recently been reduced slightly, Park Board is still being asked to reduce its budget by $11 million. You can call it finding efficiencies, but being asked to reduce our budget by $11 million is a cut.
Sorry, Laura, if I can just do a time check. How's the pace?
I got a lot to say.
Okay.
Call a cut a cut. What is misinformation is pointing to a 1% expenditure increase and calling that an investment in Parks and Recreation. Although our expenditures are increasing slightly, this does not tell the full story. As noted several times today, Our fixed costs have risen well beyond the 1% increase, in the order of 6%. We have new capital that we must maintain, including the new Oak Ridge Marpole Community Center. So we are taking care of more spaces without additional budget. And finally, we have been forced to increase our revenues to the extremes to make up the difference. The result of this is that Park Board will have to find places to cut spending. We will have to charge users, families, seniors, businesses more to provide the same or worse level of service. Zero does not mean zero for these people who depend on our services every day. The special meeting the Park Board held last week brought out many speakers from all walks of life. I feel compelled to share with you one of the overarching themes that we heard, primarily that the Park Board has, for too long, been running lean and underfunded, that our facilities are already in poor repair, and that any reductions will be severely detrimental. What we heard is that the efficiencies have been found years ago, and there is nothing left to cut. In fact, many speakers pushed the board to accept nothing less than full funding from City Council. I also want to address a repeated question I heard today. Does the VPD and Vancouver Fire Rescue feel supported by this budget? I want you to ask the same questions to your frontline Park Board staff, the lifeguards, the park rangers, the janitorial staff. Do they feel supported by council and these budget cuts? I hazard to guess that the answer is no. I can understand the desire to limit tax increases, although it's clear that the majority of residents disagree with that. But at least, please be transparent that what you are doing is making cuts and raising fees. Do not try to paint this budget as an investment in Parks and Recreation. It is anything but that. On behalf of the Park Board, please reconsider the 0% tax increase direction. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is speaker number 7, Jordan Multitude.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, councilors and Mayor Sim. My name is Jordan Multitude. I'm a resident of Vancouver and member and representative of the Vancouver Food Policy Council. First, I want to acknowledge and appreciate Council's stated intention to maintain existing community grant funding in the proposed 2026 budget. This stability matters, and community organizations feel this assurance deeply. Public engagement survey results in this budget cycle are clear. Delivering high-quality city services was ranked as a top priority by residents and businesses alike. We echo the sentiment knowing that community members who are already struggling are the ones forced to carry the weight of austerity. We agree with nearly half of survey respondents who support a tax increase to maintain service levels, demonstrating that the community understands and accepts the investments required to balance the budget and protect essential supports. Food systems are among these essential supports, and right now that infrastructure is under threat. Food insecurity in Vancouver is rising at an alarming pace, driven by the compounding pressures of inflation, housing costs, and stagnant incomes. Residents and governments alike increasingly rely on the nonprofit sector to deliver essential services. 69 free or low-cost food programs are currently available to food insecure residents, a testament to the incredible commitment and creativity of local food justice groups. These organizations make up a critical part of the city's social safety net and are doing everything they can to meet emergency needs and support broader city priorities. But let us be clear, the system is being held together by partners who are deeply overextended. Free and low-cost food programs decreased by 13% between last year and now, putting further strain on those already navigating chronic underfunding and rapidly growing demand. Now is not the time to stretch them further. City staff and the food policy team remain foundational in supporting the food security ecosystem. As the proposed budget notes, the city is looking at restructuring departments and reviewing service levels, and we urge council to ensure that food system staffing capacity is not diminished in the process. Food security is not a nice to have, it is fundamental infrastructure, just like roads, libraries, and community centers. We also encourage council to re-examine the proposed 14% decrease in planning, urban design, and sustainability, as food and climate justice are deeply interconnected. When heat domes and flooding strike, it is community organizations that are on the front lines, ensuring neighbors have access to cooling, nourishment, and care. The same residents who face food insecurity are also those that are most impacted by our climate inaction. Protecting food systems infrastructure also means advancing our collective climate resilience. This is not the moment to pull back on food systems capacity. The city's own food policy and planning work plays an indispensable role in preventing food insecurity. We encourage council to protect and, where possible, strengthen this foundation as we finalize the 2026 budget. Thank you for your time and commitment to a city where everyone can eat.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jordan. Speaker number 8, Baruj Gumachian, and I hope I pronounced your name okay.
Yeah, that's great. I'll try to speak slowly. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Varuj Gamuchan. I live in Vancouver. I am the chair of the City of Vancouver Older Persons and Elders Advisory Group called OPIAC. As you consider a 2026 budget with a 0% property tax increase, I'm here on behalf of OPIAC to encourage you to maintain your commitment to making Vancouver a more age-friendly city. A budget that proposes staff cuts may have the unintended consequences of eliminating staff roles that support the priorities that you as a council named it in the Vibrant Vancouver document in this term, actually. OPIAC and the Senior Serving Organization advocated for years for the creation of a staff role focused on the aging population, and we were pleased when Council's commitment to making Vancouver a more age-friendly city led to the creation of the strategic lead, aging and older persons position. OPIAC will continue to advise Council and staff on how to improve the lives of older adults in Vancouver and to work with the strategic lead, aging and older persons, to help carry out the city's new older persons strategic framework. We look forward to continued support from the mayor and council in this area throughout the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, public speakers. Speaker number 1, Amelia Ridgway.
Good afternoon, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Amelia Ridgway, and I am a program director with Rain City Housing. I am speaking today in opposition to the proposed budget, and in particular as it relates to the $6 million cuts to community services. For the last 5 years, the City of Vancouver, through our work with the social planners at ACCS, has provided funding to a critical and life-saving service for sex workers along the Kingsway corridor, which Rain City Housing operates. Recently, Rain City Housing was provided notice that due to the city no longer providing service-level agreements with nonprofits, our funding for this essential and critical service would be changing. In lieu of our core operating dollars, we are being offered the opportunity to apply for an annual grant for a significantly lesser amount, jeopardizing the operation of our drop-in. In the spring of 2019, a small overnight program for sex workers opened along Kingsway. This wasn't by accident. It was the result of years of sex workers, advocates, peers, and service providers listening to the stories of women experiencing violence along the Kingsway corridor with little to no access to services or support. These stories were upheld by both the recommendation in the Forsaken Report and by the recommendation number 14 in the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, which highlighted the need to better protect Indigenous women involved in survival sex work. Women were experiencing violence in isolation and unable to get the support they needed. Kingsway Community Station has filled that service gap. We are open 6 nights a week from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. through the overnight hours when the fewest services are available for women. While most of the rest of Vancouver sleeps, through our doors, we welcome women, including trans women and gender diverse communities, ensuring a safe and welcoming space. We have the honor and privilege of staffing the program with women with living and lived experience who bring decades of experience in supporting this unique and diverse community. Kingsway Community Station has spent more than 5 years building relationships with sex workers, providing vital and life-saving services like community safety and violence prevention, health and harm reduction services, and referral to health and housing. Kingsway Community Station is an essential and core service for sex workers. We are seeing a record number of women and gender diverse folks accessing our services, almost double compared to this time last year. The loss of funding will be devastating and have a lasting impact on sex worker safety in Vancouver. We simply can't have this service close at this critical time when so many services for sex workers have already closed or been drastically reduced this year. Most importantly, not only is our funding now at risk, so too is our space to operate in. Knowing that our current location was never permanent, given that the building we are in.
And Amelia, I'm sorry, we're at time.
Did I get my full 5 minutes?
No, it's 3 minutes.
Because I'm representing an organization, and I think that I was given.
Do you have all the other individuals? We'll stop the clock for a sec. So you would need 4 people. You would all be online or in this chamber, and they're not
Okay.
allowed to speak as well.
No, I don't have that. Sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I only need about 10 more seconds.
I'm sorry. We
Okay.
have so
I will finish just with saying public safety priorities need to include sex worker safety.
Thank you. And just a note for everyone, I would love to give everyone a little more time because I know people have a big voice and there are so many, things to say. I will be cutting everyone off at 3 minutes because we do have 600 people. So out of respect for everyone, I will be turning off the mic at 3 minutes. And I apologize ahead of time. We just have a huge list of people. So thank you very much. Speaker number 2, Chantel Spicer. Chantel, are you on the line?
I am, yes.
Please go ahead.
Good day. My name is Chantel, and I am here speaking today in my role as campaign manager for the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition, which represents over 80 organizations and community collectives that come together to advocate for public policy solutions to end poverty, homelessness, and inequality in BC. We are presenting today to express deep concern about the City of Vancouver's proposed 2026 operating budget, particularly the increases to the police budget and the threat to essential public services in the city. We see the proposed 2026 budget as a tool to deepen the economic divide, worsen the housing crisis, and further erode trust in public institutions. The budget is not simply an accounting document. It is a statement about the City of Vancouver's values and priorities. And as of right now, it is a budget that values policing over prevention, control over care, short-term optics over long-term well-being, and actual public safety for residents. This proposed budget fails to meet the needs of people who make the city thrive. Instead of addressing the growing crises of poverty, food insecurity, the toxic drug crisis, and unaffordable housing, it directs even more resources towards policing and enforcement, approaches that research shows do not create safety. Our specific calls are to not increase the police budget by the proposed 10%, stop the proposed budget cuts to vital public services, and instead invest in public service, including social housing along the spectrum of housing need, and reconsider the 0% tax increase, given that our taxes are our shared social responsibility to address social issues and also benefit society. Vancouver cannot police its way out of poverty, hunger, or homelessness, and we cannot build a sustainable city if our budgets continue to reward punishment over prevention. A recent study from the University of Toronto looking at 20 Canadian cities, including Vancouver, found no consistent correlation between high police spending and reduced crime rates. In fact, the research shows that policing often worsens the condition of poverty and marginalization that created the crisis in the first place. People experiencing homelessness, mental health challenges, or substance use are increasingly met with enforcement rather than care. And this not only fails to solve the underlying issue, it creates new harms, including trauma, displacement, and distrust. The ABC Party platform speaks to a vibrant Vancouver, which is something you cannot provide or support while closing down community offices, cutting parks and recreation budgets, regularly voting against the interests of your residents' housing needs, including last week's vote against housing for women fleeing violence, and reducing investments in arts and culture. These are not luxuries. These are necessities. And if funding them means modestly raising property taxes, it is both just and responsible to do so. A small increase in property taxes do not only maintain but expand our public services, including food security programs, senior supports, affordable housing, childcare, and social supports that would pay dividends in safety, equity, and livability for generations. Municipalities are the closest level of governance to residents and have the potential to have the most impact on their daily lives. We've seen the recent municipal elections in New York that mayors can and in fact make significant commitments to the well-being of residents in aspects of life, such as affordable and dignified transit and rental affordability, and that people overwhelmingly support these policy directions. The BC Poverty Reduction Coalition urges you to reconsider this path that you are on right now. Redirect funding from enforcement towards creating public services that keep people housed, fed, warm, and safe. Choose a budget that lifts people up instead of pushing them even further to the margins.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 3, Harvey Bod. Harvey, are you online?
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Speaker number 4, Tyler Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyler Peterson. I'm a resident of Vancouver in the downtown east side. I'm standing up today on my own behalf as a renter and somebody who works in this city to oppose the 2026 budget put forward by the City of Vancouver. This zero means zero budget is exactly that. Zero oversight, zero transparency, zero consultation, zero accountability, and frankly, zero swagger. The projected cuts are stark and will harm people, families, and the many small businesses that we have in this city, while resulting in worse services, higher user fees, and a more poorly maintained city. Reports suggest that this could cut the Equity Office as well as the Climate and Sustainability Department. It abandons the arts, our aging facilities, and our obligations to protecting our local climate. And it does this behind closed doors. Labor groups have sounded the alarm on what this 2026 budget could do to workers who maintain this city, cutting an estimated 400 jobs that include unionized and non-unionized labor. All of this will exacerbate existing pressures, pushing young people and families further outside this city. And I have to ask, who do you think shops at small businesses, if not the people who work here? Who uses our services most, if not the people who live here? Now, to no one's surprise, we're facing an affordability crisis in addition to tough economic headwinds. But this does not give us the right nor the mandate to make these issues worse. The reallocation of funds away from services, as suggested by this budget, will harm residents and negatively impact our local economy. What impact would a reduction of staff and frontline service providers have, if not to exacerbate the existing issues of maintenance and aging infrastructure? Looking specifically at the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, the cuts there will lead to worse results for everybody who uses those services. I understand there is a desire for efficiency and that we need to look for opportunities to save costs in these uncertain times. I would even say I agree with that sentiment in general. However, thoughtful planning to improve efficiency should be done in a way that protects our workers, our residents, and our beautiful city. But that's not what we're debating here. The proposed 2026 budget is extremely opaque. There's little information actually being presented, forcing us to rely on trust that has not been earned under this council. I urge all councillors to reconsider this. I ask you to vote no on the 2026 Vancouver budget.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Speaker number 5, John Irwin. John, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm a Vancouver resident and a property tax payer. I oppose the motion as outlined, but I think that cutting the park board by so much when you add it to the police and fire budget, which I think is important. I value the police and the fire department, but they each receive $17 million and $1.6 million respectively. According to ABC, the park board should take a cut of, I think it's now $14 million or something, because $1.6 million was received. It really should be nothing, like zero. Zero should mean zero. According to Statistics Canada, the Consumer Price Index is at 2.4%. We're facing tariffs, uncertainty in the global market. I don't think you have much wiggle room in this budget. And the city pays more when inflation is present. I'd also say, given that the Park Board delivers very significant value for money, I would keep their budget, with that $15 million in it. I'd also argue we need a 3 to 5% increase. Staff has done good work, but for the people making the decision about a zero budget, as someone who marks things, I'd have to give it a zero. So I hope you'll consider a 3 to 5% increase, and thank you so much for your time today.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 6, Jerry Fast. Right here.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jerry Fast. I'm here representing 19 Vancouver Community Centre Associations and the broader organization called the Coalition to Save Our Park Board. We have felt under attack for the past 2 years as we have had to devote so much time and energy to our campaign to save our elected park board. Now we feel under attack again as this council proposes major cuts to the park board budget, a budget that is already underfunded and has been for 15 years. Your plans to eliminate the elected board and cut the board's budget demonstrate to us a failure of leadership. No one was asking you to eliminate the elected board. Your candidates in the April by-election for 2 council seats were soundly defeated by all 4 civic parties who support the elected board. Voting on a budget without full transparency, showing a line-by-line accounting of the cuts so the public can understand what you are doing, is another example of failed leadership. These draconian $11 million cuts to the operating budget of the park board, as well as demands for $9 million in additional revenue, mean Vancouverites will be faced with higher fees and charges while facing reductions in services and programs, including millions, for example, in cuts to REFM. The city took control of park board facilities maintenance in 2010, and since then, timely maintenance and repair of our community centers, Kitts Pool, the Aquatic Center, and other assets has suffered from long delays. What impact will these cuts have on our maintenance needs? I can only imagine it will make things worse. There was a time when the Park Board and City Council collaborated to undertake visionary projects in Vancouver. William McCreary, a former Park Board Commissioner, published a letter in the Vancouver Sun last Saturday, wherein he outlined several examples of major projects undertaken with the city in the 1970s. We need to return to an era of cooperation and collaboration rather than divisive fights over who controls and funds parks and recreation in Vancouver. The groups I represent want a fully funded park board budget. We believe the park board should be setting the budget for parks and recreation and having a separate mill rate on property taxes to fund the budget independently of City Council. We urge you to reject this budget proposal and to sit down with the commissioners and develop a budget that reflects the needs for first-class parks and recreation facilities in Vancouver.
Thank you. Okay. So, sorry, Jerry. Okay. Speaker number 7, Laura Buckley. Laura, are you on the line?
Yeah, my name is Lori Buckley.
Lauren? Okay, please go ahead.
Lori.
Yeah, Lori.
Yes. My name is Lori Buckley, and I'm actually calling from the Edmonton airport because this particular matter is important to speak on despite where I am in the world. I am a resident of Vancouver and have been my entire life, and I'm in opposition of this proposed budget. I am also here to address my fellow voters in this city and not the council of the ABC majority, as they have demonstrated on many occasions that our feedback is not relevant.
Whether it's the meetings this majority held in secret to make significant decisions that impact people who live in the city in advance of addressing these public council meetings, as reported by Post Media and CBC News on August 25th, 2025. I personally experienced members from this majority council refusing to engage in discussion with me when I wanted to address my concerns of the over-policing in the Gastown neighborhood when they were campaigning for the by-elections in the Woodwards Atrium on April 4th, 2025. Most recently, Mayor Sim introduced the Zero Means Zero motion last month to reduce property taxes without knowing the feedback of the 2026 budget engagement and civic satisfaction survey, which shows that both residents and business owners were in support to a general increase of property tax to maintain the city services. So when Councillor Montague suggested this morning that the outcome of the survey could be skewed, this is a great way to establish doubt in the public consultation process. This doesn't actually address the fact that our feedback on what's important to us as residents and business owners do not matter to this majority, since they voted in favor of this motion before having this feedback in hand. Earlier today, I witnessed many of council members pushing the rhetoric that there is a lot of misinformation on what exactly is being cut in this budget. This is patronizing to us as voters as we are pushing through a budget that lacks detailed information that we previously had access to, as Councillor Fry pointed out this morning. All of these examples prove why the majority of our city council should not be trusted and why they are experiencing over 600 people signed up to address council today. It's shady that we are seeing a proposed $6 million cut to the arts, culture, and community services and a $5.5 million cut to planning, urban design, and sustainability with no real explanation to where these cuts are being made. It's also alarming to see that the Vancouver Police Department failed to stay within their budget year over year without receiving much scrutiny to why this public service fails to work within the budget that is voted for in the past. Not only did you vote to increase their budget for 2025, we are now seeing a staggering proposed $46.2 million increase for next year. The fact that this council is even considering approving an incomplete budget without understanding the clear impact it will make to us as residents makes me doubtful that sustaining equity for all of us living in this city is a priority of theirs. We as voters do not need to tolerate the secretive and harmful priorities of this majority government. They have already demonstrated that their priorities are rooted in authoritarianism and not in the public interest. So whether or not
Thank you,
council
Lori.
votes
We're
to
at time. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Speaker number 8, Gabrielle Eschner.
Bill Eschner. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this budget. According to your own polls, 90% of Vancouverites disagree with the 0% property tax increase because it would mean a massive cut to services. For my family, those services include the parks and libraries I take my daughter to, and the public washrooms which I change her diaper in. A lack of change tables in public washrooms is a reduction in gender equity and a message to women they don't belong in these spaces. Additionally, these would be cuts to the extreme heat mitigation efforts that would keep our apartment and our neighborhood safer in the next heat dome. Zero means zero should not mean zero adherence to the climate commitments you as councillors made and signed on to. Vancouver could be a leader in climate and an example to other cities, and you're throwing that away in a bid for re-election. The wealthy don't need a tax break. The VPD doesn't need a blank check. The citizens you swore to represent need basic services. It's your job as council to fund those services. It shouldn't take 600 speakers to remind you to do your job. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And before we get to the next speaker, a reminder to callers online. We are having a couple of issues here. First of all, there is feedback. If you have your web on as well as your phone, you will have feedback. The second thing, if you are in a loud place, it will be incredibly difficult to hear you. And then thirdly, if you can slow down your speech a bit, we do have sign interpreters here, and with the occasional speaker, it's very difficult to keep up. So with that, our next speaker is speaker number 9, Stephen Van Schakowsky. Stephen, are you on the line?
I am, yeah.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Stefan Von Suchowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labor Council. We represent approximately 90 affiliated local unions in the Vancouver area with roughly 60,000 members. And I'm calling in today to speak in opposition to the proposed budget. You know, city staff warned months ago that maintaining service levels would require a 7% increase. And what we're seeing instead is a budget with significant cuts to departments that keep the city running. We see this as a short-sighted decision that will have long-lasting impacts on the functioning of the city and the level of the affordability for residents who rely on services and programs that the city provides. The proposed budget does not contain any real details, but we know that these kinds of cuts mean a loss of jobs. And the impact of job cuts affects not only those who are laid off, but also affects the workers who are left to do less with more, or to do more with less, rather, and impacts the quality of life for families for years to come. Vancouverites ultimately don't support an austerity budget. The city's own budget consultation illustrates that plainly. We saw 65% of residents saying that they opposed reducing the number of types of services the city offers, 60% opposing lowering service levels, and the most popular option coming out as a 5% property increase to maintain current services. So residents are actually willing to pay a little more to protect the services that keep Vancouver livable, and I think we're hearing that from the speakers here today. The proposed budget, unfortunately, doesn't align with that feedback and will not address affordability in this city. It will make the city less functional and cut services and programs that people rely on. That'll mean longer waits, more pressure on people who deliver the services, and, you know, again, those are things that residents, businesses, and visitors count on every day. A loss of revenue of this magnitude, we're talking about major cuts at a time when residents are already struggling with an affordability crisis. These will hit hard on working people and families, and it means a loss of good family-supporting jobs as well that boost our local economy. There is still time to fix this before the vote in December. Voting this through today would be a huge mistake, and so we're calling on Council to respect the evidence from your own consultation, be transparent with the public about what a zero increase budget would actually mean, and engage in meaningful consultation with the unions that represent workers who would be impacted by these cuts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 10, Amadis Corsandi.
Yes. Hello?
Hi, are you there? Please go ahead.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me? Hi. Good morning or afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Amadis Corsandi. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm also the head of Evo Car Share at BCAA. I'm here to express our concerns and opposition around the proposed increases to city parking permit rates, specifically in the budget. Since our launch in 2015, the permit price has gone from $77 to $95, and there's another proposed increase up to $110. That's a 43% rise over a decade. In comparison, Evo, that provides a service that a lot of people rely on, is only ever taking under 20% increases over the last decade, even though costs have increased exponentially. We believe that this 43% increase, along with the higher EV charging rates and the 50% increase from $100 to $150 on parking ticket fees, this places a really great pressure on car share operators and our ability to affordably support Vancouverites. We believe EVO is a service that's vital to Vancouver. Over 250,000 people rely on EVO. More than 4 million trips start and end in the city of Vancouver every year, and vehicles are turning around in these permit spots in under 3 hours, thus freeing parking spaces faster than most private cars. CarShare also supports reducing congestion and emissions, with studies out of UC Berkeley showing that each car removes up to 11 personally owned vehicles off city streets. We are worried that these increases are going to make it harder to keep car sharing affordable, and it's going to hinder our ability to continue to invest in cleaner, more accessible car sharing future at a time when cost of living is already really high. Higher fees risk making sustainable transportation less attainable for many residents. We think that a 0% property tax increase sounds really great in theory, but it isn't necessarily helping affordability for those that need it most. The added costs imposed on Vancouverites, we believe, are disproportionately impacting those choosing services like car share over personal ownership, the very residents that are supporting Vancouver's sustainability vision. We respectfully ask Council to consider a smaller, more balanced increase, such as 5%, or to provide flexibility to car share providers that are buying mass numbers of permits, allowing parking in 1 hour or 2 hour parking spots without imposing time limits. Either approach, we think, would help car share operators be able to absorb some of these costs and help support the community effectively. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 11, Chloe Martin Caban. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Chloe Martin Caban. So close. This is my son, Oren. He's 1. I am a QP member, and I also serve as the Vice President of the Vancouver and District Labour Council. We represent over 60,000 workers in the city. Personally, I'm a City of Vancouver resident and have been very reliant on our city's community centers, libraries, and parks here, especially because I'm on parental leave, but even before that, because they're affordable gems that we have and that we need to maintain and preserve. Our Labour Council stands opposed to the 0% budget that is being contemplated. The document provides no details about the significant cuts to departments that keep our city running. City staff warned months ago that maintaining current levels, service levels would require a 7% property tax increase. Residents deserve to know exactly what is being cut and where they'll see fewer programs, longer wait times, and more pressure on the people who deliver services that residents, businesses, and visitors count on. Already, our communities need to fight for budget allocations to install traffic calming measures along arterial streets, or fix sidewalks, fill potholes, put cutouts in for our strollers, put in change tables in City Hall, which don't exist yet. The Vancouver Aquatic Center is falling apart. We can't get our children into swimming lessons. My son and I have been turned away from baby time at the library because it's too packed full of kids. If the city is looking for more revenue sources, there are better options, and we would start by consulting unions. Also, hiring more staff, bylaw officers to enforce parking violations, off-leash dogs in schoolyards. I could go on. If property taxes don't increase at equivalent levels to inflation, the city is effectively proposing a budget reduction for property owners, and that seems irresponsible. The proposed austerity budget does not align with the feedback of residents. The city's own budget consultation illustrates that 65% of residents said that they opposed reducing the number or type of services the city offers, and 60% are opposed to lowering service levels. And the most popular option in that survey by far was increasing property taxes by 5%. And that would maintain current services. The proposed budget does not align with feedback of residents. It will not address affordability in the city, and it makes the city less functional. And it's unacceptable that council is debating a budget without clearly showing what services or jobs are at risk of being lost. Voting for this budget would be a short-sighted decision that will have long-lasting impacts to the functioning of the city and to the level of affordability
Chloe,
for
I'm
residents.
sorry, we're at time.
All right.
Yep, thank
I
you.
call on you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 12, Claire Adams. Claire, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt before the speaker begins, but I thought that union representatives were to get unlimited time.
The speaker was in the queue as a public speaker, not as a representative of the union. So, okay, speaker number 12 again, Claire Adams, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry to the last speaker. Very impressed with you bringing your baby in. My name is Claire. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling in today to speak in opposition to this motion. I'm very concerned about the manner in which this budget has been constructed. It is not in alignment with the public engagement findings or the staff recommendations initially presented to Council. I want to comment that I actually participated in the budget survey, which saw folks support an increase of 5% in property taxes. I'm very upset that one councillor referred to the results of the survey as being inaccurate. when he was talking to the Chief of External Relations because the findings did not align with the civic satisfaction survey. While it's disappointing that the effort I put into that survey is not being used to form policy, it is actually much more disappointing and concerning to see a council member try to dismiss the entire engagement process itself. And shout out to the engagement team for all the great work they've done. Furthermore, I'm concerned about the lack of detail. How will these cuts play out across different departments? Even departments without cuts are facing, as the Park Board pointed out, increases in expenditure and inflation. I'm in opposition to the increase being given towards BPD. I walk through the downtown east side every single day, taking my little 3-year-old to daycare. I feel safe. I do not align with the description of public safety that has been shared, and I would suggest the folks we walk by who are experiencing homelessness are much more unsafe than my daughter or I, and they deserve our compassion, not our fear. I'm also opposed to laying off 400 staff in the name of achieving a predetermined property tax rate. This feels like putting the cart before the horse. I would much rather see careful planning going into the decisions made rather than simply thinking, how can we get to zero? Finally, as an average income parent with 2 little kids, I'm also a homeowner. I welcome a property tax increase. I'm asking you to increase my property taxes. When we became homeowners, we accepted the responsibility of being a homeowner alongside the benefits. The premise that not raising my property taxes is going to have a positive impact on my life is false. What I do need is I need the roof of the Aquatic Centre fixed. I need more and better public toilets. I need more affordable caregiver and tot drop-ins at the community centre. I need to see my neighbours have access to emergency shelter when extreme weather hits, and so many more things. I think our city is better than basic. I think residents and visitors to the city deserve more than basic. I want our city to be cool, compassionate, interesting, fun, beautiful, accessible, all of the great things that it can be. I do not believe this budget supports those aspirations. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the time to talk.
Great. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 13, Laith Sarhan. Laith, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Good
Great. Please
afternoon,
go
Mayor
ahead.
Sim. Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and members of council. My name is Laith Sarhan. I am a Vancouver resident, a lawyer, and the founder of a technology law firm here in the city. I am speaking today to state my firm opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. I oppose it not just on fiscal grounds, but on moral grounds. As a local business owner, I believe this budget is bad for our city's future. And as a Palestinian man, I know that the leadership that produced it has actively made the city a more hostile and unsafe place for people like me. Over the last year, while my community has been grieving, organizing, and speaking out, our mayor has chosen to smear our cause and our symbols. That rhetoric has consequences. It gives license to hate, and it erodes the safety of your citizens. This budget is the financial blueprint for that hostility. You justify a police budget that has ballooned by nearly $150 million in just 3 years, with an almost $50 million increase this year alone, by citing the need to police protest. You are asking for a blank check to manage dissent. This creates 2 Vancouvers. One is your sanitized reality, protected by an ever-expanding enforcement apparatus. The other is my reality, where my identity is politicized and my safety is conditional. Your priorities have become a civic embarrassment. You found the time and resources to throw a party for the Granville Connector, a celebration of concrete, while taking a knife to the soul of our city. While you celebrated an unfinished bike lane, this budget proposes a further 12% cut to arts, culture, and community services, and a 14% cut to planning, urban design, and sustainability. You are defunding the very things that build connection, understanding, and community resilience, and instead choosing to pour that money into a system that continues to divide us. This is a profound failure of leadership, and it is a direct betrayal of the public will. Your own survey showed that 42% of residents were willing to pay more to maintain the services you are now cutting. This budget is not fiscally responsible. It is morally bankrupt. It builds a city that is hollowed out, fearful, and less safe for its most vulnerable. I urge you to find the courage to reject it. Thank you.
Speaker number 14, Nathan Davidovich.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nathan Davidovich, and I'm opposed to the proposed 0% 2026 budget. This was tried in Surrey, BC in the 1970s and 80s by former mayors like Bill Van der Zam, Ed McKitka, Bill Fogel, Don Ross, And look how far Surrey is behind Vancouver in every department. At minimum, we need an increase to cover inflation and increase staff wages. 42% of the average tax bill is for other agencies. Only 58% of the tax bill is for the city of Vancouver. And other agencies are not 0%. They're all increasing it. And you voted for it at the Metro Vancouver Regional District last week to increase the budget. So how could you vote at Metro Vancouver one way and the city of Vancouver another way? It just doesn't make any sense. 50 years ago, the city council was provided with a line-by-line budget. The late Harry Rankin, he gave me 3 big binders. It was about 3,000 pages of line by line. We don't have it now. Every year since about 2010, the number of pages and details has gone down. But, look at the TransLink budget. It's the same as the city budget, $2.4 billion. They only give you 65 pages of details. It's just, it's just the lack of transparency, accountability, and bad governance. It's just mind-boggling. 311 was cut back by about 25% earlier this year without city council approval. Nobody was notified. You can read the article about it on the March 5th issue of City Hall Watch. In previous years, I recommended getting more revenue from parking. It looks like we're doing it by increasing rate, but we only have about 7,000 paid parking stalls in the city streets. We can increase the revenue by having paid parking on all commercial and industrial streets, copy from other cities, and have paid parking 24/7 instead of 13/7. Implementing the above would raise an additional $25 million. When previous city council used that parking revenue to improve pedestrian, cycle, and vehicle traffic safety.
And sorry, Nathan, we're at time. Thank you for coming in, Nathan. The next speaker we have, Nathan, is, thank you, Ian Cullis. Ian, please go ahead.
My name's Ian Cullis. I represent Landlord BC. I'm here with Landlord BC's CEO, David Hutniak. Landlord BC represents the rental housing sector across British Columbia, from small independent owners to large purpose-built rental providers. Landlord BC itself provides education, advocacy, and practical support to our members who manage housing that's central to affordability and stability in this province. In Vancouver alone, there are over 2,900 rental buildings, mostly built between the 60s and 80s. Roughly 2/3 are gas heated, and 2/3 of low to moderate income tenants live in market rental housing. These buildings are aging, energy inefficient, and increasingly at risk without coordinated support. At the same time, operating and capital costs are rising for both housing providers and tenants, making it harder to maintain affordability while investing in upgrades. In 2023, Landlord BC partnered with the City of Vancouver, BC Hydro, and Clean BC to develop the Rental Apartment Retrofit Accelerator, a coordinated effort to help owners identify retrofit opportunities, access coaching, and implement retrofits. Over the past 2 years, we've supported 9 buildings through early retrofit pilots, developing case studies and clear processes that show what's possible. Due to Vancouver's leadership and initial capital investment, we've received additional funding for coaching and expanded coaching across the province. Also, due to Vancouver's initial investment, Landlord BC secured funding from NRCan, ZEEK, and CMHC to fund research, policy, and tool development that strengthens the sector's capacity and supports retrofit implementation. Through RARA, we've shown that innovative retrofits that improve affordability, add cooling and ventilation for tenant health, and enhance public safety during extreme weather are possible. We've also addressed capacity concerns by implementing load and demand management measures to reduce peak electrical use, paving the way for broader electrification. Lessons from RARA are now informing Clean BC's multi-unit retrofit program and NRCan's Deep Retrofit Accelerator, aligning work across government and utilities. Finally, we're leveraging this funding to test the federal investment tax credit to show how rental providers can stack funding and make retrofits financially viable. In short, Vancouver's investment has defined how to decarbonize older rental stock, turning policy into practice and setting the stage for large-scale replication across BC. Now is not the time to step back. It really would be a lost opportunity if we didn't leverage the work to date and continue to support retrofit projects and implementation.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 16, Sven Biggs.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to council. My name is Sven Biggs. I am a campaign director for the environmental organization Stand.Earth and a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in opposition to the budget and will focus my comments on the significant cuts that are planned for the city planning, urban design, and sustainability departments and the impact that will have on climate and environmental policy. Vancouver has built a global reputation as a leader in this policy area through years of hard work by city staff. Their work in areas like EV charging, building retrofits, and low emissions buildings have made our city healthier, cleaner, and more affordable. Climate resilience initiatives also save taxpayers money in the long run by protecting infrastructure now instead of paying more to rebuild or fix it later. Studying this work would undo decades of progress and make it harder for residents of Vancouver to manage rising energy costs. Because this is a budget hearing, I want to try to put the impacts of climate change in a financial perspective. The Insurance Institute of Canada estimates the claims from extreme weather events linked to climate change cost the Canadian insurance industry a record-breaking $9 billion in 2024. That figure includes over $120 million in claims from flooding here in our region in October of that year. Projections from both the insurance industry and climate scientists show that the cost of climate change are going to continue to rise dramatically without serious action from all levels of government. Cities have a key role to play in fighting climate change. According to the most recent BC Climate Accountability Report, the communities and building sector represent 19% of our province's total emissions. To date, the City of Vancouver has been a leader in combating these emissions, but these cuts threaten that leadership. Not only has the city's urban planning and sustainability departments helped to prepare our city for the impact of climate change, they've also helped to grow the local green economy. Vancouver's seen over 100% growth in green jobs in the past decade. That includes the local heating, ventilation, and refrigerating equipment manufacturing sector, which has grown by 19% between 2020 and 2023 to over $500 million in economic activity. This growth was driven significantly by the implementation of high-performance building codes requiring heating pumps and other advanced equipment. We've also seen growth in the electrical equipment manufacturing sector, which was spurred on by the city's advanced green building and clean energy and clean transportation agenda. That has grown by 21% since 2021. BC's construction technology sector.
We're at time, but thank you for calling in. Speaker number 17, Melina Schofield.
So much. I'm Melina Schofield. I'm Executive Director of the Zero Emissions Innovation Center, otherwise known as ZEEC, and I'm just here to speak against the budget. I really want to encourage you to maybe think more broadly about what it means to go back to basics. When we talk about climate change, back to basics looks like people being able to be in their home and not have the health risks of climate change. It means getting around your city in affordable ways. It means the chance to have a car share program where the fees aren't so inaccessible that people can't access it. our organization is invested in the energy transition, and we do a lot of work investing in people around capacity building to support climate solutions and also to support innovation. Our networks have more than 6,000 practitioners that are actively engaged, many of whom are in Vancouver, and we see that they are making a difference on the ground. And a lot of that energy in our region, in our province, even across Canada, is actually coming from leadership here in Vancouver, and in particular, leadership around climate and sustainability. So innovation takes many people to play a role, and the City of Vancouver has a role in innovation. And that role is really sound policy work, innovative programs, and you have been very effective in that for many, many years. So as some of the other speakers have mentioned, keep up the momentum. Climate change is not getting any easier. It's not getting any cheaper. The affordability crisis is real and very challenging, but taking strong and proactive measures in a sustained way will help our entire community, and we see that happening thanks in great part to the leadership of City of Vancouver. So I encourage you to please continue your investments in climate and sustainability in particular, and Zeke is happy to be your partner, working alongside to help support implementation in the community for all of us and future generations, and also to help support the reconciliation, not only with Indigenous people, but with the environment. So thank you very much, and I encourage you to reconsider this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 18, Sandra Phillips. Sandra, are you on the line there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
My name is Sandra Phillips. I'm the CEO of Modo, and I represent 17,000 Vancouver residents and 620 Vancouver businesses that have been using our cooperative car share service for the past 28 years. I'm speaking in opposition of the 2026 budget as it has been presented today. We share your focus on affordability. Every decision you make touches residents balancing the high cost of housing and daily life in the city. Modo gives people, from seniors to students, families to newcomers, and the businesses that employ them, a way to live and work in Vancouver without the high cost of car ownership. In a budget with no property tax increase, obviously fee adjustments play a larger role. We support that approach in principle, but what concerns us is the magnitude of the proposed jump of the residential car share parking permit from $95 to $115 per vehicle. That is a 21% increase following a 6% increase just last year. For many, car sharing is what makes living and working in Vancouver possible. The average Canadian driver spends over $16,000 a year on a car. Meanwhile, the average Modo member spends about $700 a year on car sharing, choosing instead to walk, bike, or take transit. This increase will directly impact those who need the support the most, including seniors, newcomers, and family. This fee would raise little in the city's overall budget. The signaling effect is large. Modo has 17,000 members in Vancouver, including more than 620 local businesses, with about 3,600 business drivers attached to it, from startups like Job Value to City Hive to organizations such as Canadian Cancer Society. We're also a long-standing partner to developers, providing shared vehicles for 133 buildings that serve more than 14,000 dwelling units. Every shared vehicle supports residents, businesses, and the local economy while making better use of limited city space. As my colleague Amitis Korsandi from EVO has pointed out, research shows that each car share vehicle replaces up to 10 privately owned cars. With 900 motor vehicles in the city of Vancouver, that's roughly 9,000 fewer cars on the road, freeing space for housing, parks, and commerce. Car sharing isn't a luxury. It's smart economics. It helps residents and businesses cut costs, makes better use of land, and reduces the need for expensive new infrastructure. We ask Council to reconsider the magnitude of this increase and find a path forward that treats shared mobility as a practical tool for affordability, business productivity, and efficient land use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speakers numbers 19 and 20 have withdrawn. Speaker number 21, Bryn Davidson.
Hello, I'm Bryn, co-owner at Lane Fab. I am a resident in Vancouver for 25 years. I own a home here. I also have a business property I pay taxes on both of those. I have 20 employees, and we build homes in Vancouver for our community. And coming from that point of view, I want to say that I oppose this budget in the strongest possible terms. The 0% is arbitrary, reckless, and unnecessary. I think it has the potential to break apart decades of hard work that's gone into getting us to where we are today. I believe our planning, sustainability, and arts staff are actually core services. I believe that these are the staff who are the lens through which we project our image onto the world stage. I also believe that they are the fulcrum through which economic development in this city is leveraged. I speak from personal experience. Our business was started in the last financial crisis in 2008, but a swipe of the pen with some good work from the planning staff opened up an entirely new type of development by changing the zoning, and we were able to grow into that potential. We worked over 17 years with sustainability staff, working with them hand in hand to grow our business to create green local jobs. But when I look at the sustainability department in the city of Vancouver, it's not just about environmental work. They are our building innovation group. They cross silos like nobody else. They do the work that doesn't fit easily into any one category. So whether we're talking about single stair buildings or mass timber or prefab, or how do we electrify and get a bunch of electrified buildings onto the existing grid? How do we do low carbon materials? How do we stormwater management? All of these things are things that come through their department in a way that does not fit easily into these other places. So there is a very important role in terms of how that works. When this council asked unanimously for staff to look at single stair buildings, that landed with the sustainability department. When this council asked, how do we do stratified laneway houses? That went to the planning department. And you can't take a million motions and dump them on the planning department and then pull the rug out from underneath. And that's what's happening here. With my business, if I get this tax cut, I save $400, great. What I'd really like is to be able to stratify a laneway house or do a single stair building or create a new industry that our staff's work can unlock. That is what you are taking away here. When I look at this budget, the arbitrary 0%, the way that it's unfolded, what's getting cut, what's getting expanded, it is.
And Britt, I'm sorry, we're at time. I apologize. But thank you for coming in. Speaker number 22, Catherine Harrison.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Harrison. I have been a Vancouver resident for 38 years. I am a political science professor with a focus on climate policy. I urge you to defeat this motion for two reasons. The first is that the approach being taken undermines transparency and thus democratic accountability. The information that has been published clearly anticipates budget and staffing cuts to some units, yet there is no indication of which city services and which programs will be impacted. The least Vancouver voters can ask of our elected city councilors is that they make informed decisions, and that requires knowing the implications for public services of the budget you're voting on. I just don't see that here. My second concern is that in a budget that purports to prioritize public safety, among the deepest cuts are to the Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability Division, which leads implementation of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. In 2021, 117 Vancouver residents died because of the heat dome, more than in any other city in BC. These were our neighbors, many of whom died alone waiting for ambulances that didn't get there in time, waiting hours. They were disproportionately women, seniors, and people with disabilities who lived in buildings without air conditioning in parts of the city with less tree shade. It is likely that every one of those lives lost to extreme heat could have been saved by cooling supplied by an energy-efficient heat pump. Now, if 117 people suddenly died in our city in a 3-day period, in a terrorist attack, an explosion, a huge fire, and it was something that could easily and indeed was expected to happen again, we would be demanding more police, more firefighters, more inspectors. I can't imagine we'd contemplate cutting the programs that would prevent that outcome from recurring. We should do the same for climate security. Vancouver has been a leader on climate, but the work is far from done. We need to climate secure both new buildings and existing ones, and the latter are trickier. That requires staff to work with the province, to work with the building owners, and to do so with deep knowledge of this city and this community. Municipal climate programs that can reduce greenhouse gas emissions also save lives, and that is also a public safety issue.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 23, David Leonard. David, are you on the line?
Yes, hello.
Please go ahead.
Hi. My name is David Leonard. I'm a resident of Vancouver, parent, teacher, and homeowner. I would like to speak in strong opposition to this proposed budget for a myriad of reasons. First, on face value, a 0% increase that doesn't match inflation is by default, it's a cut. The other factor is just the way this is being done, the lack of transparency, the lack of line by line telling us what is going to be cut. I find it baffling that I've had to hear from news articles what is proposed to be cut, and that we're going to have to just wait and see. Seems like a backwards process to me, very short-sighted. I also find the messaging on this very concerning. The zero means zero, getting repeated and repeated. That makes it feel like there's no room for it to change, that your mind is made up, that me talking right now, I'm wasting my time. And I spoke with many of the people who I kind of expect at this point to support this budget, and that's just not what my impression was at the time. I feel like some of you can do better. I really hope that you can reconsider. I had a friend who was explaining this to, and they don't follow local politics too much. And I explained it in these terms. I said, if someone offered you that you're shopping around for extended medical coverage, and somebody told you, oh, hey, we can get you a cheaper one here, substantially cheaper, but we won't let you look at what's different from your current coverage. Who would take that? Who would say, yes, cheaper, let's go. I want to know the impacts of what these cuts are going to do. And having the budget go through before knowing what's going to happen, I just find it so bafflingly bad, like just awful governance. I'm heartened by the amount of support that the opposition to this has, over 600 speakers. I hope you all are buckled in for a long few days. I hope to hear more citizens speaking out against this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is Secure Sulman. Secure, are you on the line there?
My name is Zakir Suleiman. I was born and raised in East Vancouver, and I'm in opposition to this budget. I'm calling today because I cannot be silent when a government decides to be this reckless with public services. As some councillors are fond of saying, there's been some misinformation being spread about this budget, much of it by members of this council. Of course, it's not your fault. You don't even know what you're planning to cut in this budget. That's because the budget you will be voting on does not have line-level information about what will be cut. It strikes me as a bit odd that people would honestly claim to understand the impact of a budget without knowing what is in the budget. So who benefits from this budget? According to the mayor, the people who will see a benefit are homeowners. So let's do some math. With a 0% property tax increase, the average homeowner will save between $5 and $20 a month. To achieve this, the budget proposes $93 million in cuts to arts, culture, climate change programs, homelessness services, social housing, programs for families, and increased user fees for community centers. Now, some councillors will claim that these are not cuts, that there will be no reductions in services, and in saying that, you show how little regard you have for voters' intelligence. When you cut millions of dollars from a budget, we will either lose services or pay more for them. This is how budgets work. You can ask Mayor Sim, who is a CPA. So if we're going to do that, I think we as taxpayers should know what we're getting in return. The benefit of this budget is $20 a month to homeowners. $20 a month. My friends rely on baby programming at community centers to meet other parents and have support in being new parents. I'm not a parent, but I would pay $20 a month to have new families build a support network in this city. So many people I know are artists who have to work 3 jobs at a chance to create anything. This budget proposes $6 million in cuts to arts and culture. I would pay $20 a month to have artists be able to create in this city. 117 people died in a heat dome, most of them seniors. I would pay $20 a month to have climate adaptation programs that protect our elders. But it's not about me. Over 600 people have signed up to speak to this budget. The vast majority of them, just like the thousands who answered the budget survey, all agree we would pay $20 a month for the public services we all collectively rely on in this city. That's because we care about our neighbors. We care about renters, homeowners, and homeless alike. We want this to be a city that we can afford to live in, to make art in, to have a family in, to grow old in. This budget does not achieve that. The only people who actually benefit from this budget are the ultra-rich and the ABC councillors running for re-election. That is not misinformation, that is a fact.
Sorry to stop you for a sec.
We are learning that in order to fight for Vancouver, we need to show up for each other. Today is one example of that, and there will be many more until next year. We encourage you to reconsider this budget. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, and by the way, I did stop your timer when I interrupted there. I just wanted to highlight the fact that if all the speakers online can, if they're going to speak quickly, if they can just slow it down a little bit. We do have a sign interpreter here, and it's hard for them to keep up. And so I want to make sure your message gets across on multiple channels. So with that, the next speaker is Emma Ashby. Emma, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Emma Ashby, and I live in Vancouver. I'm speaking today because I oppose this budget. I'm disappointed at how opaque and anti-democratic the process for the proposed budget is for 2026. It was mentioned numerous times during the question period that there is some misinformation coming around with this year's budget. This is a direct result of the poor quality of information provided to the public by the City of Vancouver. I filled out the survey, and the vast majority of those who responded to the survey opposed cutting services and supported increasing property taxes in order to do this. Instead, we got this zero means zero budget with all these cuts in opposition of the survey feedback and no apparent plan on what these cuts look like. It's not okay to ignore public feedback. The 2024 draft budget was 501 pages, and the 2025 draft budget was at 138 pages. My question to the mayor and council is, why in the face of making these huge cuts, is the 2026 draft budget only 26 pages? The lack of details and itemized lists in this budget is alarming and reeks of corruption. City Manager Donnie Van Dyke is making $450K per year, which, mind you, is more than what Prime Minister Mark Carney makes and can't seem to make a city budget. It sounds to me like instead of laying off city staff, who we depend on, you need to hire a more competent manager. It looks to me like ABC is trying to get away with redirecting money to their political allies, while the majority of Vancouver residents suffer the consequences.
Can we put her on mute for a second,
We
please?
deserve better than
If she's
this.
not going to respond. Sorry, Emma. I'm going to highlight once again that words, tones, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people will not be tolerated in this chamber. And so I would ask you to be respectful in your language, or we will, move on. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am done speaking.
Thank you. And by the way, I will remind all future speakers as well that language words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people in this chamber won't be tolerated, and we will cut you off. Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is speaker number 26, Nathaniel Stanley. Nathaniel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nate Stanley, a concerned resident of the City of Vancouver, and I'm calling in today to ask Council to vote against this budget. I'll start by saying that these cuts to our services are brutal and will be felt across the entirety of Vancouver. Reports in the news that say that close to 400 city staff will be laid off or forced into an early retirement. Parks Board, Equity Office, Sustainability and Climate Department, daycare funding. There's been $18 million in cuts to our childcare services since 2023. Why? These cuts are just the benefit of the ultra-wealthy while hurting the working class of the city. This budget is not the result of fiscal restraint, but rather a concerning and repeated trend of financial mismanagement by the mayor and his ABC councilors. When I see these cuts, I think back to when this council voted to remove or return sources of revenue that already existed. From weakening the empty homes tax to returning SRO conversion fees back to developers, council has given away money it already collected or should have collected. Money that should have been used to save climate adaptation programs, fund community events through the Parks Board, or subsidize our daycare services. The options are endless, and mayor and council did none of them. Millions of dollars were lost or returned that could have been used to support our city services. Services we use, services we need. Now we are in this situation with a non-itemized austerity budget as the mayor and council have ignored their own survey. Their survey shows strong support for increases in property taxes to maintain the current city services. The property tax increase needed to maintain those services. Those service levels are cheap. I'm hearing they'd be around $20 a month, which is an increase much lower than most tenants will see in their yearly rent increase. I also find these cuts strange, as ABC has increased property taxes every other year in office. What's so different about 2025, I wonder? Is there an election next year? I can't keep track of such things. Instead of funding our city services, the working class people of Vancouver just have to suffer through these unprofessional Trumpian cuts. I urge all councillors to vote against this budget. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 27 has withdrawn. Speaker number 28, Akin Coyote.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name's Hawkins Coyote. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling in to speak in opposition. I'm not going to be very specific about the impacts. There's been a lot of speakers, and there will be many more who will address those things. Instead, I want to talk about what this budget means for the future of our city. And to me, if it says one thing, it says that we can no longer do big things in our city. It says we cannot invest because we're scared. It says we're scared to ask the wealthiest in our society to pay $20 more. And really, it says that approving this budget says we no longer have ambition in our city. It says we'll leave leadership to other municipalities that will build housing and do the things that we need for the citizens of our communities. And as a young person, this budget is once again another place where we are transferring wealth from future generations and my generation to the older generations that have already had the opportunity to buy a home and build wealth in our city. So I ask you, please, as a young person in this city, to raise taxes on property owners. Property owners make more money. They have higher wealth than the rest of people in society, including renters like me. And failing to ask them to pay just that little bit more means that the future of our city will not be as bright. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 29, Amanda Mills. Amanda, are you on the line?
Speaker is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 30, Douglas Courtemanche. Sorry, hopefully I pronounced it correctly.
My name is Douglas Courtemanche. I live in Vancouver. I'm a homeowner and I have a small business here. I'm proud to pay my taxes as they help to build the city and society that I want to live in. I understand the existential threats that we and the rest of the world face: climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, social and economic inequality, autocracy, war and militarism, and the hazards of atomic radiation. On my bike ride to City Hall from my home in Dunbar, 45 city blocks, I passed several hundred parked cars, which represents millions of dollars parked at the curb. There's lots of money in the city of Vancouver. I see the garbage being picked up, the recycling being collected, the streets being cleaned of leaves from our amazing tree canopy, and the bags put out for unlimited leaf day. On Friday, I saw a 1-ton sea lion basking on the dog beach at Spanish Banks. That fellow is a harbinger of climate change. Temperatures have warmed enough that for the first time in my 65 years in Vancouver, there's a sea lion on the local beach. I and my fellow citizens support our mayor and council to identify and fund the social and environmental services that keep Vancouver livable. I expect my mayor and council will support the staff who have the expertise, communication and collaboration skills, the ability to both advocate for good policy and manage operations, who research better ways to live, commute, work, and play in our city, and who are professional and ethical in their dealings with the public. It's rumored that to pay for the 0% property tax increase, that the mayor and some councillors will vote to eliminate the Climate and Sustainability Office. I have spoken at this podium twice before, once in favor of adopting the 24-25 updated Climate Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, and once to ask the city to not allow gas heating and hot water hookups in new construction. On both of those occasions, the council did what was best for the citizens of Vancouver, for BC, and for the planet. We are not just individuals trying to save a few dollars. We're part of a community that seeks a better and healthy quality of life for ourselves, our children and grandchildren, and future generations. The future is not just a line item on the budget that can be ignored or deleted. We are all responsible for the future. Vancouver needs to pay attention to its role in shaping the future and needs to fund that. Raising city taxes enough to maintain all services and functions, and importantly, the Climate and Sustainability Office, is ideal. I will happily send in my check. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be present in City Hall and speak to this item on the agenda.
Great. Thank you much. Thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 31 has withdrawn. Speaker number 32, Charles Barber. Charles here? No, is that Charles? No. Okay. Speaker number 33 has withdrawn. Speaker number 34, Jeannie Milligan, or Jenny Milligan. Is Jenny on the line there?
34 is not on the line.
Not on the line, okay. Speaker number 35, Lydia Fleming.
Close. It's Latia, but it's okay. You can't get everyone's. Okay, my name is Latia Fleming, and I'm here. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to speak against this current budget. In a moment when democratic institutions are being tested everywhere, I beg you to consider your role in this city. Many before me have said it, but this budget lacks transparency, and yet council is being asked to vote on it before the details of what cuts will actually look like. As elected officials, it is your responsibility to make decisions with as much information as you can and with the residents, not your budget tagline in mind. This budget presentation and the ensuing questions from council have shown that you do not have the information you need to make this decision. The city manager has essentially asked for your trust and that of the residents of Vancouver, but there has been little effort made to build that trust. We can see this if we look to the 2026 budget survey analysis, which is meant to be a form of engagement with the residents you represent. Since the survey was conducted, I would imagine it was being looked at for some guidance. However, it seems that is not happening. To start, reducing the police budget is in the top 3 recommended ways to reduce the budget by both business and residents who responded. And the vast majority of respondents were in favor of a property tax increase of 5% to maintain service levels. This last point is particularly interesting because it is the language of a city-built survey. The survey says, and staff have said, that a 5% increase in property tax will maintain service levels, which tells us that this whole zero means zero campaign will result in cuts. The city manager said it is not his intention to cut services, but that he can only give you the definitive information about cuts after the budget is passed. Intention is not reality, and the city's intent does not acknowledge the impending negative impacts of passing this budget. As a resident of Vancouver, as a parent who has used multiple devices to try to get swimming lessons only to fail, as a worker invested in a strong, well-supported workforce, and in the interest of a livable future for all Vancouverites, I urge you to vote against this budget and make decisions that support community growth and well-being in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 36, Nicholas Ray.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Ray, and I'm here to strongly oppose this current budget. I'm a renter, just like 55% of residents in Vancouver. Renters are more likely to be low income and struggling, and this budget does nothing to alleviate our financial struggles. My rent went up this year, and it will go up again next year. Homeowners have multiple ways to defer their property taxes, and renters have few. How is it fair that property owners get their property taxes capped when the most vulnerable have their rent go up every year? Zero means zero, but not for renters. And the cost of this zero means zero is that renters like me will get a city that is worse than the year before. A zero means zero budget means that all other fees are going up. It means our already underfunded services get less support. It means less staff at community centers to assist families. It means we build less affordable housing, which means all other housing becomes more expensive. Capping property taxes means that arts and community groups need to cut programs because their costs go up every year and they get less money every year. Zero means zero means continuing the reputation of Vancouver as no fun city. Austerity is not fun. I want to see the city work for me and my fellow renters, and I don't see that in this budget. I don't really see anything in this budget. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and without increased funding, we will continue to see increased building closures. We will see countless canceled events. We will see hundreds of important municipal workers laid off from their jobs. This budget will make our city worse, not better, for the sole reason of giving homeowners a little tax break. This will not be passed on to renters who are more likely to be struggling. This budget is unfair for renters, as well as homeowners who want to see the city continue to offer services to its citizens. This budget makes a sad vision of the city, and it makes me sad. No one asked for this, and I call on councillors to bring forward a budget that increases property taxes so that the city receives the funding it needs to flourish into the future, or at least a budget that is enough to keep it from falling apart. I expect better, and let's do better. Thanks.
Thank you for coming in. Speaker number 37, Theodore Abbott. Is Theodore here? Okay, speaker number 38, Anthony Pack. Anthony, are you on the line? Anthony's not on the line. Speaker number 39, Sean Villiers. Or Villiers. Is Sean on the line? Speaker number 39. Was okay. I thought 37 was the speaker that just, or was that Nicholas Ray? 37, Theodore, are you online?
I am.
Please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks. Thanks. My name is Theodore Abbott. I'm speaking in opposition to this budget. I think that council needs to go back and direct staff to come up with a more transparent budget, but also one that specifically is going to, expand our services and expand spending on our parks and our pools and our community centers. I'm a community center user, and I know that maybe not everyone on council is, regularly using community centers, but let me paint you kind of a portrait. Everything is broken at these places. Half the stuff is falling apart. There's not a single community center in the city of Vancouver that isn't having some kind of, repair done on it at any given time or waiting on repairs. And I think this budget, it doesn't give sufficient funding to our community centers. And I'm also really concerned about perhaps axing the LAP, the Leisure Access Pass. I don't know if that's contained within this budget because of how opaque it is. But in short, I really think that, it's incumbent on council to come up with something better. And I think it's bizarre to me to be spending more money on the VPD, given how much funding they already get relative to other police forces in Canada. So I mean, there's two community centers I use mostly, and one's Templeton and the other's Britannia. And according to Britannia, according to their own figuring, this budget is going to result in about a $600,000 cut. That's based on the figures that they produced, given their review of the budget. So they're being asked to spend less money, so they're going to have to cut staff, which might result in reduced hours. And they're also going to have to increase their fees. And we already have incredibly high fees relative to other municipalities around Vancouver, simply to visit the pool or to go to the gym, which is unacceptable. I mean, this budget, it's already been said, but I'll say it again. This budget is not reflective of the kind of, the veneer that Vancouver has and the reputation that Vancouver has as being, this global hub, this rich globalized city, when our parks and our services are so impoverished. So, I think council, I really think that you folks need to rethink this one. I also think this budget really isn't winning any votes. I don't think that this budget is impressing anyone. And I think by voting for it, you're doing a disservice to the residents of Vancouver. And so come up with something better and fund our parks and don't give the VPD more funding than they already get. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 38, Anthony Pack. Anthony, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Anthony Pack. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I run a local consulting firm called Priapta with deep expertise in a field called embodied carbon, which refers to the emissions of construction materials. I know you are all you're juggling real budget pressures and many priorities. However, with respect, I oppose the proposed cuts. The Planning, Climate, and Sustainability Department faces a 14% reduction, and there are news reports of internal conversations about eliminating the Climate and Sustainability Department altogether. However, we cannot verify any of this because there is no transparent line-by-line budget. You do not have the mandate to cut this group, and this would also have profoundly negative consequences to the environment and also the local economy. 6 years ago, I founded the Carbon Leadership Forum British Columbia hub here to bring together the local industry, the architects, engineers, developers, contractors, and policymakers. Now, Councillor Kirby-Young, you came and spoke at our BC Embodied Carbon Awards a few months ago, and so you've seen firsthand how vibrant the local industry community is, and it's because of our collective experience and expertise that Vancouver is perceived as a North American leader on this front. I've had firsthand conversations with many larger jurisdictions, Boston, New York, California, Washington, and across the country, Toronto, the federal government, also the National Building Code conversations. They've all been referencing the City of Vancouver's innovative work. LEED version 5, the internationally used green building rating system, as well as conversations we've had with like the large tech companies and global real estate portfolios. They all reference City of Vancouver's work. And so some people may think that Vancouver has a very small impact. But the actions of the city don't just impact what happens here, it actually shapes what happens globally. And this also impacts, it drives the economic environment locally here. I know many of the local consultants here, architects, engineers, they're sought after experts, not just in our local region, but globally as well. And this also benefits our manufacturers too. Canada produces some of the lowest carbon concrete, steel, wood, and insulation. And in our current tariff-driven environment, where we're seeking international export markets, for these commodity products, these innovative policies actually help us differentiate ourselves. And also, climate and affordability are not in conflict. We have numerous local case studies on actual projects that show you can reduce emissions with low or even reduced costs due to material efficiency and right sizing, et cetera. So I respectfully ask Council to protect the climate and sustainability function, refrain from the 14% cut on this fund, and publish a clear line-by-line budget before any vote. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Speaker 39, Sean Villiers.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Sean. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
You did better on my name the second time. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sean Villiers. I am a local small business owner who operates and works out of Vancouver. I was recently priced out of Vancouver with the arrival of my second child, but I do intend to return soon, and I really miss living in Vancouver. It wasn't until after I left Vancouver that I realized how much I love this place. I didn't expect to cry when I moved, to cry about the neighborhoods and the people and even stores that I miss, but I did. But what I really miss about Vancouver and why I so desperately want to raise my children there is the soul of this place. I love this city, and I can't imagine living anywhere else again. This budget threatens the soul of Vancouver. It will do damage to our city that will take years to repair. It'll mean less support for climate and disaster mitigation to protect our city and our children against rising sea levels and major climate events. It will mean less support for affordable housing, making it harder for people like me to keep Vancouver home. I'm worried it will mean less support for people who are homeless, poor, or vulnerable. I was particularly disturbed to hear about the Kingsway site where survival sex workers are going to be placed in danger by this budget. If the goal of this budget is to create more affordability, this plan fails at that. If the goal is to maintain our services, this budget fails at that. And if the goal is to get an electoral benefit for one party or another, I'll tell you right now, this budget will fail at that too. This vote is about the soul of our city. It is about who we are as people in Vancouver. It's about who you are as city councilors, fighting for the public interest, one would hope. It's also about who city councilors are as people. It's about character. I strongly urge everyone to vote against this disastrous budget that will bring harm to the city we love. It's not too late to change direction. Please reapproach this and pass a budget that matches Vancouver's values. I mean, please, look inside yourselves. Is this right? No line by line? Less detail than ever? Secret cuts reported in the media? It's not good governance. You're going to damage the city we love. Please, do the right thing. Stop the cuts. Save the city. Please. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and congratulations on your second child. Okay, speaker number 40, Garrick Hache.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right, great. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and my fellow Vancouverite. My name is Garrick Hache. I'm a resident worker and property taxpayer in Vancouver and have been for 13 years. I'm calling to express my disappointment and exasperation with both the proposed 2026 budget and the way that budget was brought forth. It's alarming that councillors are being asked to vote on a vague budget on faith alone. Millions are being cut, and when pressed, staff have admitted that due to inflation and rising costs, even a maintained budget allocation in some areas will effectively be cuts. We're promised that all sorts of items are not being cut or affected, but questions about what will be cut are evaded. Cuts can't come from nowhere. Some capacity will be lost, and the lack of transparency around those losses is deeply disingenuous. This budget is barely more than an executive summary, and as public servants, it would be irresponsible for councillors to vote for a budget, the details of which are not available to them or their constituents. Second, this budget proudly rejects democratic processes. A best practices public engagement survey, normalized by demographic factors, suggested a majority are open to increased taxation in order to maintain service levels. Councillors who don't live in our city may question why the survey didn't produce the responses they wanted to hear, but I don't believe anyone questioned why the survey avoided asking about tax increases beyond 5% to improve city services. Imagine improving city services. That can happen. Well, we know from many self-reports that among the 18% of other respondents whose responses were filed away were people imagining just that. Yet despite indications of a mandate to maintain or improve public services at the cost of a tax hike, the budget goes on without explanation to dangle a misleading 0% tax increase as a carrot for wealthy voters, while cutting services and promising hikes to fees, licenses, and permits that will disproportionately affect vulnerable people and nonprofits. I see direct risks to my own people. Many of my friends are artists or craftspeople who rely on arts and culture programming and community events to make professional and creative connections or to find customers for their work, and many more people benefit from those cultural events in their spaces. Cutting funding while simultaneously hiking fees by over 1,000% in some cases will squeeze Vancouver's art and culture community from both ends. We could have a city that is beautiful and vibrant for the people who live here, but instead this budget chooses a city whose beauty is confined to the tax filings of its wealthiest investors. The mayor and councillors are public servants. They can serve by voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 41, Kayla Zander Nunez. Kayla, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kayla Zander Nunez. I was born and raised in Vancouver, and I am speaking in opposition of this budget. I'm shocked at the undemocratic process that's being used to ram through this budget. I spent my time filling out that city survey, and I do not want cuts to public services. I want the wealthy among us to pay their fair share. I was disgusted to hear the chief of police at the beginning of this meeting make an argument for more officers and visibility, along with AI technology and facial recognition, while crime is going down. And to include in his reasoning that the Vancouver Police Department have had to deal with protests and demonstrations. Protests like the climate demonstration this summer, like the Draw the Line demonstration that called on governments to tax the wealthy, reduce military spending, and demand climate justice? So, rather than listening to the citizens of this city, whether they are politely filling out a form or whether they are taking to the streets, Ken Sim and you, ABC councillors, want to monitor, intimidate, and suppress people like me when we express our needs and hopes for our cities and communities. I think Council has grossly underestimated just how angry this budget has made Vancouverites and how excited we are to get deeply involved in municipal politics in the next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 42, Alex Champagne.
42 is not on the line.
Speaker 43, Harmon Moon.
Thank you. I see my timer's already going?
Nope.
Oh.
Brand new timer.
Thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in Mount Pleasant here in Vancouver. Unfortunately, I don't play the accordion or juggle or dance, so I don't have any fun stunts today. Which makes me feel a little bit out of place because it's hard not to see this entire process as a big stunt. To sum up, over the next 3 days, this council will hear over 600 speakers give their opinions on this budget and then vote 7-4 in favor of it. 7-4. I would put money on that right now if I thought anybody would give me decent odds on it. We might, those 600 of us speaking might hope, but none of us expect to change that outcome. It's a stunt. It's a stunt opposition to a stunt budget because this ABC majority has made it very clear that they intend to hang their hat on zero means zero. ABC's Instagram account is already boasting about it before the budget even passes. So rather than taking governance seriously and deciding on a budget that would address the city's needs, you've already decided to go all in on a bribe to Vancouver's property owners. You've already decided that everyone else will suffer so that the most privileged people in Vancouver will...
did I hear you correct? Did you say bribe?
Excuse me, I will take...
Yeah, no, okay, so I want to be very clear. Let's just stop the timer here right now. These defamatory comments will not be tolerated here.
Okay.
And so, and going forward, I'm just going to cut people off. I have that right as the chair, and there will be no warnings.
Okay.
Okay, this is a place where you can have free speech, but you have to be respectful.
I apologize. Is this the end of my time?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not. The timer's been adjusted, but you're at a minute 41, I believe.
Okay. I apologize again. That was unnecessary. I am disappointed in this budget, as this will be, as you can see. Again, this was, I apologize for my choice of words there, and that was not, called for. I do believe, as I said in the previous, I did come and speak to the zero means zero motion, and I did say at the time that it created sort of perverse incentives in our tax system because it made it much more profitable for somebody to sit on a piece of land on a low-density single-family house rather than try to develop it and do something with it. So this budget continues to encourage that behavior, as well as increasing development permits and things like that. So it is a disappointing budget, and I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Okay, the next speaker we have is speaker number 44, Andrew Jones. Andrew, are you on the line?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Andrew Jones, and I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking today in full opposition to a budget that lacks forethought or transparency. And just to make it brief, we've seen this playbook before, and I'm firmly against using it here. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 45, Michael Peltzer. Michael, are you on the line?
Oh.
Michael, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Michael Peltzer. I'm a resident of Vancouver for about 7-8 years, and I also work for the Parks Board for the last 4. These job cuts that we were told about a couple weeks ago are very concerning, especially with the massive lack of transparency over what jobs are going to be cut. Regardless of reassurances from management, it has still not given us any confidence that people in my department or other departments are going to be safe, especially with it being about 400 people, which is apparently about 3% of the Parks Board. So yeah, nobody knows if their job is safe, and the lack of clear answers are quite concerning, especially so considering that one of the last major sticking points of our last contract negotiation was over job security, which seems to not really matter now at this point. It seems that the city will find any ways they can to cut jobs, even when there's language in our contract that supposedly keeps our jobs safe. The way it was framed to the media that the Park Board is receiving an increase in spending is completely dishonest and disingenuous, in my opinion. I have family back home who just see stories on the news of this budget, and they saw that the Parks Board is getting a budget increase, and yet they're asking me why I could be facing job cuts in the new year. Cutting any public service is going to negatively affect everybody's livelihood, all the way from the people who work, maintain, and provide these services to the people who rely on these public services, such as community centers, to function in the city. The city's own survey that they put out showed a very clear opinion that people do not want their public services to be slashed in order to achieve a 0% property tax increase. These jobs would create a stressful working environment, as morale has already taken a hit from the announcement of these job cuts alone. I strongly urge Council to vote against this budget plan and to work on a plan that does not cause any harm to the people who work for the city, nor for the people who directly benefit from the many public services that we provide as a city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 46, Bradley Watson.
46 is not on the line.
Speaker number 47, Margaret Nan Gregory.
Greetings, my name is Nan Gregory. I'm here to speak against your proposed budget and your freeze on property taxes. I live in West Point Grey and I own my own home. Every year I get richer through no effort or merit of my own, because every year the equity in my house increases. I believe that it is my privilege, my honor, and my moral duty to pass on some of that unearned wealth to those less fortunate than I. I don't have a large income. If I didn't own my own house, I'd not be able to afford living here. An across-the-board property tax increase would mean much more proportionately to me than to some people's wealthier friends and supporters, and still I would willingly pay it if it went for social and community services and infrastructure that benefit others as well as myself. But as it is now, the less wealthy who use public services will be paying for their upkeep through increased user fees, and those who are just getting along now and can't afford the increases will go without altogether, while the untaxed, enormously wealthy continue to enjoy their own private luxuries. Here's what I like. I like going to a clean beach, a clean public washroom, well-maintained community centers and swimming pools, programs that aren't overfull, gyms not overcrowded, libraries adequately funded. I like public transit that functions well. I like social programs that support those in need. I like the big trees that meet over my street. I want to see people of all incomes equally enjoying those things. Here's what I don't like. Budgets like this one which benefit the rich at the expense of the poor. I don't like my streets made safe at the expense of freedom of the press. And I don't like the growing power and influence of the police. I'm frightened of them, and I don't like them acting on the streets as if they own the city. Do they? I see the city I love disappearing under your auspices. View corridors, distinctive neighborhoods, street life, wild parks, flourishing arts community, job security and livable income for city workers, co-ops, connections, empathy, going, gone. I'm here to urge you to vote down this budget. You can still get rich enough to enjoy abundance without grinding others down and depriving them of good lives. There's room and wealth enough for all to live decent lives here in Vancouver if those of you on council have the will to make it so. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for coming on in. Speaker number 48, Adriana Cumming Tesche. Sorry, I missed
Teicher, Mr. Speaker.
Hi. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Adriana Cumming Teicher, and I'm a community and union organizer here in Vancouver. And I am speaking today to oppose the draft budget as put forward and to urge Council, in words as strong as I may so convey as bound by rules of decorum, to reject this budget. To begin today, I ask that those responsible for the creation of this budget to take ownership of the consequences of their decisions. You promised zero means zero. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of economics understands that the money you funneled into tax breaks for the wealthy come from somewhere. And in this budget, this money is coming from the pockets of working people in this city. As we all well know, much of Vancouver cannot take an unspecified amount of time to connect at City Hall. They cannot take time off work, time away from their kids, time away from maintaining their basic aspects of survival. We have Vancouver residents in our streets, our hospitals, our shelters, our schools, and our homes that cannot speak to you today. But while they cannot, I can. And I can stand here and tell you that the child growing up in a smog-filled city will remember your abandoning of the city's climate pledges. The seniors in our diasporic communities will remember your permitting developers to tear down their homes. The city workers you fire and the city workers who survive these layoffs will remember the insecurity they now face. Our unhoused will have left their blood on your hands. I don't want to live in the city that treats its people this way. I dream of a city where we can afford to live in, to love as our home. I and over 650 community members of this city refuse to allow you to take that dream away from us. It's not too late for you two to join in this dream. Once again, as my final comment, I urge you councillors in the strongest possible language to reject this budget. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for coming in. Speaker number 45, Alexandra Jones. Alexandra, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexandra Jones, and I live in East Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the proposed budget. I'm a homeowner. I'm one of the supermajority of homeowners who told you in the 2026 budget survey that we're willing to see a modest property tax increase if it means protecting the public services our communities depend on. I'm proud to pay my share because I use those services, and I see every day how they make our city better. I take the bus. I swim at the local pool. I visit my neighborhood library. And I see families, elders, and young people doing the same, connecting, learning, and caring for one another. These services are not luxuries. They are what make Vancouver feel like a community, not just a collection of condos and streets. And they are already underfunded. The proposed 0% budget would gut them. It might save a few dollars for the very wealthy, but it will cost the rest of us far more in isolation, hardship, and lost opportunities. That is not good governance, and what's more, it's not worth it. It squanders real wealth, real value at the community level in exchange for a tax cut for those who need it the least. I want to live in a city where ordinary people, kids, seniors, people with disabilities, folks who are struggling, all have what they need to thrive. That's what makes a city strong, resilient, and worth calling home. But it's not too late to change direction. So I urge you, vote against this budget. Choose instead to invest in the people, places, and public services that keep Vancouver vibrant, compassionate, and livable for everyone. That's the kind of city I'm proud to live in, and I hope it's the one you'll stand up for today. Thank you for the time.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 50, Evan Punter Reinhardt.
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm Evan. I am speaking in opposition to this bill and this budget, and I am a resident of East Vancouver. Mayor Sim, you're an entrepreneur. Rosemary Roxell, the nurse next door, would not be possible without your drive and ambition, but also the necessary patience, transparency, and coordination with your employees and the public. This budget has none of that mindset put into it, and in fact, it seems to come from a place of defeat and lack of imagination. The fact that not even ABC councillors know fully what is being cut and to what extent speaks volumes of your trust in your own team. And if Ken Sim respects his own party this way, what about us, the citizenry? Rather than a measured, realistic, and optimistic vision for what we can be in our present and future, you have committed to gutting our city services and infrastructure while cutting off their primary source of revenue, the property tax. Meanwhile, municipal utility fees for the average Vancouverite, half of whom are renters who do not own taxable real estate property, will increase. By drastically cutting funding to public services while directing their responsible departments of government to find increased funding, inevitably average Vancouverites will be emptying their pockets for government even more. Your plan to eliminate the Climate and Sustainability Department will leave Vancouver vulnerable to increasingly prevalent flooding as per our now routine atmospheric rivers. No matter your position on the existence of climate change or its origins therein, everyone can agree that our streets, our homes, and our small businesses should be protected from flooding and insulated from temperature extremes. When asked in your interview with CBC last week why the VPD is receiving such a dramatically outsized share of this budget, you cited Vancouver's recent prevalence of protests, specifically implying the ones relating to Palestine. Mayor Sim, people are protesting here because we see a piece of ourselves reflected in the struggles of others worldwide. In Vancouver, the attitude of us versus them is only going to get worse with this budget. Disproportionately shifting funding towards the police will only erode public trust and respect towards law enforcement even further. If our places of recreation and community building, the maintenance of this city's natural beauty, and services for our families all fall apart from the dramatic funding cuts to our elected Parks Board, civic instability will be all we have left. If this municipal government loses its faith in our continued prosperity, make no mistake, average Vancouverites will stand side by side in opposition. Mayor Sim and ABC, I am disappointed in your acceptance of defeat with this budget and your priority to prepare our law enforcement and wealthy elites to insulate themselves to do battle with average Vancouverites, rather than do their part as holders of power to uplift the city alongside all of us. Councillors, do the patriotic thing. Do the strategically sound thing. Show your voters the same respect and transparency that your mayor denied not just us, but you as well. Let's all band together and keep Vancouver strong, safe, and prosperous for all. That's a balanced government. That's love for this city. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 51 has withdrawn. Speaker number 52, Cecilia Wang.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Your kids are grown up now. They get to decide whether to visit or not on their own terms. No growth can magically attract them back to this city. And what's with the cryptocurrency hype? I get it. If someone has investments in them, that person would naturally want to advertise for it because the way it works is like a pyramid scheme. Do not fall for the sunk cost fallacy. If there are concerns about the bubble bursting, then sell off the virtual assets now. Do not misuse positions of power to support money laundering channels. Also, why did you specifically close the post office in Chinatown and the downtown east side? True austerity is progressive taxation, not tax breaks for the rich. Do you want a resilient society? If so, you need to account for climate and sustainability in the budget. Arts also contribute to community cohesion. The proposed cuts amount to $120 million, while the police already receives $525 million a year. What expertise do the police really have? I hope you consider reallocating the budget with consideration for the people. How much time do I have?
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. Like, what's up with this make Vancouver great again attitude? Right? Don't attach your ego to how much money this city ends up making. Right? You lead by caring about people's real needs and listening to their concerns. It's not about, like, you know, how grand this city can grow, and then your kids will magically, you know, be attracted back, right? It's about who lives here now, right? And I don't know about the cryptocurrency stuff. The coins don't really have any value. Value is produced by people's lives improving, not just a random number, right? Yeah, and the community cohesion with the arts, because otherwise arts they will still get funded, but they just have private funding. And do you really trust the private sector to create community? Yeah, I hope you consider these points.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Speaker number 53, Lalith White.
Speaker 53 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 54, Derek O'Keefe.
Speaker 54 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 55, Jules Feng.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors, and fellow residents. My name is Jules Feng. I'm a second-generation Asian immigrant. I'm a queer and non-binary resident of Vancouver, and I'm here speaking to express my opinion, strongly opposing the proposed 2026 budget. My family moved to Vancouver when I was 6 years old, when my parents began teaching at UBC. We were doing well. I went to Lord Byng Secondary, one of the best schools on the west side of Vancouver, and from a demographic standpoint, we really had it made. But when I was 16, my life fell apart. I was sexually assaulted by someone I trusted. For a long time, I lived in silence. But what saved me, and what truly kept me here, was music. The arts gave me a way to speak when I had no words. They gave me a community. They gave me a reason to keep living. And that's why I'm here today, to oppose the proposed 2026 budget. Earlier today, we kept on hearing that the budget maintains services. But let's be honest, it's not true when inflation is rising, when operating costs are climbing, and hosting events apologies, in public spaces comes with dramatically increased fees, making it harder and harder for artists, nonprofits, and community groups to survive. These services are not being maintained. They're being cut without transparency. Arts and culture, community services, the departments that support creative programs, that fund women's safety and anti-violence initiatives are facing some of the steepest cuts in this budget, and these are the lifelines that hold our city together. This budget is rushed. Thank you. It's reckless. It's not good governance. But I believe it's not too late to change our direction. If you know that this isn't right, please hear my voice. Thank you. Please vote against it. I call on you to please save our city. I believe we do not need to make a living in this world. Just need to make a life that's worth living. Thank you. Thank you.
Jules, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Speaker number 56, Ashley Fair. Is Ashley here?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Ashley Fair. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition of this budget. I thank my fellow speakers, and I had this already written, but thank you so much for what you are sharing with everyone here. Your time and commitment to this cause, the way everyone is showing up, speaks exactly to my main points I'm about to say. I've been proud to live in Vancouver for the last 10 years. Over the last 4 years, I've had the honor of being a lead organizer for a couple queer community sports leagues in the city. One of those leagues has been a recipient of city grants, support that allowed us to expand tournaments, improve accessibility, and reduce the stress that our volunteer-run organization faces. That kind of investment doesn't just build better games, it builds stronger, more connected communities, and that's why I'm deeply concerned about this proposed budget. The police budget continues to grow, while libraries, community centers, and parks are being asked to do more with less. These are the services that bring people together, that make our city safer, healthier, and more equitable. Not through enforcement, but through connection. The city's own budget survey shows what residents and business owners value most: investment in public places, high-quality public services and infrastructure, and addressing how we make the city a place that we can all live and thrive in. These are not luxuries. They are the foundation of a livable city. And yet, the proposed budget does not reflect these priorities. If our concern is public safety, then we need to look at how we create safety instead of reacting to it. The evidence is clear. When local governments invest in community-serving infrastructure, they build communities that take care of each other. Neighbors are engaged in shared spaces, they feel ownership of public places, and they look out for one another. That, in turn, drives crime reduction and stronger safety. One Canadian brief says that municipalities have achieved 50% or more reductions in crime when they leverage social development and preventive measures. In contrast, studies going back as far as the 70s show that simply increasing police patrols offered no measurable change in feelings of safety in the community. If we want safety, which I've heard councillors speak of earlier today, if we want safety, belonging, and resilience, the budget should reflect those investments. When people have access to high-quality public spaces, our beloved libraries, our community centers, our parks, they use them, they stay in them, they form networks of support. And that is a far stronger foundation for safety than policing. I urge you to vote no on this budget. Come back with a budget that reflects what residents and businesses have asked for. Invest in public spaces, not expanded policing. Invest in community care, not surveillance. Invest in the kind of city we can all feel proud to belong to. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 57, Matthew Hay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you. My name is Matthew. I'm a small business owner in the healthcare field and an Oak Ridge resident. I'm here today in opposition to Mayor Sim and ABC's 2026 budget to advance austerity and suffering. Every day I see the strain on the backs of working class Vancouverites. We all feel it. Too many of my patients work so much harder than I to scrape by, and in so much more pain. When costs rise, we lean more heavily on public services, not less. Ken Sim and ABC councillors are telling you they're saving you nickels as they reach into your back pocket and take out a 20 to give to our city's wealthiest. Last month, they rammed through zero means zero, requiring $120 million in cuts. Where's this shortfall going to come from, you ask? Is it laying off up to 400 city staff so that they too can struggle to pay for housing and put food in their children's mouths? Is it shifting the meager savings from said tax freeze right back onto us through increased parking, program fees, and bylaw fines? Maybe it's 12% cuts to arts, culture, and community services that Mayor Sim assured us would be maintained just last month. It's all in there. To the people of this city, Mayor Sim and ABC councillors do not govern on your behalf, and they do not want to make life more affordable for you. We can see the results of their own budget survey. Only 10% of us supported the tax freeze. The most preferred option by far was an increase of 5%. What did we get? A tax freeze and a reduction in service levels. The number one suggested area for reductions was the ballooning police budget. What did we get? An increase of $46 million to the police budget, the largest ever. Can we acknowledge how ridiculous this all is? Mayor Sim, why even seek out public input if your actions are only ever going to be directly at odds with the desires of your constituents? Look at the amount of people coming here to speak in opposition to this budget. These are the people you claim to represent. We are the public saying, we don't want this. Why aren't you listening to us? To the remaining ABC councillors, continuing to bend to the mayor's undemocratic will is just condemning yourselves and all of us to going down with this sinking ship. You still have a narrow window to redeem yourselves and distance yourselves from the disaster of Ken Sim in this budget. You should choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 58, Hans Ulrich Elfert.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Hans Elfert, and I live at Spruce Harbor Marina in Falls Creek, here in Vancouver. I am, of course, strongly opposed to this budget, but rather than focusing on any specifics in this budget, I want to draw your attention to the huge and absurd cognitive dissonance in it. Just a quick explanation of what cognitive dissonance is. It's when everything you see, read, and hear around you clashes with what you believe, or when you hold two completely opposite beliefs in your mind. Drive around and look around you in this city. Haven't you seen the construction and building going on here? The vast majority of it is devoted to manufacturing billions of dollars worth of real estate. How can you claim that this is a poor, destitute city that needs to cut everything except the police? One side effect of all this manufactured real estate is a huge leap in the value of the land they are on, as well as all the land around it. This is naturally the single most important factor in the unaffordability of homes, since the cost of building a home, any home, has only gone up by the rate of inflation, while land values, something you need to build any home on, has gone up by orders of magnitude. Does anyone here really believe they are fully morally entitled to the $1 million they made on the land value of the home they bought here in Vancouver 40 years ago for $50,000 or $60,000? And while we're at it, let's not forget that this land was originally stolen from its original occupants who were unceremoniously driven out. Only the city as a whole should be entitled to benefit from this enormous increase in the value of land. In other words, it should be the basis for a much more substantial part of the city's taxation revenues. We also need to remember that with the rapidly rising population in Vancouver, a static budget actually represents a diminishing budget. The one thing I know you cannot claim is that Vancouver's a poor city that has, for that reason, to cut back on everything that makes it a good city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 59 is Magda Baker. Magda, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead.
Hello? Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Magda Baker, and I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm speaking in opposition to your 0% budget. Vancouver is increasingly only sustainable for the rich and wealthy. This budget is anti-human. Social services being gutted and budget slashes on public services can only exacerbate the suffering under the housing crisis and inflation. These cuts to our services and how we move around the city will be detrimental to a catastrophic degree in many communities around Vancouver. My 62-year-old mother is already financially struggling in this city. What happens when the public library doesn't have enough staff and she needs help printing a resume? Vancouverites deserve honesty and transparency from our municipal government. Vancouverites deserve a municipal government that acts in the people's best interests. I strongly urge for you to vote against this budget, abandon the 0% plan, and make a plan that represents the values of the people of Vancouver, not just the rich. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 60, Sean Norman. Sean, are you on the line? Sean online? Yep. Sean, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Yes, I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 10 years now, and I'm calling to oppose the budget. I did fill out the survey. I filled out most of them, and this is the first time I feel mistrust and I feel ignored by the process. Now I have to call in while I'm working to repeat myself. Arts and cultural events are important to me. I believe they should be affordable for residents and provide a livable wage for artists, as are libraries and community centers and climate preparedness. Very important to me. I read the proposed budget. I looked for what would be cut. All I could find was vague references to efficiencies, and I couldn't find any actual details. So we know there will be cuts, and it will affect the city for years as we try to catch up. I'm standing in solidarity with city staff who will be affected by cuts, potentially job losses. This feels like a purely political move with no actual justification or need right now. We should be improving public services. Even though that wasn't an option on the survey, that's what I would have chosen. And I don't appreciate councillors referring to our concerns sarcastically as the sky is falling. They're real concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 61, Daniel Nicole Cordero. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Hi, it's Jess. Jess.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jess. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jess. I'm 32 years old. I work as a restaurant server. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I've been renting in Vancouver for over a decade. I'm speaking to express my opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. I specifically find issue with the 0% tax increase strategy. I watched the live stream this morning. I didn't hear any evidence on why this 0% tax increase strategy would positively improve my life as a renter, and I believe it's not good for renters. I don't think it's good for anyone that isn't a multimillionaire. It feels like a tactic that's only going to serve the rich, and I'm honestly fed up that I had to listen to the meeting this morning, go around in circles avoiding this point. While some of the people I heard speaking today seem to believe this strategy somehow won't impact the services to the community. I just frankly don't think social support is funded enough as is in the city. I'm speaking today to represent those of us who live paycheck to paycheck, who barely make ends meet, who decided not to have children because of the costs associated, for all my peers who've been forced to move away from Vancouver to raise their families, and for my peers trying to raise a family in the city despite all of this. I'm here speaking to represent those people who rely on the continued focus of our social service programs that keep our livelihood afloat during difficult times. And I frankly don't believe in the assertions made today that avoiding tax increases will somehow magically avoid reducing social services that most of the vulnerable people in our communities rely on. So the 0% strategy, I believe, will harm most Vancouverites and benefit only the wealthy few percent. Vancouver is in an unaffordability crisis. I'm pleading to the humanity in our city councillors hearing me today, please vote against this budget. I feel this is almost an addiction to a strategy. I'm asking for a step back, a consideration in reshifting focus away from this plan. It feels ungrounded in the needs and wants of your constituents, whom over 600 registered to speak today. Please do not approve this budget. Please abandon the 0% plan and produce a plan that represents the values and people of Vancouver instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Speaker number 62, Megan Milton.
62 is not on the line.
Okay. 63, Liam Patterson Morris.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Liam Patterson Morris. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite who is still here and a public school teacher as well as a brand new first-time father, and I oppose this budget. I can't tell you how proud I am, first, though, that in this historic moment where so many citizens are stepping up to share their opposition for this budget. This austerity budget is horrific governance packaged as a series of devastating blind cuts. These cuts are opposed by Vancouverites who in the budget survey told you so, and in the by-election sent a clear message that was far from anti-taxation. It is disgusting to me that we're really here considering sweeping cuts to public services to pay for a pithy new campaign slogan. If this budget goes ahead, zero means zero will come to be understood as zero foresight, zero transparency, zero leadership, and for far too many of our neighbors, zero hope left for life in this city. It's not a campaign slogan this city wants or can afford. It is striking that this budget is about 10 times shorter and less detailed than any budget in recent memory. The lack of detail obscures from the public where their money is going, the purpose of this being the vain political hope that after the budget cuts, the actual budget cuts, decisions are made by the mayor's hastily hand-picked city manager, that Vancouverites won't know who to blame for this. Those who support this budget must believe that when climate resilience planning disappears and cuts to cooling stations in an era of heat domes transforms your neighbor into yet another excess death, that when no one wants to work for this city because you won't pay them a living wage and your garbage collection is reduced and your local park is privatized, that when your community plan no longer has public consultation and our city's reconciliation responsibilities start to be framed as a luxury, that when the community center programs price us out and your kids can't get into childcare, that when all these services go away and we are left waiting for the billionaire class to snap up the rest of the assets that this council swore they would hold in trust for us, well then the hope of those who support this budget must be that we won't remember who made the decisions that led to this. But it's not like the people of Vancouver haven't been down this road before. The only person in this city with any excuse to think austerity politics in City Hall is promising is my 3-month-old daughter, and only because she hasn't been through the cycle yet. But she will when the 18% price hike for programs that this budget relies on means that our family has to choose between her baby singing program, her mother's postpartum fitness class, and our rent. I believe it can go another way. I want this council to reckon with the realities of these cuts, line by line, street by street, alley by alley, person by person in this city, before you bring a proposal to us again. Detailed budget in hand, if you still believe it's the right thing to cut yet another pound of flesh off the public trust, then I want you to say it with your chest to the people of this city. The budget you consider today is despicable, cowardly, anti-democratic, and downright incompetent governance. Vancouverites deserve better from their leaders. The people of this city will remember your vote on this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 64, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. It's Dr. Tiyet Tanat Cecilia Weiss.
64 is not on the line.
Speaker number 65, Suzanne Biggs.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, thank you all for your time. I'm speaking in opposition to this budget. With the greatest respect to council, you need to fix this. The budget is grotesquely problematic and promises to damage Vancouver, our reputation, and anyone with a shred of decency. The budget itself stridently serves the super rich. A 0% tax increase means the richest property owners will get a break, while everyone else will get a laundry list of problems. Gutted climate programs, gutted equity office, deep cuts to arts funding and public services, meaning increased fees at pools, community centers, reduced library hours, reduced supports for the most vulnerable among us, like women fleeing violence. This budget is a gross overreach on behalf of the wealthiest among us at the expense of the rest of us. Our community centers are already falling apart. Just a few days ago, a chunk of concrete fell from the ceiling at the Vancouver Aquatic Center while swimmers were in the pool. How much worse are community services supposed to get? Beyond the moral reasons, the budget is undemocratic. As many have mentioned, the complete lack of mandate for this budget was established in a 2026 budget survey where an overwhelming majority, 70%, voted for tax increases. Yet the budget draft only reflects the outlying respondents, a mere 10%, who voted for no increase, and fails to even attempt to compromise with something in the middle, not necessarily the 5% the majority wanted, but even anything 1, 2, 3%. The budget is flippant and steadfast in serving the minority at the expense of everyone else. The budget would not only have disastrous effects, but it's also abhorrent the manner in which it has presented, which is very disrespectful and problematic. There are questions about why the budget is only a tiny fraction of the size of previous budgets, less than 10% of the size it should be at 23 pages instead of estimated 270. Line-by-line budgeting was something that Ken Sim had promised, and instead the budget is cryptically opaque, providing fewer details than ever before, and essentially asking for a blank check. That's not what democracy is. It's not what people do who respect democracy. Like others have said, it's not good governance, and it's deeply disingenuous. Lastly, a budget that proposes massive cuts to public services while increasing funding for police shows misplaced priorities and a dark eagerness to punish without the willingness to even care first. We're still waiting on the 100 nurses Ken Sim promised years ago, which never emerged. So again, with the greatest respect, you need to fix this. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 66, Kay Metchi. Kay, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi. Please
Yes,
go.
can you
Please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, Council. My name is Kay Mechi. I'm a resident of East Vancouver, a mother of a toddler. I work in the film industry, and maybe most importantly to ABC councillors, I'm a homeowner. I'm someone who should be ecstatic about the zero tax increase, but I'm appalled by the disrespect from this council on what Vancouver residents want. Community centers, libraries, and parks have been a lifeline for me as a first-time mom. I'm deeply concerned with this opaque budget and the spinning of language to pretend that community center services won't be cut. Yes, of course it would be nice to not have to pay so much in taxes, but your zero means zero policy doesn't save my family any money. It doesn't save my friends who rent any money. You're just going to be finding other ways to give us the bill. And I doubt the millionaires whose property taxes would actually be highly affected by a 2 to 5% increase are swimming with their kids at Hillcrest or Britannia. You want to actually help my family? Commit to building more daycare spaces. Get moving on building more schools. You want to keep my family safe? I can tell you there are more ways than just handing the BPD another $50 million. The continued decrease of services for our homeless and the exponential increase to the BPD budget does not keep me safe. It only further criminalizes the most vulnerable in our society. And I don't want my words to be misconstrued. I know that the police do important and often emotionally and physically taxing jobs, but to think that they should be exempt from any financial audit is ridiculous. And a heavy police presence is not the only method to make a safe and healthy community. We need places where people can go and safely express themselves, where people can meet friends, where people can create for their community. That's the way to reduce crime, by making people feel proud and connected to their land that we call home. You want to help my family and others like me? Don't make me pay every time I need to drive to a park. Stop secretly privatizing our public spaces. Approve more co-ops so my friends can afford stable housing that they can call their own. And fund the arts and not just police. Fund faces and services and staff that make people feel proud to live in this city. The 0% tax increase does not benefit me. And let's be clear, I would have happily paid an increase to maintain services for all. This policy only helps the wealthy with multi-million-dollar homes. Pretending you're doing this to help affordability is not just a clear election year gimmick, it is just another example of poor governance. We all know how this vote is going to go, but I really, really hope Council will actually listen to the 600 plus people calling in and telling you they are not happy with this. This budget is a failure. It fails to make life more affordable, it fails to improve services for your people, and it fails to get you those votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 67, Lamont Cantwell.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lamont Cantwell. I'm 34 years old, and I've worked for the City of Vancouver in several departments, including parks, arboriculture, and sanitation. I've seen firsthand the impact of past budget cuts, gardeners now expected to maintain the same areas that once required entire crews, and staff across departments left overwhelmed and unable to catch up with mounting work. If we approve a budget without clarity on where cuts will fall, we're sending a message to both citizens and city workers that Vancouver no longer works for the people who keep it running, but for the few who own multiple properties. In a city facing a housing crisis, this approach tells workers and residents alike that their well-being is secondary to the interest of landowners. We are the one who makes the city worth living in. The budget should reflect that commitment. If you vote yes on this budget, I can guarantee you will be remembered when the next election comes, and based on the public turnout and overwhelming lack of support, I highly urge, for your own best interests and the citizens of Vancouver, to vote against this budget plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 68, Amanda Steiner.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Hi, so my name is Amanda Steiner. I'm a resident of downtown Vancouver, and I oppose the proposed budget. Thanks for this opportunity to make my voice heard. My husband and I are from Montreal, and we moved to Vancouver over the summer. We've traveled all over the world and have never experienced anything like the city of Vancouver's proximity to nature, the urban tree canopy, the expansive parks, the plentiful community centers, and incredible libraries, all of which are brought to us by dedicated city employees who have to do more with less every year. It's a blessing and a privilege to live here. I acknowledge that I'm yet another settler on unceded lands, and it is my firm belief that the least people like me can do is take care of one another and the nature that surrounds us. This budget proposal is in opposition to my personal beliefs, but also documented public feedback that is not being taken seriously. At the time of the 2025 by-election results, Mayor Kim, you said, quote, "The reality is we listen to the residents of Vancouver every single day. There are enough of them that they're not necessarily happy with everything that's going on, and we're going to take a really hard look at ourselves," end quote. Based on the information available to me, it does not appear that you have learned any lessons nor had any intention of meaningfully incorporating public feedback into this proposal. Earlier today, Councillor Montague questioned the budget survey methodology and appeared to imply there may have been some targeted campaign to fudge the findings. If the results threw ABC for a loop, it is because you are out of touch. You heard directly from homeowners today who would welcome a property tax increase if it meant they and their community can continue to rely on services that are already underfunded. In an interview with CBC's This is Vancouver podcast, journalist Justin McElroy pointed out that the survey results showed that most residents were in favor of a property tax increase if it meant maintaining or improving current services. In response, Mayor Sim, you said in part, quote, "Yes, there is a data point where some individuals wouldn't mind seeing an increase, and there's a whole bunch of other people who are struggling that didn't fill out the survey," end quote. So from where is ABC getting the idea that they have a mandate to pursue a 0% property tax increase if not from public survey feedback? Who are they listening to? Am I supposed to believe that the party of Chip Wilson Day cares about the little guy? Vancouver homeowners are sitting on investments with massive year-over-year earning potential, and yet, in this proposed budget, all Vancouver residents will end up subsidizing the unsustainably low residential property taxes of wealthy homeowners by paying even more for recreation and other services, which are already on the high end, as someone mentioned earlier today. I didn't catch their name. So let's face it, Vancouver is an extremely desirable place to live, and if you own a multi-million-dollar property, it is your duty as a human being in a functioning society to pay your share. We all benefit from well-funded parks, pools, libraries, healthcare, climate and sustainability initiatives, transit, and more. I acknowledge that we have problems that can't be fixed by municipal governance. I also acknowledge that the city is dealing with a deficit. Kicking the can on property tax increases and throwing more money at the police is not the way to solve it. Green spaces and other third places like community centers and libraries are crucial to community well-being and cohesion and have been shown to reduce crime organically by reducing social isolation and improving mental health outcomes. This proposal is short-sighted, irresponsible, and antithetical to the City of Vancouver's mission, which is, quote...
We're at time. Thank you, Amanda. Speaker number 69, John Scott.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sorry. I'm going to put you on pause for 1 sec, John. Yes. Yeah, sorry. Just a reminder to all speakers, if you tend to speak a little faster, if you can slow it down, we do have sign interpretation services here, and it's hard to keep up. So with that, John, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is John Scott. I'm a 20-year resident of Vancouver, property owner, and I'm strongly opposed to this budget on both substantive and procedural grounds. I participated in the city's own Budget 2026 survey and expressed my support for a modest 5% property tax increase, which itself would barely keep pace with rising costs. It's an average increase of a couple of $100 for most people. The survey shows that almost half the city's residents and over a third of the business owners agree with me. Another full quarter of respondents support a tax increase at a lower level. Only 1/10 like the idea of no tax increase at all, and the drastic cuts and reductions of services that would bring. And I'm astounded at one of your ABC councilors this morning calling these facts basically fake news like someone else we know. And the mayor sort of saying, well, this doesn't include everybody because some people didn't fill out the survey. So we know what people want, and what does the city government and its new city manager, who is compensated at close to $500,000 yearly, choose to do, given the clear wishes of the people? A budget of zero. Cuts everywhere. Well, cuts almost everywhere, except for the most bloated and completely unaudited police force by far in all of Canada. In my 2 decades here, I've watched the police budget go up at a far greater rate than inflation. It's gone up $150 million just in the past 3 years under this administration, and scheduled for another $50 million in the new budget. How do we get here? Just like the country to the south of us, by politicians lying to us. Despite crime rates going downward, it's a sure way to get votes if you tell people it's increasing. And so be afraid and throw more money at the police. Meanwhile, despite your claims to the contrary, we're going to face further cuts in services in our libraries, parks, community centers, because their costs, beyond their control, are going up and the city won't even keep pace. And all the areas the city won't even speak about, planning, urban design, sustainability, and so much more. You can deny science all you want, but over the next decade, we're going to see dramatic effects from climate change that will make hundreds of deaths in the heat dome a few years ago look trivial. And this budget instead runs the other way, proclaiming that we're going to be even less prepared. But we really don't even know the details because the city is spitting out a bare-bones outline, asking for council's approval and merely saying, trust us, we know what we're doing. Instead of Mr. Sims' promise to produce detailed budget proposals prior to council voting. What you're doing, in addition to severely taking a wrecking ball to anything that makes Vancouver livable, is to also create massive opposition to your policies in the next election, less than a year away, in which hopefully the parties who actually care about people will show you a united front to defeat you. My cynical side says you already know that the year will be your last in these seats. You might as well go for broke, grab everything you can for developers, for the police, for your rich buddies.
And John, I'm sorry, we're at time, but thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 70 has withdrawn. Speaker number 71 has withdrawn. Speaker number 72 is Marina Thompson.
Speaker 72 is not on the line.
Is that her? Is that Marina? No. Speaker number 3, Jamie Robinson.
Speaker 73 is not on the line.
Speaker number 74, Alan Crichton Kelly.
74 is not on the line.
Speaker number 75, Richard Campbell.
75 is not on the line.
Speaker number 76, Liz Bell.
76 is not on the line.
Speaker number 77 is withdrawn. Speaker number 78, Ashaya Kastner.
Yes, I'm here on the line.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Ashaya Kastner. I'm calling in to oppose the 2026 budget. I'm a resident of Vancouver for the past over 10 years. I've been renting that whole time. I'm a mom, a teacher, a doula, and a shared housing facilitator. I want to acknowledge that we're having this conversation on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. And I've heard some talk today from council earlier in the day about public safety and about police budgets and cutting Parks and Recreation Board budgets. And I was absolutely floored and disgusted when I heard in a very little polite announcement that an efficiency idea for finding some money is to remove changing tables for babies from public spaces where there's been more vandalism, and removing feminine hygiene products from these spaces because it costs too much money to maintain them, and that this is where our budget cuts are going to come from so that the wealthiest among us don't have to pay what is just a tip for them at the end of the night after an expensive meal with their friends, like $100, And I'm wondering, does this council care about women and children? Out of all of the lack of transparency in this budget, we've been provided with some minimal details of what might be coming. And what might be coming is cuts to resources for the most vulnerable and the most important among us, which is our mothers and our babies. And that we're going to cut these things in the places where we need them the most, where we have higher rates of vandalism, where things are dirtier, and where parents and children need a space that is clean and well lit and well resourced with comfortable spaces to sit and with products available for the care of our children, our children. These are all our children. Every child amongst us here in Vancouver matters. We are a global city. I heard a Palestinian man speak earlier and say that he doesn't feel safe among us in some ways because of policies of this council. I'm a Jewish woman, and I feel very sad to hear that.
Please, thank you. Speaker number 79, Penny Crawford.
Speaker 79 is not on the line.
Speaker number 80, Victoria Fritz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hello, my name is Victoria Fritz. I live and rent in East Vancouver, and I'm disabled. I oppose this budget. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to the residents of the city who you work for, and especially to allow people like me to call in when being there in person would be near impossible. I watched the presentation this morning and the questions about specifics, which were met with, not sure, we have to see, we'll find efficiencies, and we'll soon know. This budget is basically, trust me, bro, I swear. A 0% property tax increase after city services suggested 7% was needed to maintain the current level, offered as a way to help with residents' affordability, feels like a joke. Almost every landlord, including mine, will raise rent to the maximum allowed each year, regardless of their property taxes. So this budget will actually make things more expensive for people like me. increased costs for parking, community center fees, and the loss of jobs for the working class. Earlier, there was talk of police morale. Well, what about the morale of the residents, librarians, artists, park staff, and disabled and elderly residents? Improving the morale of the city, you should improve the lives of the residents with more tree canopies, cooling and warming centers, more public trash cans around town, more social services, more arts and cultures programs, better and cleaner parks facilities, well-funded libraries, lower parking costs, better infrastructure, better roads and sidewalks, affordable housing and below-market housing, co-ops, medium-density housing, help and support for homeless people instead of heartless sweeps moving people with nowhere else to go. Vancouver has a reputation for being no-fun city and has a loneliness problem. Third spaces like community centers, libraries, parks, ice rinks, skate parks, gyms, and pools make this place better. I also will ask that Council please learn to work with the Parks Board instead of against. One of the best parts of our city is the beautiful parks, and they deserve our support. Thank you very much for listening.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 81, Laura Stannard.
Mayor Sim and ABC councillors, I oppose this budget and find it an arrogant insult to voters. My husband and I are retired seniors and West Side property owners with an annual household income of $50,000. Every year, our property increases in value that we will one day benefit from. With our income, we rely on public services. I already feel like I swim in a rat race at Hillcrest. We don't belong to any private clubs or gyms. My favorite place in Vancouver is the downtown public library. We want our property taxes and their annual increases, even more than 5%, to support the people who are really struggling in Vancouver. Mayor Sim, most people standing in food bank lines do not pay property taxes themselves. If they are lucky enough to rent a Vancouver apartment, property taxes are factored into their annual rent increases. And if you think that landlords will lower their 2026 rent increases because of your zero tax increase, I've got a bridge to sell you just down the street. Claiming on public radio that the zero property tax will help those people, it was appallingly disingenuous. I want my property taxes to increase and support city services and initiatives like the Climate and Sustainability Department and the Equity Office. I don't want a 12% cut to arts and culture, no matter what you say, funding. I don't want nonprofits in Vancouver to lose funding. Claiming that you are actually increasing budgets while you ignore rising inflation and rising populations is another insult to our intelligence. Freezing property tax increases hurts those of us who don't move in the circles of private clubs, private schools, and nannies. The cuts you will make will hurt us more than you. That is not democratic governance. I oppose this budget. I am disgusted by your party's Trumpian tactics. If you pass it, next year you will discover Vancouver voters are not as stupid as American voters.
Well,
thank you.
And thank you. Okay, speaker number 82, Margaret Scott.
Speaker 82 is not on the line.
Speaker number 83, Jordan Bowers.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 84, Adele Veronique Barclay.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 85, Edwin Guerra.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 86, Connie Valerie Hubbs.
Not on the line.
Speaker number 87, Juliet.
Not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 88 has withdrawn. Speaker number 89, Gregory Cully.
Hello, Mayor Sim and Council. I'll keep this brief. I oppose this budget. I'm a homeowner in Mount Pleasant and believe that any savings from freezing property tax increases won't be able to cover the necessary services that a city is able to provide to its constituents. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 90, Boris Mastorik.
Speaker 90 not on the line.
Speaker number 91, Pietro Samarco.
I'm here.
Hi, please
Hello?
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Pietro. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I urge you to vote against the proposed budget. I work in the cultural sector, teaching and organizing community programs that are focused on encouraging public life. I'm a father, and I look after my kids and my kids' friends. We use city pools, parks, libraries every week. We use childcare every day. I'm just standing outside my childcare right now. We worry about the current climate emergency. We long to connect with local Indigenous knowledge. And to be honest, I'm well off enough to scrape by if needed. We have enough extended family support that my family could just ignore ABC's proposed destruction of our public life, and my family would still get by. But I want a city that serves all, a city that has a soul, a city in which I can meet people who are different from me and learn and experience new things. So I'm not speaking today only on my own individual financial interest. I'm speaking in response to what I believe would make a good city and a fulfilling city for everyone. It's not simply one that I can afford to live in, but one I can share with my neighbors. In your roles as councillors enacting good governance, you have a duty to act beyond your own private interest and on behalf of everyone who lives here, not just the very rich, not just the 100 individuals with a net worth of over $1 million who make up only 1% of our population. Our city faces many problems, the root cause of which stems from inequality. We want a government that is responsible to more than just that 1%. And so good governance means reducing the inequality, not further producing the inequality, diverting funds from spectacles like FIFA, and I say that as a soccer coach, diverting funds from Vancouver Police, to whom we've been giving $500 million each year. Imagine instead if we spent that $500 million that we give to the police, we spent a portion of that even on libraries, parks, pools, childcare, how much more accessible and awesome they could be, how much safer we would be if we diverted $500 million from police to climate preparedness. More cops on the streets does not make us safe. I feel less safe when I see VPD sweeping the homeless or brandishing weapons in the face of democratic protests. And again, I'm speaking as someone living in relative stability in the city, and if I feel that abundant police presence increases my fear and insecurity, then my sisters and brothers in more precarious conditions are really living that insecurity at the hands of police every day. If our city is welcoming and inclusive, it fosters a sense of belonging and opportunity, which are crucial for reducing crime and creating a safe environment. Cities that invest in public services, community engagement, inclusive design, actively reduce crime rates and increase quality of life for all residents. So I strongly urge you to vote against this opaque draft of a budget. How could you anyways when there are no details despite Ken Sim promising a line-by-line process?
I'm sorry, Pietro, we're out of time.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Speaker number 92, Raphael Weisgerber.
Speaker 92 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 93, Pia Yana Massey.
93 is not on the line.
Speaker number 94, Ellen Kibble.
Yeah, hi.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Mayor Sim and ABC councilors, my name is Ellen Kibble and I live in Vancouver. I have been privileged to call this city home for 15 years, almost half my life, and it's my love for this city that compels me to speak today. I'm angry, yes, that ABC would deliver such an opaque budget, but I'm also afraid. I'm afraid that the city that I live in and have contributed to for 15 years is becoming increasingly unlivable for myself and for so many others. This budget is further evidence of the disregard for every person working to improve environmental outcomes, affordability, and living conditions for the 1 in 3 workers in the city who do not earn a living wage. I'm afraid to live in a city where the municipal governance body does not see this as a failure of leadership. Like most Vancouverites, I rely on public services and amenities to commute, to recreate, to connect with my community, among so many other things.
The lack of transparency around this budget is not only an insult to our intelligence, it directly contradicts one of ABC's election promises to deliver line-by-line budgets. Given that we've received more information about the budget from whistleblowers than we have from the budget itself, it would be irresponsible for councillors to pass it. I will also note, and I am sure that city councillors are aware, that maintaining budget line items in an environment of rapidly rising costs does in fact equal a cut. The claim that community and arts and culture grants funding is staying the same is not as comforting as you seem to think it is. Cuts to services and budgeting that falls below the need for reliable service will impact the lives of ordinary residents regardless of age, gender, or ethnic background, but they will almost certainly disproportionately affect poor and working class Vancouverites. In truth, we really can't say how this budget will affect public services and amenities because it's alarmingly short on details. This is why I'm urging all councillors to oppose the budget and go back to the drawing board. Vancouver deserves better, and we're relying on you to protect us. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 95, David Knights Cowling. David, are you on the line? Clerk, is speaker number 95 on the line?
Speaker 95, are you on the line?
Sorry.
$95 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay. Speaker number 96 has withdrawn. Speaker number 97, Usman Mushtaq. Is Usman there?
97 is not on the line.
Speaker 98, Natalie Lindgren.
Hello, yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, Mayor Sim. Thank you for having me on today. I'm addressing ABC councillors directly as a Vancouver resident and a renter. I really don't see how this budget is going to make life more affordable for renters, and it's not fair to propose a budget based on cuts while you increase the VPD's budget by $50 million. That $50 million can fund good jobs, affordable housing, programs, parks, and services. I cannot support an austerity budget for the hardworking people who struggle every day in this city. I am opposed to this budget. If the VPD cannot manage their current allocated funds, maybe they should be audited and examined like you would expect of any other group. The lack of transparency exemplified by the absence of a line-by-line breakdown makes you really worried about major jobs and program loss. This is not a proper plan. The budget lays out cuts, yet ABC in particular is reluctant to admit that that's what they are. They're reluctant to admit that these are going to have real negative consequences. You voted against reasonable amendments, acted against the data collected from your own consultation, and increasingly make me feel like you are acting on your own personal agendas. This doesn't feel genuine or democratic, and I really don't believe that you needed 600 plus of us to come here and present these concepts to you. People's lives are in your hands. Please think beyond your own self-interest and vote in opposition to this budget. We will not forget your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 99 has withdrawn. And speaker number 100, Shauna Cook.
100 is not on the line.
Speaker number 101, Revi Ondrak.
101 is not on the line.
Speaker number 102 has withdrawn. Speaker number 103, Tom Sanborn.
103 is not on the line.
Speaker number 104, Emily Jorgens.
Hi, this is Emily.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Emily. I am a healthcare worker, a homeowner, a new parent, and a resident of Vancouver. I am in opposition to this budget proposal. As many have described, the proposal is bad work. It hides cuts to services, fails to itemize key changes, and quietly eliminates important city jobs, while at the same time allowing our police budget to grow without any scrutiny. The city's own survey showed residents, specifically homeowners, would rather pay a small property tax increase than lose services, and I will echo another speaker's point here, encouraging you to respect the evidence of your own valid consultation. I will also echo that these public services, libraries, community centers, and their programs are lifelines to new parents. We are asking to pay for these important services, and our wishes as Vancouver residents are being declined. So I would like to know who you are representing with this plan, because it certainly does not seem to be the people who live and work here. This proposal comes across not like responsible budgeting. It is protecting appearances instead of the city's future and does not represent transparency or good governance. I urge you to think of the people you've heard today, the Vancouverites you represent, and put their wishes before your own political aspirations. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Speaker 105 has withdrawn, and Speaker number 106, Tanya Webking.
Hi there, yeah, it's Tanya.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanya, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tanya Webking, and I'm a resident of so-called Vancouver on the unceded and unextinguished lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Colonialism is only a recent part of our history, but we've never been further away from honoring the core principles of Indigenous ways of knowing and being. Today, I'm very excited to be part of the People's Filibuster, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this proposed budget. In a time where inflation is hitting the working class the hardest, this budget is a reflection of who the city is prioritizing, the ultra-wealth and ownership class. This budget has nothing to do with community care. Vancouver is now one of the world's fastest growing concentrations of ultra-wealth. We have 11 billionaires, 90 centimillionaires, and 46,400 millionaires. Zero means zero property tax proposal is creating a massive tax shelter for the rich. A property tax of 7% would cost the average homeowner $12 a month, while the average rental increase is $50 a month. I don't understand how you can justify eliminating $12 a month for the average homeowner at 120 million cuts in citywide cuts. You'll have to make up this loss of income in utility fees, permit fees, and naming rights, which means that the city would be making it less affordable for 96% of the city. I personally don't want to ever go to Chip Wilson Beach or Patterson Gardens, but this is the reality before us with this proposed budget. The budget has a colonial firewall around the VPD budget, which is increasing again this year in a city of reconciliation. Our VPD budget now takes 50% of our tax revenue, and this $500 million is stealing from future generations. If you want to reduce response time for police, then we should be investing in public safety by way of robust social safety nets and critical mental health response teams. The VPD chief earlier admitted that more money doesn't improve safety, but that more officers on the beat will reduce the fear of crime. This proposed budget is economic smallpox for all people fighting to survive in the city. The lack of transparency is undemocratic, and it lacks fiscal accountability. There's literally no way for the public to assess this council's future ability to deliver services. Even worse, it allows you to tell us in the future that you weren't aware of the harm that will inevitably come our way. There's too many cuts to mention, to the park board, to arts and culture, climate and sustainability, community parks, housing, and so forth. We need budgets and public policies that improve the material conditions for working class people. Vancouverites are barely staying afloat, and this proposed budget will cut more holes in the bottom of many of our boats. Unlearning is the highest form of learning, and I hope that City Council will listen to the over 600 residents that signed up to speak today. Voting against this budget is going to require moral courage from some of you. Please let ethics and morality be your North Star. This budget is a brutal choice for 96% of Vancouverites. I give this budget an F. Masi Cho, Haichka, hi. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, we are approaching 5 o'clock. So we will take a recess for dinner and come back at 6. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're just going to jump right back into it. So the next speaker we have is Speaker 107, Kristen Ruff Fredrickson. Kristen, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I was really disturbed this morning to hear two counselors sort of deriding the outcome of the survey. If there are concerns about outreach to communities or the integrity of the survey, it's actually your job to bring that up and to fix it. But within the 4 years that you've been there, I've never seen any motions brought to that effect. So I'm wondering if maybe we can pull the concern trolling mask off of this and admit that you just simply don't want to be accountable to the people and the opinions that we're trying to express to you. Now, there are 600 people here today to speak, which has also been derided as organizing or brigading, but we're here to talk about something that's important to us. And, you know, I don't see the 600 people on the other side, right? Where are they? Did they get stuck in traffic? They're not there. And yeah, you just have so many people expressing from their heart what they want to see happen here, and it's just falling on deaf ears. It's really shameful, and I think we're all really looking forward to the elections next year. So thank you very much. Bye.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 108, Omri Haven.
108 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Speaker 109, Jessica Hotveld, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Don't worry about it. Everybody does. Hi, guys. I'm Jessica Hotvet. I've lived in Vancouver for the past 20 years, and I'm in opposition of the proposed budget. All of you are here for a reason, and all of you have put hard work into getting here. You wanted to make this world, this city, this country a better place. We are faced with this proposed budget that, first off, lacks transparency. How can you vote on a budget that you can't fully see? It would be irresponsible to do so. The budget that has been shown benefits Ken Sim and his rich friends only. Our unhoused residents who are already so overlooked and vulnerable will take hits. Those of us who are lucky enough to be able to afford rent in this overpriced city will take more hits, no doubt adding to the already huge unhoused population. Places like libraries, one of the only buildings you can go and be without cost, are getting cuts. The leisure access pass for low-income residents is getting cut. Low-income childcare spaces are getting cuts. It sounds like I'm talking about Gotham or some corrupt dystopian city, but I'm talking about Vancouver. We can change that. It's not too late to know to do what you know is right. We can all see you, and we can all see how you vote. This isn't just about politics, it's about humanity. In conclusion, this budget is disgusting, and everyone who votes for it should be embarrassed. But there's still time to vote and do the right thing. For the citizens of this city, and not for what benefits a select privileged few. There is still time to be the hero in the story and not the villain. Thank you for your time. Also, evict Ken Sim.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, speaker 110, Amy Walker.
Hi there.
Hi, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I also want to register my opposition to the budget that's not very transparent, and it doesn't live up to your promise there, Sim, of doing a line-by-line comparative budget to past spending. So even by your own standards, it's, you know, you're not living up to what you have set for yourself. I think it kind of brings me back to thinking about what we learned about you when you started with ABC in 2022, and just the idea of like running the city like a business. And I think it's like the fundamentals are a city is not a business, and a city doesn't run for the interests of business alone. And the job of governments are to protect the interests of the people, all the people in the city. So just to remind you of those priorities. I know the recent last week's election of Mayor Mamdani in New York City was really exciting for a lot of people because he represents somebody who knows who he works, knows who he's going to work for, and he really set out his priorities very clearly because he knows he's going to work for the people, and he looks to what the people want and what the people need. And so I would encourage you to similarly interrogate and examine your own priorities and see if you can shift that toward what people need. I know that, within a year we might have elected a new mayor who does actually really clearly work for all the people of the city. But, if you truly care about, your future in the city, maybe you'll look at a change within yourselves. Speaking to all the ABC councillors and mayor. I also have a kid story. When I work with kids and my nephews, babies and kids playing together is sometimes hard. And what I notice in this kind of paradigm of government is the builders and the breakers. And with little kids, we play a game called Baby Godzilla, where babies can't build things because they're not qualified. They don't have the skills or resources or ability to build anything. So we make a game where we can build some towers and the babies break them down. And that gives the babies something to do and keeps them occupied. It also makes the toddlers feel better about themselves because they don't get frustrated by the babies breaking their towers. And every time I look at politicians who want to slash and burn and say, I'm going to make 0%, increase on property tax, it's such a dramatic, a simplistic view of the spending. You're just creating that sort of image in my mind of these babies who only know how to destroy. They don't know how to build. Building requires craft. It requires
we're at time,
sophistication
Amy.
and
So
ability.
speaker number
Thank
111.
you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 111, Clark Lemke. Clark, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Clark. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you can hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks. I think I might be the first, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be the first person to call in and support the budget. So yeah, sit up. We got a supporter. Because like the ABC councillors, I too hate the city of Vancouver. And I would love maybe someday if we could all maybe we could all become police officers. We'd all, imagine that, no crime, no taxes, or maybe max taxes, I'm not really sure. It would be lovely. So that's why I'm calling in to say I support the budget because, and maybe ideally we just max the police all the way to the top. It's great. If I can make one request, actually a couple of requests. One, I'm not getting those Chip Wilson payments. They're not coming through. Two, can we get more ATVs on the beach? I'm only seeing packs of 3. I want to see dozens. There's a lot of crime on the beaches. We need more cops on the beach. And then finally, I'm hoping that the next 500 people here that call in can see how, come on, this budget. It's a lovely budget. Come on. So that's all of my time. Thank you so much. And, maybe, Brian, if you're still in town, can you let me know the neighborhood? I would love to get out of the city. You know what I mean? Where in the Kelowna are you living these days? All right, thanks again.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 112 has withdrawn. Speaker number 113, Michelle Martin.
Speaker 113 is not on the line.
Speaker number 114, Michelle Chu.
Speaker 114 is not on the line.
Speaker number 115, Chloe Xavier.
Speaker 115 is not on the line.
Speaker number 116, Steve Keneally.
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mayor and councillors, I appreciate you taking the time to hear me today. My name's Steve Keneally. I've been a Vancouver resident for 3 years now, and I don't plan on that ever changing, so I'm very invested in how this city grows and develops. My biggest concern, and the reason I'm asking the councillors to oppose this budget, is the idea of a 0% property tax increase, or a freeze as it's been called. I've been hearing a lot in the media about freezes and hikes to the property tax, and I wanted to share something I've learned since I came to live here. Vancouver people, we love hikes. No matter the time of year, Vancouver people will drag themselves out for a hike. Why? Because a hike is when people come together to achieve something. Even if we moan about it in the moment, we get out, we get something done as a team, and we see a new perspective on the world. On the other hand, we famously hate freezes. Everything shuts down, you can't get around, and we sit home by ourselves and complain. If I had to pick between a freeze and a hike, I'm off to the mountains any day, no question. And councillors, this isn't just a cute play on words. I truly believe that the people of Vancouver, as shown by your own survey, want to collectively invest in the city's services through the property tax. I believe that if your survey had an option to increase service provision and fund it through property tax, which it unaccountably didn't, people would have voted for that too. I'm not blind to the difficulties the city and council are dealing with, but the solution to that is not and cannot be to cut the services that are at the heart of the city's life. Many of you have spoken about the city's need for growth and investment. Don't freeze our city's public services. Let the people of the city invest in it. Let's go for a hike together and see where it takes us. Oppose this budget. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. Speaker number 117 is Catherine Bargan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to me today. I'm a Vancouver resident, have been for 22 years. I'm 50 years old. I've worked in the nonprofit sector. I've worked for government, and I'm now a small business owner. I am opposed to the current budget, again, because, as many other people have mentioned, it's lack of transparency. I wish I had the right words to get through. I'm hearing a lot of people using a lot of creative angles, and I love that. So I'll just give you my angle, which is, and my 11-year-old daughter is here with me. We love going to the library. The first place in the city that I felt so super safe sending her was the library. She can walk there on her own. It's such a special place to be able to go. It's just one example of the kind of services in the city that need to be supported. Right now, I'm concerned that without property tax or other revenue plan, a revenue plan that does not unduly penalize those are already struggling, services like the library, leisure passes, that it will instead fall on staff cuts. I know that's what's being proposed. And I think one of the, perhaps, I'm not sure if other people have mentioned this throughout the evening or not, but I just hope that the City of Vancouver, you know what high quality of staff you have in the planning and sustainability departments. You attract incredible talent, not just skilled people, but people who really care about the environment. Elected officials, please don't let these people go. Find other ways. The police are important. Of course they are. My brother is a police officer, but they won't protect us from climate change. And they play their role, but it takes so many people in an ecosystem of a city to do all the things that are needed to make a city safe and sustainable to live in. I really ask, please, that you consider a budget that's transparent and that is going to diversify the ways that you raise money, including property tax increase or whatever is required that doesn't penalize already marginalized folks. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Speaker 118, Martha Kerr.
Speaker 118 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 119, Paige Hunter.
Cool. Hello, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Paige Hunter. I'm 26 years old, and I co-lead the climate and arts and culture organization Swordfern Collective, which has been based in this beautiful city since 2022. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and surprise, I oppose this budget. As a young person in the city of Vancouver, it's disappointing to see proposals that are set to cement Vancouver's international reputation as no fun city. What this budget lacks in both inflation and demand-adjusted funding for climate action, arts and culture, justice, access to nature, it makes up for in police, who are no fun. I understand, Mayor and Council, that you want to save money and create a Vancouver that is affordable, and I completely agree. I want to live in a city where I can attend low-cost or free artistic events that pay artists, musicians, and actors a living wage in one of the world's most expensive cities. I want to feel safe and secure in my city because we have saved money by maintaining a high-quality sustainability planning team that prepares us for our climate future instead of reacting to extreme weather events that increase sudden costs to taxpayers. I want to, one day, take my children to play in a beautiful park that is both a biodiversity and culture hub. And that is why I think that the programs facing cuts or insufficient funding need to see increases in funding in line with inflation and rising demand. And I appreciated Councillor Bly's comments earlier that even a 1% increase to parks and a 0% increase to arts and culture and community grants, when our economy has an inflation rate of over 2% and our population in Vancouver is only growing, those numbers are just not adding up. And visionary planning and sustainability goals have historically made Vancouver a leader in urban climate action that sets an example on the global stage. The planning department's lack of clarity earlier on whether we'll even have a sustainability team in 2026 is, to say the least, concerning. And we know from Statistics Canada that Vancouver's arts and culture scene is generating $6 billion in GDP while receiving less than $93 million from City Hall, in addition to bringing a host of intangible benefits to our communities. And I appreciated Councillor Jo's concerns earlier about efficiency in funding, and I think that is an incredibly efficient use of funding by arts and culture in the city. For context, in comparison, the VPD receives currently more than 5 times the arts and culture budget at nearly $500 million, or almost a quarter of the city's total budget. So I ask that Mayor and Council vote no on the proposed budget and increase support for arts, culture, and community services, and direct city staff to maintain sustainability teams and initiatives, because funding these key areas is what makes Vancouver a vibrant, affordable, and truly safe city for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Speaker 120, Sandra Vander Schaaf.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Sandra Vander Schaaf. I am a longtime Vancouver resident, and I oppose the draft budget for 2026. Offer my thanks to the City Clerk's office for the work you're undertaking to make it possible for so many to speak. There are folks here who will try to dismiss this massive turnout of speakers as a political stunt. There are folks here who label Mayor Sim's zero means zero budget a political stunt. I want to believe that City Council is not a stage for stunts, but a space to engage in a process deserving dignity and respect. It is a consolation to me that we are speaking to a draft document and that we are all here to engage responsibly with its content and edit it in good faith. This is an exercise of trust. I speak now very specifically to the ABC councillors. I think it's just Brian and Lenny in the room. I'm here to say Vancouver is ready for you to earn their trust. Back in 2022, you took an oath of office. You vowed to carry out your duties with integrity. I invite you to weigh this community input and written submissions respectfully and with a willingness to respond not according to the party line, but according to your personal sense of duty to those you have given oath to. I know I'll be called naive for believing there's room for independent thought in party politics, but I do believe in the strength of moral courage. You vowed to be accountable for the decisions that you make, the actions that you take, and over the course of your duties. Accountability requires diligence, thoroughness, and transparency. The ABC party promised line-by-line budgets. Where are they? It could be said that you've avoided decision accountability, action, and duty by putting forth a draft budget that puts the onus on city staff to look for cuts to reach arbitrary targets, preferring instead to be led by a slogan. But it's not too late. What if you voted against this draft version and stepped up to create a budget you personally know the details of, one that you can be proud of, one that respects your values? Dismissing the results of the survey and sticking to the zero means zero slogan has made a joke of ABC accountability. Voting in favor of this draft budget would show who you're willing to be accountable to and who you're willing to ignore. But again, it's not too late. There is room for edits. Council Orr gave you a great list to start with. Speaking of Councillor Orr and your non-ABC colleagues, also in your oath, you said you would demonstrate leadership and collaboration.
Great, and Sandra, I'm sorry, you're at time, but thank you for calling in.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Speaker number 121, Samin Naheen, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Speaker 121 is not on the line.
Speaker number 122, Natalie Marshik.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Natalie Marshik. I'm a resident of Vancouver, born and raised. I am a small business owner, I'm a homeowner, and I am a mother of a little 8-month-old baby here in the background. I am here to strongly urge you to oppose the budget and demand better for our city. As a business owner, inflation is part of doing business. My bookkeeping company is only 3 years old, but we've already become a certified living wage employer. We've created 10 full-time jobs for Canadians, and we've committed to an annual inflationary increase for all our staff. Our clients know this. They know their prices will go up every year, and they respect it. This is a basic business practice, so a baseline for this budget should be an inflationary increase in all departments to maintain services and an inflationary increase in taxes you collect. Standard good business. As a homeowner, I'm apparently a beneficiary of your 0% property tax increase, but this is a poisoned gift. I do not want it. My family, the community around me, we will all suffer the instability to the social fabric that these cuts will cause. And that's going to affect the neighborhood, the neighbors, the safety of the community that my child grows up in. As a new mom, I also want to echo all the other parents who've spoken today. I had no idea how much I would rely on community services, but they have been a lifeline. Since I own my own business, I don't get maternity leave. I can't access childcare. Daycares are full. They're not affordable. So I've been working since 4 weeks postpartum with a baby on my lap to keep my business open, keep those jobs running for my employees. And the places that have kept me sane have been our local library and rec center. The first time I went out nursing in public, I was super nervous, had all these scarves, didn't know what I was doing, but I was welcomed in the baby area of our local library. The staff who was there came to give me a welcome, saw that I had a newborn, made sure I was comfortable. On another day, when I was so exhausted, I almost shook my crying baby. I ended up leaving the house in tears, knowing that I needed to not be alone. I needed to go out and find other moms. So I went to a nearby park, one of our beautiful, well-maintained parks here in East Vancouver, and I found a circle of parents with babies who I didn't know, just walked up to them and said I needed to talk. And that brings me to the issue of safety. Others have spoken very eloquently to the well-documented fact that proactive community services all work to make our streets, our cities safer. So I want to just give you an example from my life. I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Please do not interrupt me. When you give birth at BC Women's Hospital, they give you a pamphlet about shaken baby syndrome. This is when you're so sleep deprived, you're at the end of your rope, you end up shaking your baby because they won't stop crying. That can cause brain injury and death. So I ask you, do we want to have libraries with longer open hours so parents who are imprisoned at home with newborns can actually get out and seek support for free and avoid harming their babies? Or do we want to have more cops available to knock on the door after the unthinkable may have happened and a baby has been injured? Thank you. Please vote no.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 123, Maria J.S. Cruz.
Hello?
Hi,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maria J. Cruz. I'm an artist, an educator, and a dual union member. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite, and I'm in vehement opposition to this sham of a budget. With some of the highest property prices in the world and some of the lowest property taxes in North America, a 2026 0% property tax increase is not only fiscally ridiculous, but morally dangerous. The only beneficiaries of this 0% property tax are the ultra-rich 1%, and as such, the mayor and ABC council show who they really care about, and it's definitely not the average Vancouverite. I'd venture that many using their time to speak today are also those who choose to use their time under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to protest the injustices in this city and around the world. But if the current police budget goes through, we won't have to worry about that, as the budget increase is going to make sure that no one can exercise those rights any longer. Make no mistake, an increase to an already bloated police budget, larger per capita than that of Toronto, will only increase authoritarianism and fear and make us no better than our neighbors to the south. If you thought Vancouver was no fun before, watch out for the tumbleweed blowing between Point Grey and East Van if this budget is implemented. Speakers before me have very eloquently and plainly laid out other relevant statistics that ABC has clearly not taken into account. This includes the results of the public survey the City commissioned, which was wholly against this budget. As such, this council, demanding respect throughout these proceedings, is demonstrating they clearly have zero respect for the average Vancouverite. I will use the remainder of my minutes as an artist with this poem. Seagull songs crest across our dry inlet bare of tankers, looking down on Vancouver's empty streets, save for bankers. A man rolls his shopping cart outside the abandoned bay. There used to be rallies on the gallery steps, or so they say. Now home to the homeless, half of Vancouver's population. Hey, I thought Canada used to be a real democratic nation. Police roam the streets 100 deep on their weekly sweep, making sure the sidewalks sparkle for the 50 residents still in the core. The few tourists we get always ask, how come there isn't any arts anymore? Not a theater space, not an orchestra, not a community center, not a museum. Oh, that started with that budget back in 2026 when that party ABC needed a quick fix. They used their majority power to gut the city.
Great, and sorry, Maria, you're out of time. Can we? Thank you. Speaker number 124, Hussein Danani. Danani. Yeah.
Speaker 124 is not on the line.
Speaker number 125, Marissa Stableford.
Speaker 125 is not on the line.
Speaker number 126, Sadie Gilker.
126 is not on the line.
Speaker number 127, Stance Ravering. Ravening.
Hello.
Sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Stance. Hello. My name is Stance Ravening. I lived in Vancouver for 10 years until I had to move out of the city because I could no longer afford to live here as an artist, a musician, and a person with disability. I oppose this budget because it is undemocratic. It sells out the majority of people in Vancouver to give tax breaks to the ultra-rich and inflate the already bloated police budget at a time when crime rates are falling. $46 million more to the VPD is absurd and will truly turn Vancouver into a police state. Police do not create public safety. Housing creates public safety. Accessible mental health care creates public safety. Overdose prevention sites create public safety. A regulated drug supply would create public safety. Instead, you choose to waste $500 million on police who do not solve any social problems. Policing homelessness only creates more homelessness. This budget will cut the social services that people rely on, increase user fees, and will continue to widen the gap between the rich and the poor in this city. The math makes no sense. Firing 400 city staff members makes no sense. Slashing funds for supportive housing makes no sense. Defunding climate action and the arts makes no sense. A recent pilot project in Ireland has shown that investing in artists generates revenue for the city in the long term. But this budget is not interested in the long term. It is a quick cash grab for Vancouver's wealthiest, conveniently set before the next election. We need more affordable housing, more accessible services, more climate action, more arts funding, and a transparent budget that works for the majority of people. Instead, we are given 26 pages of only cuts with no specifics being disclosed to the public. This is not democracy. The people of Vancouver deserve better. I call on City Council to vote no on this dangerous, irresponsible, Trump-like budget which betrays the people of this city. Councillors, ABC included, I hope as you sit here listening to your constituents and your neighbors, you take this opportunity to distance yourself from Ken Sim and his selfish, nonsensical governance. You may hold power for now, but you have betrayed the people of Vancouver, and we will not forget how you have failed us. It's not too late to join us and vote no against this horrible budget. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 128, Sean Zhao.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Sean Chao. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm a worker and renter in Chinatown who cares about this neighborhood and the city. I'm here to oppose the zero means zero budget cut. This plan cuts into the very services that keep Vancouver livable and inclusive. In Chinatown, we're already seeing the consequences of this direction. The Floater restaurant has closed after the city, as landlord of the Chinatown Plaza, pushed the business out, and the Chinatown Post Office permanently closed today with little help from the city to restore it. Cultural festivals and community programs receive less and less support from the city. Needless to say that BD's 115 Kiefer development attempts to gentrify the neighborhood. People are losing gathering spaces and homes, and small businesses are vanishing. Instead of strengthening our city's capacity to build livable, sustainable, and caring communities, this budget proposed to cut it even further. Arts and culture funds is being cut, planning and climate programs are being cut, and the list of services reduction goes on. Cutting libraries, parks, arts, and community centers is not physical responsibility. It doesn't make sense. I'm here to ask Council to stop the proposed cut. It's not too late to choose a different path to protect community services, protect arts and culture, and invest in the people and neighborhoods that make Vancouver worth living in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 121, Max Wilson Sladkus. Oh, sorry, 120. What did I say? 120. Oh, sorry. Long night. 129. Is Max there?
Hello?
All right, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, City Council members. I hope you're doing well tonight. I'm speaking in opposition to the newly proposed draft budget. As a second-year UBC student, I want the city that I now merely study in to be a city where I have a future too. I want to be able to afford the luxury of living in a place that not only aligns with my values, but works hard to enshrine them for all people, regardless of their income status, background, or ethnicity. When I see this budget, I see a poorly structured, unclear, and unknowably damaging bill that spits in the face of common sense and the needs and wants of all Vancouver residents. When I see this budget, I see a political party that is chiefly invested in their image, not their voters. What's being done seems to be in the name of a campaign promise, a theatrical ploy to deceive Vancouver residents. I cannot help but be disenchanted, a little bit cynical, and maybe even jaded about the political system I so want my future to be in. For however much I can attempt to change by myself, my ensuing years will be affected negatively by these cuts. My life will feel the effect of the unequal burden placed on renters via 0% property tax increase. My life will feel the cuts to sustainability and climate change. And my distrust and disenchantment of political systems will continue to grow. That is unless serious changes are made to this budget. What if for a change the leading party listened to their electorates, not their billionaire backers? What if I felt my future represented in the leading political party? This doesn't have to be based in ideology. I just want to feel connected in the solidarity of common sense, actual pragmatism, and a common purpose of helping those in need. This budget, as it stands, is, in my opinion, the polar opposite, and I cannot in good conscience allow its passage to be unhindered by my voice. I urge all of you elected to take a stand for Vancouver and for its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 130, Shay. Is she on the line?
Speaker 130 is disconnected.
Speaker 131, Talia Cole.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Ken Sim and ABC counselors who are still present in the room. My name is Talia Cole, and I have lived in so-called Vancouver for over 5 years. And I am speaking today in opposition to the proposed 2026 draft budget. I'm an environmental toxicologist and have worked for multiple Canadian federal agencies. I have seen firsthand the impacts of budget cuts to departments, which only create inefficiencies and slow delivery from staffing shortages. The proposed cuts for the Department of Urban Design and Sustainability will inevitably lead to losses of jobs and talent from the city. This program, along with other vital library, parks, and unhoused services, will become inefficient and ineffective as a result of the loss of knowledge from highly trained personnel. This is what we call a brain drain. As well, we should be seriously investing, not cutting, programs like climate change planning and emergency preparedness, as we have all observed increases in severe climate disasters that have directly led to lives lost in Vancouver. I watched this morning as ABC councillors and the people announcing this opaque 2026 draft budget dance around questions when it came to repercussions of the proposed cuts or the inability of this budget to keep up with inflation. While ABC councillors may not want to face the fact that this budget will cause impacts to services and staffing, this is inevitable with a cut of $120 million. Please keep companies and investors out of our public parks and spaces by not pressuring parks to increase revenue by selling off naming rights. A Jim Pattison's Dude Chilling Park is so gross and embarrassing for the council and our neighborhoods. There is inadequate justification for a 0% property tax increase given that property owners are supportive of a 5% increase or more to maintain public services. This is a reckless decision for a poorly detailed operating budget with insufficient revenue from taxes, which could very likely lead to further municipal debt and interest payments in the future. I instead encourage you to focus on taxing the ultra-rich who often avoid paying their fair share. But it's not too late. Please, all councillors, vote against this opaque 2026 draft budget proposal and revisit the 0% property tax increase. Councillors, please consider how your vote will be remembered in Vancouver's history and your role in this very clearly unpopular budget. I apologize for speaking quickly, but I am very concerned about the impacts of this 2026 budget and the ripple effects into the future. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 132, Nicholas John Ellen.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Awesome. My name's Nicholas Ellen. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am calling today to oppose this budget. I just want to talk about the police budget increase in particular. A lot of my family members work or have worked in the justice field, police officers, lawyers, judges. For professionals in that field, our goal is to shrink the budget generally. We want to have less cases, less arrests, less time in jail. The sign of a healthy society is that, we are addressing the underlying concerns of crime, and we're seeing less of it as we move forward. When we see these relentless increases to the budget, we shouldn't be patting ourselves on the back for a job well done. We should be concerned. There should be alarm bells going off at City Hall. We should be saying, what's going on with the management? Where's the spending going? And, accountability aside, from the rank and file perspective, the suggestion that the police budget is coming at the expense of other services that people rely on creates an adversarial environment for people that are working and serving. It's an us versus them mentality. It makes police into a villain. It politicizes them. It puts them on one side of a social divide. When we should be seeing this holistically. We should see how supporting other aspects of our society makes police jobs easier and perhaps less necessary. I'm just very disappointed in this approach that puts us all against each other. I think we can do better as a society. That's all I have to say today.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 133, Angela Louie.
Speaker 133 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 134, Alexis Baker.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay, great. So, hi, my name is Alexis Baker. I'm a resident of so-called Vancouver, and I'm calling to oppose the 2026 budget proposal. In sum, this bill appears to seek to kind of ruin everything that Vancouverites like and about their city. So I'm sure you're familiar with the term "an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," and I would say that's applicable to individual and community mental health. Libraries, gyms, pools, and so many other resources kept me and keep me and so many of my colleagues on the front lines as well as possible while doing really hard work. During my parental leave with a small baby, the pool and library became doubly as important, and I further understood how vital they are. I myself, I'm a social worker, and I've worked in the downtown east side for 15 years, and I've personally witnessed the value just of the leisure access pass for people who can't otherwise afford to get to the gym and pool on their own. I implore you to fund community centers, libraries, and other vital supports for people who are living in the margins, especially and including the Kingsway Community Station, which is a vital service that protects the safety and dignity of sex workers. I'd also like to turn your attention to a publication put out in July focusing on policing in Toronto, a comparable city obviously for us, called Cities and Policing for Crime Prevention, refocusing the agenda to maximize benefits and minimize unintended harms. This is a study, a peer-reviewed publication, just talking about how people experiencing homelessness are over-policed, and over-policing has significant negative consequences. Over-policing people who are experiencing homelessness does not make anyone safer. This is a fact. So the more police we have, the more we devote a large amount of resources to policing people who are living in the streets or in shelters, when most observers, including the police, don't believe it helps increase safety in any significant way. Policing of this population is mostly for quality of life infractions that are simply a consequence of people having nowhere else to go, such as sleeping or drinking in public or trying to stay warm in cafes or malls. This will be further increased if the libraries have fewer hours, as the library is doing so much invisible labor for the underhoused in Vancouver. I'd like to also further say I pay property taxes and would vote for an increase in my taxes in order to fund our community services. Lastly, my opinion on what the funding should be for is overdose prevention sites, supportive housing, mental health services, funding for places like the Carnegie, which is often called the living room of the downtown east side. Again, Kingsway Community Station and services like it, community centers, climate actions, parks, libraries, all of which keep all of us afloat. Nobody anywhere is proud of their city because they have the biggest police force in the world. People are proud of their cities because of parks and communities.
Wait, sorry about that. Okay, speaker 135, Lindsay Wynn.
Hello?
Hi, Lindsay, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Wynn, and I've lived in East Vancouver for the past 15 years, and I oppose the draft budget. I'm a renter, a small business owner, and a member of several community organizations who rent space at Vancouver community centers to create meaningful programs for diverse folks. Right now, I'm also a concerned citizen who deeply cares about this city. And I'm scared. I'm scared in this moment about speaking up publicly because I've never done this before in this context, but I'm also scared for our city, for our world, and for future generations. Despite this fear, I'm still calling because the best antidote for fear that I know is connection, a sense of belonging, and a sense of purpose. I belong to this city, I belong to the world, and everyone who is listening online today at City Hall or who is watching this recording at some point in the future also belongs. I would like to use my time to specifically speak directly to those council members who, as they're listening today to the incredibly brave and inspiring speakers who've shown up, may have even a tiny part of them that is yet undecided about their vote. I work in the field of mental health and addictions as a clinical counselor, and I see over and over again that it's not fear, surveillance, isolation, or separation that leads us to a sense of safety and belonging. It is being part of something and feeling understood and significant, no matter your experience of privilege or oppression, that creates safety and belonging. And that, in my opinion, are the values that should be leading our budget and that our budget should be based on. But to be part of something, you need to have time, and time to build relationships with others, time to listen to people, and you need places to go and gather and programs to participate in that are in line with whatever it is that you particularly love to do. For some people, that's employment, but for a lot of people in this city, it comes in the form of social programs, arts, culture, communal spaces. Fear-based decisions like rushing into a budget that lacks transparency, increasing policing and surveillance, and slashing jobs and programs creates the opposite of this connection and belonging. And now, I don't imagine that any single person that is on the council or Ken Sim even went into politics because they wanted to hurt people or make life scary for people. But I'm asking everyone to remember a time where they felt truly
once
connected.
again, can we put her on pause, please? Like I said earlier, we're going to cut people off. I'm in the right to, I'm in our rights to do so. When words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. So we're not going to tolerate that in this chamber. And so we ask all future speakers to be respectful. They can have their say in this chamber, but we will not tolerate certain tones, manners, or expressions. So thank you. The next speaker we have is speaker number 136, Solomon Yi Kieran. Solomon, are you on the line?
I'm in person.
Oh, great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Hi, my name's Solomon Kieran. I'm a student activist at UBC, and I'm here to speak against this budget. The first summer I spent in Vancouver, I lived in East Hastings, and as I found my footing in a new city, I relied on Vancouver's public libraries to print resumes for my job search. I relied on public parks to see friends and hang out, and I relied on public transit to get to work and school. I want to keep living in this city. It's my dream to work as a high school teacher in a city with a well-funded school district. I want to live in a home I can afford in a city that's tackled the housing crisis. And I'll want to raise a family one day. And that needs to be in a city with a vibrant arts scene, diverse small businesses, and thriving community. For young people to stay in this city and find real opportunity, we need thriving city services. And this budget doesn't protect any of that. 64% of survey respondents said they wanted to see this budget protect public services, yet this budget will cut $90 million in capital and operational spending. Cuts to parks means less staff to keep the public places safe and clean and usable. Library funding is below inflation, meaning less programming and certainly no 7-day-a-week libraries. This budget would cut over 400 city workers, slowing down service and making it even harder for people to live in this city, and a 12% cut to arts and culture would hammer Vancouver's creative and entertainment sectors. 54% of respondents also said that a top priority in the budget should be solving the housing crisis, and as a young person, I couldn't agree more. But freezing the budget for the development, building, and licensing departments means less staff and longer waits. In short, it would take even longer to get anything built in Vancouver. Seeing this and seeing council vote down 81 supportive housing units last week really doesn't make me feel confident that this government is actually prioritizing a Vancouver that young people can afford to build a life in. Thousands of young people come to Vancouver every year for university because they want to build a life here. For us, this budget is a slap in the face, with the services and systems that make this city livable being sold out and gutted. And why? What do Vancouverites gain from this? For renters, this gives us nothing but cuts. For average homeowners, this barely saves $5 a month. It's mansion owners, billionaires, the wealthiest of Vancouver's wealthiest, who will be getting $10K a year in tax savings while the rest of us see vital services and grants dwindle. This budget might as well make every day Chip Wilson Day. This budget doesn't make Vancouver more affordable. It's selling Vancouver out, gutting our services, and charging regular people to give billionaires tax cuts. 最后，我想直接跟周市员说一下这个预算案会对唐人街造成的影响。温哥华市政府的补助金对于唐人街的小商店和社区组织来说非常重要。这个 budget 不但只会裁减这些重要的资助，还会裁了我们前项工作人员。 I urge every single councillor to vote against this poorly planned, undemocratic, anti-youth, and anti-affordability budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 137, Jemelyn Wallace.
137 is not on the line.
Great. Speaker number 138, Amardeep Singh.
138 is not on the line.
Speaker number 139, Moa Christensen.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. I know it's been a long day. I'm tired. I can't imagine what you're feeling. My name is Moa Christensen, and I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking in opposition of this budget. I love this city. We have done an incredible job of becoming a climate leader, which makes a lot of sense given the climate impacts that we're already seeing, which will only increase both in frequency and severity. I also think it has been really sad to see so many community members be really harmed by these cuts to many of these social, community, and culture programs. These are programs that I've also enjoyed in the past that have made me create a sense of belonging, and I think this is really what makes this city a thriving place where people want to live. And so I really urge the council to protect these services and programs and to keep Vancouver a true climate leader and one that really invests in people and not cut them out. And that's me, so short, but to the point. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 140, Jacob Lamour.
Speaker 140 is not on the line.
Speaker 141 has withdrawn. Speaker number 142, Graham Kennedy.
Speaker 142 is not on the line.
Speaker number 143, Amy Gislason.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Amy Gislason. I'm a Vancouver teacher, and I'm speaking today out of a deep concern for what this budget means for young people, families, and the future of the city. Our students are starving for the arts, for creative programs, and for spaces where they can express themselves and feel connected. Every single day, I see the impact of scarcity. Kids will do anything to access programs that feel meaningful. Families are making enormous decisions, even cheating attachment boundaries, just to get their children into programs like the one at Lord Byng, where they know their kids will find belonging, mentorship, and a reason to show up. That level of demand is telling us something loud and clear. We do not have enough youth arts programs, community studios, or accessible creative spaces in Vancouver. Parents shouldn't have to strategize their entire lives around finding the last remaining pockets of enrichment in the city. Children shouldn't have to bend the rules just to be in an environment that nurtures them. At the same time, young adults who want to become teachers, artists, youth workers, and arts facilitators, the very people who make these programs possible, cannot afford to live here. Most of the B.Ed graduates I studied with have already left Vancouver. Not because they don't love this city, but because rent has made it impossible to build a life here. These are people who want to invest back into the community, to teach, to coach, to run after-school programs, to work in the community centers, and we are losing them. This is what happens when a city underinvests the ecosystem that supports youth and families. You lose talent, you lose continuity, and you lose the richness that makes the city worth living in. Third spaces, community centers, arts hubs, libraries, youth studios, parks programming are not luxuries. They are developmental infrastructure. They prevent isolation and they support mental health. They give kids a sense of identity that isn't tied to academics or survival. They keep families anchored during an affordability crisis. But instead of strengthening these community lifelines, the budget asks us to accept cuts and underfunding the very areas people rely on most. And meanwhile, the public is seeing headlines that are hard to ignore. One Vancouver Police Department sergeant earned over $239,000 in overtime alone last year. That number doesn't need an explanation, it just raises a question. Are these really our priorities? People in Vancouver are not confused. They know what matters, and they know what keeps neighborhoods strong. And they know that budgets reflect values. Residents are asking for exactly what this budget fails to deliver. More arts, more community spaces, more youth programs, more places to belong, not fewer. If we want a healthy, resilient, human city, the kind of city people want to live in and stay then we must invest in the spaces that nurture community, creativity, and connection. This budget needs to reflect those values. It is not too late to adjust course. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Is Councillor Meisner, can you hear us?
It's Councillor Klassen here, Mayor. I can hear you.
Yeah, can you turn your camera on, please, Councillor Klassen? Great, thank you.
Hi there, Mayor. I can hear you.
Great, awesome. So we have quorum again. Thank you. So we'll just keep going then.
Yeah, I'm also here, Mayor.
Great.
By the way.
Thank you. Speaker number 144, Alexandra Bezicki. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Speaker 144 on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alexandra Fizicki. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this budget, and I have never been more proud of this city for turning out to oppose this budget and you. I want to speak from a place of being a neighbor in the city, not as an expert, not as someone with perfect answers, just someone who loves this place deeply and wants it to be easier to stay, to breathe, and to belong here. When I read this budget, I do not just see numbers. I see a story about priorities and who you all think deserve care. And from this opaque, incomplete, and incompetent document, it doesn't seem like you care about the majority of people who live here. I walk around the city every day, and I see people doing their best to hold it together. Parents choosing between groceries and swim lessons, seniors who built this city sitting alone in apartments because the community programs keep tightening, young people working 2 jobs and still not seeing a future here. 15,000 people, our neighbors, your constituents, using the Vancouver Food Bank every single month. And at the same time, we keep growing spending in areas that react to pain rather than healing it. We focus on funding departments of fear instead of departments that build community and belonging. We are freezing property taxes and calling it affordability. But the truth is that decisions protect people with the most wealth while pushing the real cost onto the rest of us. It shows up as higher fees, fewer programs, and steady erosion of services that hold everyday life together. It is like you are asking the people with the least to do the most. We talk about public safety all the time, but the real safety isn't just more cops. How deeply rudimentary. It is knowing that your kids have somewhere to go after school. It's knowing your neighbor is not one bad month away from losing everything. It is hearing laughter in parks and community centers that are alive and accessible. Safety is not the absence of danger, it is the presence of care. And I want us, you, as our elected officials, to be brave enough to invest in that and to care about all of the people this city belongs to. Not because it's easy, but because it is popular and it will make Vancouver a place where people can grow and build and stay. Budgets are a love letter to the future, and this one absolutely misses the mark. And I would like to believe that each of you, especially you, Ken, chose a life of public service because you care about the whole public. Not just the public you meet behind with closed doors, not the ones you rub elbows with at fancy dinners or the ones who write you checks. And I hope you're embarrassed, all of you, that your leadership has created this historic moment of public outcry against you and the values so that we can even call them that. I want to remind you that you work for us. Ken, I hope you're listening and not tuning any of this out because you work for me, you work for us, and I expect your attention. And if you don't get this right, all of you, I am confident that I and everyone on this call today and all the people they know will do everything in their power to make sure that you do not get the privilege of representing us in the next election. And if you care about nothing else than your own legacy, know that this budget will be all you are remembered for and it'll be a blemish on your names. Now go back to the drawing board and do the job the way you should have done it in the first place. I hope each of you go home tonight with hundreds of voices ringing in your heads so you can reconnect with your humanity and your heart. And Ken, you're starting to sound a little tired. Time to perk up. You've got a long day ahead of you tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Great, well, thank you very much. Speaker number 145, Charles Archibald.
145 is not on the line.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 146, Katie McChesney.
146 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 147, Javier Badillo.
147 is not on the line.
Speaker number 148, Helen Spiegelman.
148 is not on the line.
Speaker number 149 has withdrawn. Speaker number 150, Louis.
150 is not on the line.
Speaker 151, Milena Drumeva.
151 is not on the line.
Speaker number 152, Pearl Wong.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Pearl Wong. My pronouns are they, them. I am a resident of Vancouver. I am here today to state my opposition to the proposed 2026 budget. Between August 12th and September 14th, city staff shared information and gathered public input about the city's 2026 budget. Based on the public input, a clear majority of the public wants to see a property tax increase. Even businesses have said that they support a property tax increase. The current budget plan does not reflect the public input and vision for our city. Keeping property taxes at 0% means cutting over $120 million in the city services. Our public services shouldn't suffer and degrade just because the council wants to cater to a small subset of our city. The city of Vancouver belongs to everyone, not just those with money or those who own property. The city doesn't belong to the city council members or to the mayor, since you are all elected representatives of the people. We already have one of the lowest residential property taxes in Canada, while having one of the highest property valuation. This is an economic trade-off and a public policy decision that we can address by increasing property taxes. A 5% increase is minuscule in the grand scheme of things. It translates to an increase of just 15 cents per $1,000 taxable value. For context, property tax was increased by 15 cents in 2025 and 19 cents in 2024's budget. We also have one of the highest concentrations of multiple property owners in Canada. That means people or companies who own more than one piece of property. They are here in Vancouver and BC. How can these companies and individuals look their neighbors in the eye and say they don't want to pay an extra 15 cents on every $1,000 of that taxable value to keep our city services open and stay as they are? I urge the City Council to listen to the community members who have spoken today and who will continue to speak on this budget. Please draft a budget that truly reflects the public's input. As elected representatives of the people, please do the work for the majority of the people. Draft a budget that reflects public input. Follow the original budget process that provides line-by-line transparency. Passing this current budget is irresponsible governance and a slap in the face of the people of the city. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Number 153, Mona Stillwell.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hello? Hi, I oppose the 2026 draft budget as it will damage the city we love. My name is Mona Stillwell, and I'm a 58-year-old Chinese settler living in so-called Vancouver, owner-operator of a small business delivering postpartum food to parents who just gave birth. My business follows an over 2,000-year tradition from China that nourishes birthing bodies because birthing bodies are weakened from pregnancy and childbirth and need support to help them recover. The draft 2026 budget disregards how the majority of families in Vancouver already struggle to live in Vancouver, and now you're wanting to gut programs and services. It is the equivalent of making someone who just got a C-section to go and dig ditches. As well, I am a homeowner of a single detached home without a rental suite. I speak to my financial privilege because a 5% or $20 increase in property taxes is the equivalent of buying 2 bubble teas, which I do every week for my kids. As publicly elected officials, you represent the people, and Vancouver residents in your consultation survey affirmed we would be willing to pay an increase of 5% property taxes to support community programs and services. In fact, I would be happy to pay even more than 5% to ensure community centers get the repairs, that climate mitigation tactics are implemented to prevent future deaths, to ensure that staff who take care of this city remain employed. In the philosophy of Taoism, we talk about yin and yang, which is about balance. When we have abundance, we also have the responsibility to help others. I practice mutual aid in my neighborhood because even at current levels, people are struggling. That is our responsibility as someone with a certain level of financial privilege. I use my privilege to support others. I ask council to consider how you are using your privilege. This budget does not care about working families who will have to pay increased fees for an even smaller number of services and programs in a city that is rather expensive. I stand with over 600 speakers who do not want this budget. We care about our communities, and this budget will make it even worse for those that struggle to live and work here on the stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. It is not too late to change direction. Do the right thing. Support all Vancouverites and vote down the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 154, Cam Borthwick.
Speaker 154 is not on the line.
Speaker 155, Catherine Sheps.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Catherine Sheps. I'm a Vancouver resident, a small business owner, a parent of a school child, and a co-op housing member. I am deeply disappointed in the mayor and council majority who have proposed this draft budget, and I'm here to encourage you all to reject this opaque, regressive, and anti-democratic draft budget and reconsider a plan to better reflect the needs and values of Vancouver residents. Voting to approve this draft budget without clarity of which line items will be cut is deeply irresponsible. You all are choosing to move ahead with big changes to the city without fully knowing what impacts your decisions will make. Simply maintaining funding levels as costs increase mean cuts, potentially deep cuts to the services that residents depend on, as well as increased fees. This makes the budget deeply regressive. While the richest among us will pay less, working families, many already at the brink, will bear the brunt. Vancouver is among the richest cities in the world, and I feel it's deeply shameful that its city council would burden poor and working residents in this way. Vancouver is filled with so many public riches, from our beaches and our pools and our parks, and our sustainability department is among them just as much as any of those pools or parks. And like those, it has an international reputation and legacy of climate policy innovation, information, and expertise that is grounded in deep knowledge of the city. That legacy belongs to all of us who call Vancouver home. And losing that public expertise makes our city, its infrastructure, and its residents more vulnerable. What happens when there's an extreme weather event? When there's another heat dome? How many will wait for needed sturdy services for rescue? How many will die? People often say to understand the heart and soul of an organization, you cannot look at its rhetoric. Instead, you need to look at its budget. Looking at this draft budget, where the rhetoric of efficiency means, among other things, getting rid of baby change tables in public bathrooms, this city's heart and soul looks small, mean, unwelcoming, and weak. Certainly not world class. I don't recognize the city I grew up in this budget. And from the numbers of people signed up to speak to council, I'm not alone. We will not forget this at election time. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 156, Clara Troge?
Yes.
Sorry if
Hi,
I
can you hear
mispronounced
me?
your name. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Clara, and I am a 28-year-old resident of Vancouver and have been working in health and social services, healthcare and social services the last 5 years. I'm speaking to urge you to vote against this budget. As someone who works in healthcare, I can really speak to how much more efficient it is to invest in keeping communities strong and healthy instead of trying to fix people down the line when they become sick. It's just a much cheaper and much more human response. I'm also speaking as someone who loves the arts and loves the rec center and goes to my local pool and sauna at least a couple of times a week. And I think this is what makes the city alive and vibrant and fun, and what makes me as a young person want to stay in the city despite it being hard to afford. I really believe that despite all of the councillors belonging to parties, that you are still human beings who I hope have a strong moral compass. And I urge you to call on this compass to properly respect the results of your own survey that show the desire for Vancouver residents to pay a reasonable property tax increase in exchange for all of these amazing services that we have and for taking care of our neighbors. And I know that you can do better and make this terrible budget into a better line-by-line draft that actually supports healthy communities. Thank you.
Speaker 157, are you online?
Yes, hello.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Speaker 157, are you online?
Hello. Thank you.
Speaker 157 has disconnected.
Hello, council is in a brief recess. Please remain on the line. Thank you.
Testing. Check. Testing.
248 is. Back on the draw there. Okay, council. We're going to start again, Sean. Councillor Orr, Maloney. Sorry, Councillor Orr and Maloney. We're going to start again. All right. Okay, Speaker 157, Anna Zelaney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Anna Zeleny. I'm an environmental scientist and a musician. I oppose this plan in its current state. I have lived in so-called Vancouver for 4 years. I'm originally from the United States. I want to thank my fellow community members who have taken the time to speak today, and to not be repetitive, I've prepared some poetry. What's it like being one of the golden children, strong enough that they would wait and make plans for you? Can you see me? I can't afford that kind of view. Down here in the promised land, we're doing math on a napkin, comparing the price of water, oil, and blood if she survives the night and whether it's your jurisdiction. In this city, I grieve the living. Can you hear me now? Every day I see the end of the world, the texture of coming undone, because when we've paid to blight the land and boil the sea, what will we have left? I've seen militarized police, and it doesn't promote safety. I've seen the undoing of democratic values, and it happens quietly. The hunter of ruin brings about ruin. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 158, Carmen Caro Tenuto. Or sorry, Carmen. Carmen on the line?
Hello,
Please
Council.
go ahead. Yep.
Mayor. Okay, great. Hi, my name's Carmen Cartenuto. I was born and raised in East Van. I still live here, and I'm calling in opposition to the proposed operating budget, which is, let's just call it what it is. It's austerity and cuts. It's hasn't been asked for by the homeowners, as we can see through the survey or the previous phone callers and people in speaking in council today. And it's going to come at the expense of public services, which I'm lucky enough to have had parents who've loved me enough to take advantage of those public services growing up. I spent all my time at public libraries, public pools, parks, played in public sports teams, and honestly, it really breaks my heart to think that there might be young people out there today who won't get the exact same quality that I got growing up. And of course, this comes at just as the larger police budget, which again very few people ask for. We all know that it doesn't take a sociologist to say that $1 spent on public services does more to decrease crime than $1 spent on the police. I think this is a shameful budget. I think anyone who raises their hand in support of this should hang their head in shame. And that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 159, Roseanne Wozni.
Hello?
Hi, yep, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thank you. My name is Roseanne Wozni. I live in Vancouver. I moved here in the late 1960s at age 17. I'm a retired RN who worked for 30 years with Vancouver citizens suffering from severe mental illness and substance use disorder. I'm deeply disturbed about the direction that our city is heading. I think it's being badly governed and is being damaged as a result. The quality of life here seems to have been going downhill. Looks like it's about to get much worse with this budget, except for the wealthiest. By planning for no increase in property tax, this budget is cutting services for the public as a result. Life will become harder financially in other ways a gain for all of us except for the most wealthy. I would be happy to pay house taxes and have them raised in order to have Vancouver be a city that provides affordable and enough services for all. I'm particularly concerned about service cuts for impoverished people as they are the most vulnerable. I believe that everyone living here has the right to a decent life in all aspects of life. It seems like Vancouver is a much less civilized city than it used to be, based on how our most vulnerable citizens are being treated and how these cuts are going to affect them. As someone else mentioned, one example is the likelihood of the Leisure Access Pass program that allows very low-income and disabled folks to receive services at community centers and pools at no cost or very low cost. Having said that, all of us will have to pay more and have less services, except for those with extreme wealth. I'm also disturbed by the lack of important detail in this report. Thus, I don't think that councillors can make an informed decision about it unless it is drastically revised. This is just one example of many others of what I consider to be undemocratic. If the city needs more funds for public services, I suggest that you tax us homeowners and also tax the rich at a higher rate rather than penalizing everyone else, especially the most vulnerable. If you two feel that this budget report is not acceptable, please do the right thing and do not vote for it. It is not too late to save our city. Thank you very much for listening to my views.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 160, Vince Beiser.
Speaker 160 is not on the line.
Speaker 161, Caroline Wishart.
161 is not on the line.
Speaker number 162, Nadia Ravello Bolivar.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Nadia Revelo. My pronoun is her. I live on the Unceded territory in the Mascan, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I live in Kitsilano. I have been suffering the impact of the rezoning in here. And I have participated in many surveys of the city of Vancouver, asking about what is our opinion about the policies of the city. And we have made very concrete questions about, for example, if you are going to increase the number of units in the neighborhood, what is going to happen with the community services? What is going to happen with the child care services? And what we have received from those surveys is like vague answers. I also participate in the consultation about the budget, and now, surprisingly, we see that most of the people believe that it's important to increase the property taxes, and the city council is recommending increase zero. And I'm from Colombia, I'm from Latin America. I know what they mean, the neoliberal agenda is what this government, this municipal government is doing, is defunding the social services, the public services. So they create two tiers kind of residents, the one who can afford and the one that cannot afford. And it's what we are seeing here. We are seeing this city going towards a kind of society in which you have huge inequity and inequality. And what we are seeing is the increase of the police budget. What does mean that we are going to be repressed. So all the money that you are not putting in social services is money that is going to use to repress us. And we have seen that in other parts of the world, it's not just here in Vancouver. Another thing that is very, I think, horrible to see is how the groups that support ABC in the campaign are receiving more money, and the rest of the groups are defunded. So this is very worrisome, but I want to give you a note, and you have to be very aware that people are getting organized, and we are not just, if you vote in favor of this municipal budget, you are going to have the people on the street fighting back, because we are not going to just wait, because we know that the democracy is more than go to vote, and it's also to actively participate in the democracy. And so far, this municipal government looks like a government of, I don't know, El Salvador maybe. So yeah, and I want to just to say also that I'm very proud of the Vancouver people because they
And
are
Nadia,
fighting.
I'm sorry, we're at time, but thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, speaker number 163, Barbara Findley.
163 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 164, Maria Luisa Alvarez.
Hello?
Hello, hi, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Luisa Alvarez. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose ABC's 2026 budget proposal. I would first like to thank each of my fellow community members who have already spoken today in opposition to this budget. There were many, many moments that brought me to tears. My heart aches for my community. My heart breaks to hear the fears and concerns of my fellow Vancouverites. They poured their hearts out to you. If this council and mayor are not moved by the strength and the words of the people they are supposed to represent, then I believe you have a misunderstanding of what your democratic duty is as our elected officials. I am in shock at this kind of undemocratic governance that is happening in our city, especially at a time when our U.S. neighbor's democracy is descending at a ferocious speed into fascism. I don't take it lightly to say that watching what's going on in City Council with this vague budget proposal, among other things, feels like watching the current White House administration throw democracy aside as if it is garbage to be tossed. How can Vancouver claim to be a world-class city when its residents are going to lose basic amenities and services? How can Vancouver be developing at the insatiable rate that it is and have the audacity to cut services instead of increasing them? Services and amenities have to match our growth, not get cut. It is cynical to make us live through this eternal construction development and at the same time take away the services and amenities that hold us together as communities. Why is there such a lack of imagination coming from City Council when it comes to putting together a budget? This city is exploding with brilliant people, experts in every sector that you could think of. Why not ask the experts? Why not look to the great cities of our world who do manage to make a line-by-line budget that honors their residents, that take care of its people? In the words of the extraordinary Mexican president, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primero los pobres, which means first the poor. It is her party's core belief and principle that society can only thrive as a whole when you take care of your poor and vulnerable first. Equality must grow from the ground up. If you believe otherwise, you are no better than those who support the billionaires and soon-to-be trillionaire that are ripping our neighbors' democracy out of their hands. Inequality is one of the greatest threats of our time, and I find it absolutely inhumane that we have a group of individuals who are supposed to be serving their communities so that it may thrive, but instead, to me, it feels like they are choosing to copycat some kind of light fascism. By the time my fellow community members have all had their opportunity to speak, you will have heard thousands of reasons as to why what you are proposing in this opaque 2026 budget is just wrong, cynical, and undemocratic. I urge the city councilors to stand up for the people of your city and do the right thing. Vancouver's heart is its people, not money. Give people what they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 165, Andrea Bolin.
Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm 40 years old. I am calling to oppose the budget. I've never spoken to council before or been this into politics as I have been in the past year. I'm a public health care worker. I've worked in public health my entire life. I'm an occupational therapist. I've been doing this for 18 years. I work downtown. I don't come from generational wealth, but I did save up and I was able to buy my own condo that I live in last year. I can afford an increase in property taxes. I can afford a 5% increase in property taxes. I can afford whatever it takes to maintain the current services. I can even afford an increase over the 5%. I will pay property taxes, whatever needs to happen to have the social services that we need in Vancouver. I'm ashamed at the current council's decision to not increase the property taxes. The campaign of zero means zero, zero increases is not the flex you think it is. I have the privilege to call myself house poor. I can afford this increase. I know that some seniors who don't have an increase in their income couldn't afford it, but they can defer their property taxes. They can defer it until they pass away or sell the property. So I don't know what kind of excuse there would be to not increase property taxes. The clients I serve, as well as myself, do not deserve cuts to important public services in Vancouver. I want you to hear me when I say no cuts to public services. One caveat I have is that I do not agree with the police budget that has been increased. I don't understand why they need more money for attending protests. I've been to protests. I've been to protests where there's an enormous amount of police presence that is completely unnecessary. I do not want the police budget to be increased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 166, Toshio Raman.
Hi, I'm a resident of Point Grey. I've been for 30 years. I own my own house there, so if this budget goes through, I would be paying 0% property tax, but I don't want to be paying 0% property tax. I was raised to help my neighbor and help my community, and so I'm willing to pay what I have to because I'm a Vancouverite and I want what's best for my neighbors. To all the council members who are there, I would reevaluate your loyal allegiance to your leader. I really don't understand what you guys are doing. It's incredibly frustrating and demeaning. If you vote for this budget, people will suffer. Your coworkers, your friends, your neighbors. God forbid somebody gets sick or somebody dies as a result of this budget being passed. Are you okay to have that on your hands? Because I wouldn't be. It's a great responsibility. Vancouverites care about this, as you can tell by the 600 plus people waiting to speak, by the thousands online who are watching the YouTube live stream, and the tens of thousands on social media over the last few hours. They are not going to let this go down, and neither will I. So please, do the right thing. There's still a chance. Do what's moral, do what's ethical, do what's right and conscionable, and vote down this budget. Please, we're watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 167, Olivia Moore.
One 67 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 168, Iva Yankovic.
168 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 169, Ian Mijakovsky.
169 is not on the line.
Speaker number 170, Maxwell Ranjidahi Aupapa.
170 is not on the line.
Speaker number 171, Parker Johnson.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you as council. And I want to, I'm calling actually just to express my concern about the budget and really to reject the zero means zero notion around what's being proposed. I think there needs to be transparency and accountability, as well as having a budget that embraces the care and concerns of the citizens. And from what's been shared thus far, and I don't have anything particularly new to add to what's been shared, I'm hopeful that folks here will take it upon themselves to do what's right. Budget is a moral contract, not just a financial one. And I think it's really important that we embrace our need to care for not just the people who are well off, but the folks who are on the margins, the periphery. And I just making these declarations without some clarity, and then also having wholesale removal of offices such as the one that I worked in for 10 years, the equity office, really is not a responsible way of addressing. If you want to do cuts, you would do them in a timely, responsible way, and to do some assessment and have the staff involved in that process. And none of that sort of thing has been done. And just doing wholesale escalation of police and fire when we're not experiencing the need for increased revenue being devoted to those areas that's drained away from other areas of service to the citizens of the city is, I think, irresponsible, and it's unfortunate. And I hope that people will rethink their decisions that they made thus far, particularly in a time where austerity is being used as a justification for retrenchment, and we don't need that in our city. And so I'm hopeful that folks will take their time, reconsider what's being done. I must admit that even being on this call, I'm not particularly optimistic because I've not seen thus far us engaging in these call-ins, regardless of how many of us call, that it results in any substantive change in how people vote. But I remain hopeful and hope that people will do the moral and responsible thing for all the citizens, particularly those on the margins. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 172, Matteo Damascelli.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Matteo Damascelli. I've lived in Vancouver for over 20 years, and I oppose this budget. I'm concerned about the budget for many of the reasons people have already mentioned, but I'll focus on a few points. It'll make life more unaffordable, it's undemocratic, and lacks transparency in terms of the cuts. The budget frames the property tax freeze as reducing costs for families and businesses. The reality is this budget will make things more expensive for most people because the benefit will only impact a small percentage of households and businesses, and the loss in revenue will mean higher fees in other areas like parking and bylaws, making life more expensive, not less expensive. Based on the 2021 census, most Vancouver households are rented, not owned. So a minority of residents will directly feel the benefit of a property tax break. Among those who do feel the benefit, most of that benefit goes to the most expensive properties in the city. Comparing a freeze to a scenario with a 5% tax increase, a residential property worth $500,000 saves $45. That's $4 a month. Even a $2 million property saves only $180. Properties worth over $20 million would save thousands. With only 8% of properties in Vancouver worth more than $4 million, this tax break benefits a small number of households, those who can already afford to pay. A 0% property tax increase also means revenue must be raised in other ways. The budget calls for increasing parking fees, program fees, and bylaw fines by tens of millions of dollars. This will make life more expensive, not less expensive. Another issue is this budget is undemocratic. This was made clear in the budget survey report. Residents and businesses' top priority for the 2026 budget was to maintain high-quality services. How does cutting $6 million from arts, culture, and community services and $5.5 million from planning, design, and sustainability maintain high-quality services? And people support property tax increases. In the survey report, most people opposed increasing user fees or offering the same services at a reduced level. And when asked to choose between a 5% property tax increase or a 0% property tax increase, only 10% of people chose a 0% increase. This budget goes directly against public opinion. To the city councilors, I urge you to vote no on a budget that increases on affordability, goes against what the public wants, and lacks any transparency on what specific programs and services will be cut. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 173, Isaiah Schilling.
Speaker 173 is not on the line.
Speaker number 174, Kaylee Schilling.
Hi, this is Kylie Schilling.
Sorry, Kylie. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks so much. As I said, I'm Kylie Schilling. I am the Vice Chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee to the city. I'm also a homeowner here in Vancouver, and I'm a parent of two children. We use the community centers, the libraries. I am a multifaceted stakeholder in this city, and I oppose this budget. We heard earlier, and I just want to say I'm so impressed and in awe with the heart and the dedication of my fellow community members who've shared and spoken tonight. So I'm going to try to keep this brief and not repeat too much. We heard earlier from someone that arts are a lifeline that hold this city together. And instead of investing in it, this budget proposes a 12% cut to our lifeline. Arts are an economic driver and a builder of community, and this budget is a refusal to invest in the very things, and it's arts, it's also community centers, parks, libraries, the very things that make this city great, including, by the way, the tremendous arts and culture staff of this city. Without transparency, we don't know what these cuts are. This budget is penny wise and pound foolish. Zero means zero investment in community and zero belief in the world-class greatness of this city. The city is speaking tonight. The city will continue to speak into the night and tomorrow. This city of many diverse voices is speaking with clarity and with unity. Its people and its heart are speaking, and I hope you are listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 175, Gary Jarvis.
Clearly?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to Mayor and Council. I'm in opposition to this budget, the draft budget. I am a Vancouver resident. I have been for 21 years. I've been a resident of downtown East Side, East Vancouver. I'm now currently a resident in Kitsilano. I'm a library worker, proud library worker and KP member. Have been for 17 years. And while I fully expect that this draft budget will pass, sadly, which I believe would be a mistake, I remain in opposition, and I believe we need an increase in property taxes to fund city services. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 176, Mason Rezazadeh. Mason here, online.
176 is not online.
Speaker number 177, Claire Wemys.
Speaker 177 is not on the line.
Speaker 178, Charlie Hodges.
Speaker 178 is not on the line.
Speaker 179, Jenny Simpson.
Speaker 179 is not on the line.
I am. I'm right here.
There she is.
Speaker 179,
Hi.
Jenny, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. Thanks for making the time. My name is Jenny Simpson. I'm a renter. I'm a volunteer. I'm a former teacher.
Sorry, Jenny, there's a bit of feedback. If you have your computer on.
How's that?
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to balance my workday around this gigantic meeting.
It happens. Please go ahead.
So I'll go ahead. I'm a renter. I'm a volunteer. I'm a business owner. I'm a former teacher, and I now work as a mental health counselor in our community. I believe that the funding suggested for the next budget has significant ethical issues, that 0% property taxes is unethical given the state of how our city is operated. I also think that renters will continue to pay increases, as we've heard many times today, and that we make up 55% of the citizens of Vancouver. And I've also been really delighted to hear homeowners saying that they want to pay property taxes, that they want to support the community. I also think that looking back at the Auditor General report, which I read yesterday, one of the things it says is that it has effective city asset management funds ensure governments optimize service delivery and minimize operating costs over a lifetime of major assets. The City of Vancouver does not have a stable CAMF, and that's something that needs to be looked at, and that's going to be about revenue. The other thing I am opposing is the decrease in arts, culture, park, and recreation in our community centers, and raising community center user fees is unethical. The programs run by community centers allow citizens and families to access learning, recreation, culture, nature, and learn new skills, and also just have a safe place to be. So repairing and maintaining these things will only help the people of the city be healthier and more connected. Expecting increased revenues from the average citizen, regardless of their income, is punitive. And I also wanted to share that over the last week, I participated in the Heart of the City Festival, and I saw a pretty amazing play, which I would recommend if you can get a filming of it. It's called The Mayor of Oz, and it's a dystopian future play about having atmospheric rivers coming in every week, that the homelessness has increased, and that the elite are still the elite are still not taxed properly. And it was put on by the Carnegie Learning Center. It was beautiful, and I think that we have to look at the future. I think someone said a budget is a love letter to the future, and I think we have to write a love letter to the people of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 180, Scott Jensen. Scott, are you there?
What?
Scott, are you there?
Yeah. Hello?
Yep. Scott, go ahead.
Oh, just 1 second, please. All right. My apologies. Thank you. Well, tonight I am speaking to express my opposition to the zero means zero proposed 2026 budget. Residents of Vancouver do not know the true nature of this budget. In fact, listening to or reading Councillor online, sounds like many don't understand it yet either. It is being presented with a slogan, but not with transparency. A line-by-line budget, the fundamental document that shows where each dollar is coming from and where each dollar is going, is still not public. And without that, no one in the city can make an informed judgment about what this budget truly represents. You cannot say there is a responsibility or fiscal clarity when the actual numbers remain hidden. And I want to be very clear. We know that these decisions will not come without consequences. Every economist, every planner, every CFO in this country will tell you you cannot freeze taxes without also cutting public services somewhere. We all know that the park board will feel this. We all know the programs will be reduced. We all know that fees for families, swim lessons, rinks, community center programs will go up. That is not a zero. That is not relief. That is not fairness. That is simply shifting the burden onto families, onto kids, onto seniors, onto community groups, calling it savings. The neighborhoods of Vancouver built these amenities over generations. Through mill rates, through capital levies, through borrowing, through taxes that people willingly paid because they knew those taxes were what these taxes were buying. Parks, community centers, pools, rinks, playing fields, playgrounds, stewardship, concerts, gardens, nature, learning, belonging. Cutting the park board's budget or forcing the board to raise user fees to maintain essential services is a retreat from the very idea of public good. It is a retreat from the idea that parks and recreation belong to everyone, not just those who can afford to pay. And if this budget is passed without line-by-line public transparency, without a full public disclosure of what gets cut and what fees go up, then this is not a responsible budgeting. This is budgeting by slogan. Councillors, you have a responsibility to be honest with the public about what this really is. This is not zero. This is reduced services to the public.
Great, and sorry, Scott, you're at time. Okay, speaker number 181, Tom Digby.
Here, I'd like to carry on from my colleague, Scott Jensen. I'm also a park board commissioner, and I'm opposed to this budget because councillors and mayor, you can do better. In the past 3 years, there's been a 24% increase in property taxes across Vancouver. It's been averaging 8% a year. And so I don't know why everyone's calling this a zero means zero budget. It actually means an average of 6% across 4 years. And, remarkably, the long-term average budget increase in Vancouver is 4%. So, we've been at 6% for the last 4 years. So, zero in this case means an average 6% increase. And as my colleague Jensen was saying there, at Park Board, zero actually means minus $15 million. And how does that work? Well, it turns out nominally our budget is proposed to be flat, pretty much, compared to last year. But because we have increased expenses, $15 million in expenses, we have to cut $15 million of services out of the system. And that's exactly what Scott was referring to there, about how that's going to impact so many things across the city. I'm particularly concerned about urban forestry. We have now 5,000 stumps across the city, and people are begging us, like, can you get rid of that stump? It's been in front of my house for years. And we would love to, but we continue to fall behind on things like that, and then no one can plant a new tree. We've made marginal progress on park maintenance, reducing invasive species and improving the field quality. But that we're threatened now with losing the gains that we've made in there. And when I look at buildings and structures through our parks, we had barely enough money to fix the roof at the Connaught Park Fieldhouse, just recently completed. But and we are also able to fix the roof at Aberthow. But the field house at Memorial South is just standing there, empty and unused, and it's so sad that we could really make something out of this, out of these facilities we have. But if we have the kinds of cutbacks that we've got in this budget here, we just can't continue to make progress. Look, I got to tell you, I've been going door to door all summer and fall, and I get parents telling me, look, why do we have a lack of swimming lessons? Can't get my kids in swimming lessons. There's uncertainty about soccer fields, and, the permitting system is way behind and way too slow. And, I look at this budget, and I'm just going to change my story now. I used to say, look, Park Board's doing its best, but now I'm going to look at it and say, look, the mayor's got to pay for the police department, and that's why we don't have those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 182, Brennan Batchelovansky.
My colleagues, as a commissioner, I see that this budget is ill-conceived. The councillors can't honestly say what's going to be cut and what won't, and we know that what's been considered or classified as a core service by mayor and council is not clear what is actually included. And while there's brief mention of community centers, what we heard the other night at a special meeting was that a lot of what people are worried about is what is not listed as a core service. And so there's a number of things. We don't know about maintenance on rinks, sports courts. We don't know what impact it's going to have on field maintenance. If we cut the amount of funding for park operations, what ends up happening is that fewer sports fields get maintained, or they get maintained less often. That means more closures. That means higher risk of injury to athletes. This budget is ill-conceived from the start. Normally, you would work backwards on what is being cut and figure out how much you're actually going to save it or reduce or decide what the actual budget is. By doing it first, is completely reckless. And what the councillors that I ran with at ABC years ago, this was not what they had promised. They had promised good governance. They promised line-by-line budgeting. They promised to be able to fund and fix the park board and deliver better services. ABC has done none of them. This budget is a gimmick. It's going to impact people's day-to-day lives. And it's really unfortunate that this has come about in the way that it has. And it's brought it forward early, which means that there's not been any opportunity to dive into the details. And for that, I'm really hoping that the ABC councillors will see past this folly will understand that they're going to impact the day-to-day lives. People all across Vancouver, and every neighborhood is going to feel this. And they can't say honestly that they know what that impact is going to be. But because of that, they can't vote for this budget. They have to either rebalance or they should raise taxes in line with what other people in the city are expecting. They should do that, and they should put aside this election year gimmick. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 183, Teresa Alfeld.
Speaker 183 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 184, Andrea Galbraith.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Southeast Vancouver, a parent of 2 teens, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed budget. I feel that our elected officials should be responsive to their constituents, who in the budget survey, when asked about increases in property tax, the most preferred response was a moderate increase of 5% to maintain service levels. It's also difficult to support a budget with so little detail on operating expenses for the various departments, particularly a huge amount like $500 million for police services. What justifies a 10% increase so out of line with what other departments are receiving in a time when crime rates are down? In terms of the proposed cuts and alternate forms of revenue generation, I live in an area where many people struggle to meet basic expenses, and I oppose any increase to user fees for recreation services or cuts to arts and cultural events. These often have free sessions that everyone can attend and which add to the vibrancy of the city. Festivals and cultural events make summers in Vancouver extra special, and community groups have already been struggling with increased costs, with many events having to fold. As communities densify, community members expect more and better community amenities, stemming from the increased tax base and developer contributions. Unfortunately, we are being handed austerity measures instead. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 185, Rita Wong.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello. Hi, City Council. My name is Wong Gum Yi, or Rita Wong. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm a writer, a water keeper, and an instructor who uses the public library and community center on a weekly basis. I moved here from Calgary about 30 years ago, in part because of my love for the arts and culture here in the city. I care deeply about the environment and the climate, the lands and waters stewarded for thousands of years by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsawwatuk peoples here. And I believe everyone who lives on these lands has a responsibility to care for the health of these lands and waters. Over the years, I and my neighbors have supported the Rainway and the Rain City strategy. I also support Vancouver being a restorative city with the understanding that a restorative approach means uplifting the humanity of all people and building respectful relations with each other as well as with the lands and waters we all rely on. I learned from Coast Salish peoples about our interdependence and how we need to be guided by Coast Salish knowledge and law. I'm also a homeowner who supports an increase in taxes in order to make the city more livable for everyone. I support and value the services that taxes enable. I believe those with more resources should pitch in more as they're able to, and that we all benefit when we build a city that's child-friendly, accessible for everyone, a city that respects and learns from our differences rather than punishing or attacking people for being poor or disabled or homeless. I'm disturbed to hear that Vancouver's robust climate work will be devastatingly cut in this opaque and irresponsible draft budget. Climate work involves massive cooperation and commitment to both the people we know, as well as those we don't personally know, people who've lost their homes in increasingly massive wildfires in places like Lytton and Fort McMurray, who we're connected to through the climate. Some of those people I've met have ended up moving here to Vancouver as climate refugees. And these extreme fires could happen anywhere, including here in Vancouver. So I urge you to prioritize the climate. If I leave you with anything, it's the idea that time is more valuable than money. That is, time together on a livable, stable earth with a predictable climate is the single most valuable thing that connects all of us, regardless of our cultures, political views, economic class, etc. What Vancouver has so far achieved around climate is due to the work of many previous councils and thousands of local citizens who care about humanity. There should not be a massive increase to policing at the expense of children, parents, public libraries, parks, women, renters, artists, hardworking city staff who would be laid off, and thousands of people who make this city what it is. This budget makes the city more prone to systemic police abuse of power over homeless and racialized peoples. As a university instructor, I constantly hear from my students how expensive and unaffordable the city is, how food insecure they are, how stressed they are from having to work so many jobs trying to survive. A budget should invest in the youth, not make it more grim for them. I'd like to close by noting that this draft budget does not reflect the input that so many of us offered, and it's been upsetting to see people's input disregarded like this.
I'm sorry,
So I urge
Rita,
you to
you're at
vote
time.
against this budget.
So Speaker 186, Shannon Bundock.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi. I've lived in so-called Vancouver for the last 25 years or so. I live in Strathcona. I'm a single parent to a 4-year-old who goes to the Raycam Community Center daycare, and I'm opposing the city budget. I brought this up to a few people today, several people actually, including my kids' daycare staff, and every single one of them knew about the draft budget and was opposed to it. So, while 600 plus people is a lot of people to sign up, it is a reflection of the feeling across this city. My kid and I access community center programs and activities. We spend a lot of time in city parks, playgrounds, and libraries. We have a leisure access pass, which doesn't give us full access, but does give us enough of a reduced cost that we can access parks activities. I have tried to sign up my kid for park sport activities and often have to log on at the exact moment registration becomes active and then immediately click enroll and cross my fingers we don't get waitlisted. And when it comes to things like swimming or gymnastics, we usually don't get a spot. Cuts to these kind of programs are going to make that even worse. We luckily live in affordable housing, but it's an apartment and it's small and we don't have our own outdoor space. In winter especially, my kid needs a chance to burn energy. They need places to go to get that recreation. We will suffer from a reduction in park sport activities that are already hard to access. We will suffer from an increase in fees, and everybody's going to suffer from the declining state of the already disgusting park bathrooms. And who isn't impacted by this? The police budget. $46 million increase of a police budget. I live in the downtown east side. My kid went to daycare at Princess and Hastings until they were 2.5 years old, and I've never felt unsafe in this neighborhood. I have, however, had countless conversations with my kids trying to explain why some people don't have a safe place to sleep. And the biggest irony of this is an increase to police is not going to increase the safety of our neighbors who need it the most. It's wild to me that there's a 0% increase for property tax. So many people have spoken to this, but it's wild. Inflation exists. An increase in property tax should at least keep up with inflation. Why are we letting property owners off the hook, and why are we being asked to accept the cut? Earlier, someone at this meeting, probably this morning, said cost of recreation programming is nominal. This is not the case for many of us, and that was a really out-of-touch thing to say. An increase beyond $100 for a preschool sports program will make it inaccessible for many families. The cost of living on top of the unaffordability of housing in our...
Shannon, you're at time.
Sorry, Mike.
Great. Sorry, Speaker 187, Dayla Hart.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking in opposition to this draft budget. I am a Vancouver resident that works to love the city that raised me through political action, and I will pay attention to each city councilor's vote on this budget and organize to hold you to account. Like a few other speakers, my concern is public safety. When another 100 senior citizens are stolen from their grandchildren by the next heat wave because you made cuts to climate mitigation, is that public safety? When a mother struggling with postpartum depression can't access community center programs, is that public safety? When a bullied teenager's only safe arts venue is shuttered, is that public safety? When a father misses a job offer because the library computers aren't available and loses his housing, is that public safety? When Black and Indigenous Vancouverites face terrorization by a hyper-militarized police force, is that public safety? Maybe these Vancouver families are disposable to you, but even the privileged don't want this budget. Barely 10% of the people who responded to the budget survey supported this 0% plan. Yes, the common folk will face the worst consequences, but by cutting public services, you are taking away from everybody. Even the rich enjoy a walk in a clean park, but these cuts to facilities management will make our public places disgusting. And councillors, think about yourself. Property taxes provide a predictable revenue source for running the city. Shifting the onus onto unpredictable sources like parking fees makes it harder for you to make long-term plans for the prosperity of the city. Firing hundreds of city staff cannot make coming into the office a joyful experience either. Please, think about the consequences of this budget and vote it down for everyone's sake.
Speaker 188 is not on the line. Speaker 189 is not on the line. Speaker 191 is not on the. Sorry, 190 is not. Yeah, 190 is not on the line.
Speaker 191, Gavin Summers.
191 is not on the line.
Speaker 192, Tomiko Suzuki.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak. My name is Tomiko Suzuki, and I am firmly opposed to this budget. I'm a senior, a retired healthcare worker, a homeowner on the west side, and a soon-to-be grandmother. I'm proud to call Vancouver my home, and am devastated by what this budget bill proposes to do. It's why I felt compelled to speak. Many items have been covered by the amazing speakers we've had so far, and I'm sure more will come with more than 400 still on the slate, so I've cut back on my words. Cutting the Climate and Sustainability Department will affect building retrofits, extreme heat preparation, food security, public libraries, and healthy green spaces, our very future as a livable city. With decaying infrastructure, I worry we've strayed away from what makes this city livable and forward-looking. I may have once thought I'm too old to ever see the effects of climate change, but we all know it's here now, and it's just ramping up. How do cutbacks in staffing and infrastructure help us deal with what is to come? Homelessness numbers are already high, and there are many more who are housing precarious, one paycheck away from missed rent. Why is the police budget the only thing being increased? To keep sweeping away the homeless, who will be in ever-increasing numbers? There have been many studies around the world showing that if you provide basic housing and support for the marginalized, crime will go down without any need for extra policing. And then saying you need more police for protests is ridiculous, as they are by far peaceful and unthreatening. I'm extremely concerned about affordability and livability for young working people who are the future of Vancouver. The majority of young Vancouverites and a good number of seniors are renters and will not benefit from a 0% property tax. How can anyone think life will be more affordable, quote unquote, when this budget threatens to drive up costs of housing, healthcare, childcare, community well-being projects? I really fear this city is losing its heart and soul. As a homeowner, I would gladly support a modest tax increase to keep the services, infrastructure, and staffing, not only for my family, but for all citizens of Vancouver. Mr. Mayor and ABC councillors, I strongly urge you to vote against this draft budget, abandon the 0% plan, and produce a plan that is open and honest and represents the values and people of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 193, T. Zhang. T there?
Sound check, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for the opportunity for speaking. My name is T. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a software engineer who has made a positive impact in both enterprise and startup settings. I run my own consulting firm for software businesses and tech professionals. I specialize in complex systems and helping entities cut costs and maximize profits. I'm very good at what I do, and I know an efficient or inefficient business when I see one. The ABC has been promising a profitable outcome for the city. If we could all see it, maybe that will result in more supporters of the budget. I'm the second supporter tonight because, like our mayor, I deeply care about a revenue-driven future for our city. Mayor Ken Sim is an entrepreneur and has run the city as a business. A business optimizes for profit and strategy, whereas a city must optimize for these while still upholding public good, accountability, and equity. These latter points are irrelevant for running a profitable business. I don't care how many speakers are talking about how unethical this is. In an ideal capitalistic world, dropping these considerations to maximize for profit is smart. Again, I support this budget because I love money and I hate the city and its people. I deeply empathize with the wealthy. Haven't they suffered enough? I support reducing property tax, and I want more police too because they have always prioritized my safety and my concerns. 2026 budget, I vote yes. If any rich person is hearing this, hello, I'm looking for more rich friends. Okay, so now that I've gotten the attention of the council, that was a friendly little joke to bring some humor to the situation, a little bit of a smile. It's a long night. I'm sorry, I don't actually support the budget. I'm sorry, I really want to, out of good faith for leaders of the city, but this budget is not optimizing for a profitable future for us. It's doing the exact opposite. I know you all mean well. For example, tourism is a top industry in Vancouver, supporting many local businesses and creating jobs. With contacts in the tourist industry, I hear firsthand accounts on the deterioration of tourism experiences in Vancouver as a result of underfunded public infrastructure and cultural investments. Things like the lack of third spaces, under-maintained public facilities, our parks crawling with invasive Himalayan berries, which I help get rid of in Stanley Park, and on Sherwood Path. Now, we are going to cut more funds to these areas. Another example, without addressing rising sea level concerns, we will lose the beautiful seawall. It's a major tourist attraction within the foreseeable future. Mayor and ABC councilors, as successful business leader making same decisions, have you done due diligence and macro analysis to anticipate the impact of something like this on the city's ability to generate future revenue? As a business, if you're running the city as a business and a city share the goal of healthy operative longevity, but the 2026 budget is killing the goose for the golden egg. It'll undo decades of effort that shaped our city to be a world-tier city. Have you seen any other city do recycling and city maintenance the way we do? I've lived in 3 continents. I can tell you how rare this is. Police officers are what we would call a cost center. Cost centers are important, but no reasonable business would increase budget for a cost center while
T, you're
reducing
at
spending.
time. Thank you. Speaker 194, Shay McConkey.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello. My name is Shay McConkey. I'm a resident of the city of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose this proposed budget. This is my first time speaking to council, but I feel I have to use my voice for everyone who can't be here to speak. We didn't ask for this. This is not what we want. Why send out a budget survey if you're not going to listen to your residents? It is very clear that the majority of us wanted a 3.5 to 7% property tax increase. So what is even happening right now? As a renter, as someone who struggles to make ends meet every single month, I'm terrified of my future and the future of anyone who's not ultra rich under this proposed budget. It's not like my millionaire landlord is going to be passing any small savings down to me or my neighbors. So really, I, like so many like me, will just be losing out on reduced services and will be facing increased financial stress. But I'm so glad to hear that morale is great for the cops. That's going to help me sleep at night. Tax the ultra rich. Mayor Ken Sim, I ask you, what happened to your promise that you made to us that you would go through the budget line by line? Where in your campaign did you say you would use your power and control to turn our beloved city into an authoritarian municipality? Again, we didn't ask for this. We do not want this. I urge you to look into your hearts, listen to what we're saying, and rethink this devastating budget.
Thank you very much. Speaker 195, Kelsey Jones.
Speaker 195 is not on the line.
Speaker 196 has withdrawn. Speaker 197, Jane Shee.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
My name is Jane Shee, and I have been a resident of so-called Vancouver, the occupied territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples for a little more than a decade. I am a poet, writer, and organizer, and I am opposing this opaque, incomplete Cop City budget. First, a trigger warning for domestic violence and suicide for my comments today. I grew up in Richmond, and as a teenager, I was physically and emotionally abused by my parents, and before that, bullied by the kids in my elementary school. At the age of 11, I almost made plans to die by suicide. Why I'm still alive today is because I wanted to watch a very, very bad movie called A Series of Unfortunate Events featuring Jim Carrey, based on the book that I had taken out from Richmond Public Library. The other month, I had done an author event at the library I grew up in, a full circle moment that would have been unbelievable to 11-year-old me, an autistic queer immigrant kid who loved books and stories. Police have never made me feel safer, not when they brutalize my friends and kill disabled people like myself. Cutting library programming, arts, culture, recreation, housing, and other public services in the city of Vancouver, refusing to tax the wealthiest while increasing funding for policing, will reinforce an environment of surveillance, paranoia, and breakdown of community already plaguing the city for years. It is isolation, one spurred by centuries of patriarchy and the throes of surviving racial capitalism as a new immigrant family living in the suburbs, that led to the violence I experienced as a child and teenager. And it is isolation and mistrust that led to my wanting to leave this earth at such a young age. I want to note that I grew up in a wealthy part of Richmond and currently live in East Vancouver. I have seen countless of friends and neighbors move out or be evicted because they can no longer afford my neighborhood or this city. Far worse, in the past few years, several community members I know have died by suicide and countless more from poisoning crisis, COVID, and the impacts of poverty, state violence, neglect, and climate catastrophe. I am among many speakers today deeply alarmed with the lack of transparency, line-by-line itemization, and blatant disregard for the people of Vancouver in this proposed budget. If your definition of a vibrant city is one where young people die early or move out, the old are abused in nursing homes, die cold and alone in an SRO or on the streets, this Cop City budget exemplifies it. What this budget tells me is a story of the powerful and wealthy afraid of the people and of losing power and need guns to secure it. If people do not riot outside of City Hall, they will certainly remember to vote you out next October. Vote accordingly and reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is number 198, Nicola Coulter.
198 is not on the line.
199 has withdrawn. Speaker 200, Lama Olabai. Hi, Lama, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. It's Lama Alabi. Mr. Khair, good evening. I'm an invited guest on this colonized land, and I oppose this proposed budget. My name, again, is Lama. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm here as a renter, a worker, a student, and an immigrant, and a Vancouver resident living in the West End. I oppose ABC's 2026 budget cuts because I see their impact every single day in my neighborhood. In Vancouver, the Equities office work isn't abstract. It's my neighbors. It's the support that reaches newcomers like I once was. It's the programs for people with disabilities. It's addiction services. It's homelessness outreach. These services are holding our community together, and I'm watching them disappear. I see opportunities being hijacked and barriers rising. When you slash the Equity office, you're not cutting waste. You're cutting the ladder that people like me used to climb. You're pulling it up behind those who already made it. Meanwhile, workers in the city are struggling with wages that don't keep up with rent, with no protections, and with precarious employment. Where's the investment in the workers' rights when we need it most? But let's talk priorities. You're cutting education support, affordable housing programs, and employment services. the things that actually help people build stable lives. And where's the money going? We keep finding budget for policing our communities instead of supporting them. So let me be clear about what's happening here. You cut the services that keep the working people alive. When you take away people's ability to meet basic needs, when you slash programs that hold communities together, desperation rises. Denying someone housing, food, and dignity is the crime. And then what? You increase police budgets to manage the crisis you created and protect the wealthy from the consequences of your cut. So who is Kinsim really working for? Not us, not Vancouver. And this budget is a class warfare. The public is being told some budgets are increasing, but we know better. A $2 million library increase that still results in service cuts. $1 million parks increase that actually means $15 million in cuts. This is budget sleight of hand. This isn't austerity. This is a choice about who matters. And people like me, renters, workers, students, immigrants, we're getting the message loud and clear. Mayor Sim, while you sit in your ivory tower, people in Vancouver are forced to choose between rent and food, between childcare and transportation, between staying in the city and being pushed out. Your budget tells us exactly whose Vancouver you're building, and it's not ours. I'm asking you, who is this city for? This budget is abandoning the people who build the city and the people that are trying to make a life here. Reject these cuts. Reject EBC's budget. And Kinsim, you've abandoned your responsibility to this community. It's time to remove yourself from the office.
And
thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 201 is Dr. Devyani Singh.
201 is not on the line.
Speaker 202, Lauren O'Connell.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. So as you heard, my name is Lauren O'Connell. I've lived in Vancouver for 13 years. It's actually the longest I've ever lived anywhere, and it's actually the only place I've ever wanted to live in for this long. So it's for that reason that I'm speaking in opposition of this proposed budget. I've been popping in and out a little bit throughout the day to listen to the other speakers and hear their thoughts on this budget. I wanted to prepare a compelling speech filled with statistics and facts, but having heard the other speakers, I know that I'm not going to say anything tonight that you haven't or won't hear from one of the other 600 plus infuriated Vancouverites. So I'll just say this. Arts, culture, parks, and community care are some of the very few remaining things that make this city so incredible to live in. I don't want to live in a city whose biggest flex is the size and presence of its police force. I want to live in a city that champions climate initiatives and serving the underserved. I want to live in a city that cares about enriching the lives of seniors and children. A city with breathtaking beaches and parks to make my mother say, "Oh, wow, I wish I lived here," despite being very firmly Albertan. And I want to continue to want to live here. The services and initiatives that make the city so enchanting, so loving, so livable will suffocate under this proposed budget. I don't just urge you, Council, I plead with you. Please do not throw this all away on a last-ditch re-election scheme. Thank you.
Speaker 203, Chris Livingston.
Speaker 203 is not on the line.
Speaker 204 has withdrawn. Speaker 205, Rupinder Sidhu.
Speaker 205 is not on the line.
Speaker 206, Megan Lau.
Hi there.
Hi, please go ahead.
My name is Megan Lau, and I live in Mount Pleasant. I think this budget is an offense. I've lived in Vancouver nearly 40 years. I've worked for the city. I've served on several city advisory committees, and I'm deeply embedded in my community. You may recognize my name because I email you quite regularly because I care about this place. What's happening with this draft budget is both egregious and dangerous. When you strip away basic public infrastructure and services, you're not making tough fiscal choices. You're removing dignity and safety from our lives. You're foreclosing on a livable future. I have heard how proud this council wants to be the final stop of the Eras tour. Next year, Vancouver is preparing to host FIFA. May I remind you that successfully and safely hosting major events requires robust public services, not just police presence. Soccer fans and Taylor Swift fans also need baby change tables and menstrual products from public facilities that you plan to cut. If you can't provide these essentials for our own residents, we have no business hosting the world. These aren't frills to trim their basic human rights and basic dignity. And you're being asked to vote on what? How can you vote on just the concept of a budget? How can the public trust the process where nobody knows what they're actually cutting and funding? It seems to me that you're writing yourself a blank check. I'm proud to pay my property taxes because they build a city that we share. This survey gave you a mandate to raise taxes to maintain and increase services. People who can afford more should pay more. It's how we fund a city that works for everyone. And beyond the moral failure, this budget doesn't even make fiscal sense. In the short term, cutting services risks embarrassing failures that cost us reputation and future tourism revenue. In the long term, deferred maintenance and decreased services always cost more to restore than they save. Problems compound. What looks like savings today becomes crisis spending tomorrow. I've been deeply disappointed by this council since 2022. I hope that you change my mind with this vote. Give your constituents actual detail and accountability. Give us a budget that reflects the values of community, justice, fairness, care, and common sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Speaker 207, Sam Mustone. Sam online? Yeah, he is. Sam, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, as I said, my name is Sam Mustone. I've been living in Vancouver for more than 50 years. I'm retired, and I totally oppose this budget, mostly because I think paying taxes is what makes the city run, and one of the things that makes the city so vibrant and wonderful is the parks, the community centers, and all the facilities that we get to use and keep everybody healthy. So, I mean, I don't really mind paying taxes, and so the idea of no increase doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's part of living in the city and part of being part of the community and supporting it. So this is one of the reasons I oppose this budget, and that's all I have to say.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Speaker number 208, Noah Saud.
Speaker 208 is not on the line.
Speaker 209, Kristen Cook.
Speaker 209 is not on the line.
Speaker 210, Rory Mark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rory. I am calling because I strongly oppose this budget. I've been a Vancouver resident for about 22 years. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm fortunate enough to be a property owner. I don't understand why our property taxes wouldn't be going up to support a city that should be thriving, vibrant, and diverse. I think that raising fees and cutting services is not how we create sustainable communities. And I truly don't understand who is benefiting from this budget. Well, I could make a guess. There's one group benefiting from this budget, but if you're looking to boost revenue for the city, I think installing red light cameras at all of the problematic intersections, which I know was a motion that did not get passed previously, would be a great way for the city to earn a lot of revenue because there are a lot of terrible drivers here. But just wanted to call to let you know that I think that the democratic process and the integrity of the civic government is really on display right now. And I'm deeply troubled by the lack of transparency and accountability, as the hundreds of people before me have also said. So I hope that you will reconsider, and thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 211, Sam Roberts.
Speaker 211 is not on the line.
Speaker 212, Ann Grant.
Yes, you can hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name's Ann Grant. I live in so-called Vancouver. I was born here 85 years ago. I'm opposed to this budget. I was very happy to see that there were over 600 people signed up to speak on this budget. I've listened to the speakers most of the day since about 9:30 this morning, I think it was. I agree with almost all of what I've heard so far from the many eloquent and moving speakers. I was going to say this is what democracy looks like, but then one of the speakers pointed out that it's a privilege to be able to take the time to speak to council under these conditions. I am privileged. I hope that those who can be involved will continue to be so in this incredible demonstration that we've had today. I hope that's ongoing. This is obviously an austerity budget. We're living in a time of existential climate crisis, of economic crisis, of a sustainability crisis, increasing social inequality, a housing crisis, food insecurity, cost of living crisis, health care crisis, and more. A leading climate scientist said on CBC recently, all these crises are linked. They're not separate buckets. And the climate crisis is the hole in all the other buckets. I thought that was rather well put. In my opinion, we are in a time in which we should be particularly be taking action on the climate crisis and be bending over backwards to support our residents, especially the most vulnerable. We should not be cutting city services. This is a budget with zero in its favor, in my opinion. And yes, I do feel angry at the civic government, at the provincial government, the federal government. I urge you to defeat this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
For listening.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 213 has withdrawn. Speaker number 214 has withdrawn. Speaker number 215, Grace McCrae O'Keen, or O'Kine.
Speaker 215 is not on the line.
Speaker 216 has withdrawn. Speaker number 217, Natalie Atari.
Speaker 217 is not on the line.
Speaker 218, Omar Bimji.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Evening, Mayor and Council. As you've heard, my name is Omar Bimji. Work for a small engineering consulting company based in Vancouver. I'm also a resident of the city. I was born at St. Paul's. I've lived here most of my life. I own a home on the east side. I raised my family here. I'm calling, like a lot of the people before me, to voice my opposition to the cuts anticipated in next year's budget. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to live and to work in Vancouver. Like all homeowners, I grumble a little bit twice a year when I get my property tax bill, but I know it's a small price to pay to live in such a beautiful and inspired place. I'm incredibly proud that our city has become a leader on climate action, setting examples and breaking new ground on strategies and policies aimed at fighting global climate change. I've had the opportunity in my career to work with some incredible city staff on programs, research, studies, and pilot projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation and from our buildings. Although I understand that the details of the cuts in this accompanying budget have not been made public, I've received some really concerning updates through colleagues and professional networks that the cuts planned for the Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability Department will have a considerable impact on our city's ability to achieve its carbon pollution reduction targets. And because of our critical leadership role, these cuts will have knock-on impacts that depress and set back efforts to fight climate change across the world. It's becoming almost trite to say that climate change is the defining issue of our time, but it remains true. When my son was 4 years old, we were taking the bus home from Science World, and he asked me, when climate change comes and the sea level rises, am I going to drown? I had to tell him, of course not. We live on a really tall hill. I didn't want to tell my young child about the horrors of climate collapse, and I don't want to think about the incredible suffering and devastation that he will witness and live through if temperatures rise, our climate collapses, and we do nothing. My son is now in his first year at UBC, and since that conversation, I've dedicated my professional life to identifying solutions to climate change. I feel so fortunate to live in a city that has afforded me and the businesses I've worked for incredible opportunities to do this work. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that Vancouver has become a beacon in this world, showing what a city and its leadership can do to drive and inspire real, impactful change, and creating opportunities for businesses that can do well by doing good and the right thing. I hope you will reconsider these planned cuts and provide the city and its allies with the resources needed to keep us at the forefront of this critical issue. I've been asked to give the keynote address to this year's graduates from the UBC Masters of Engineering Leadership Program next month, many of whom are preparing for a career in clean energy. I would really love to be able to give them some hope, both professionally and with respect to the world that they stand to inherit from us. I hope you guys will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 219, Robert Ford.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm a Kitsilano resident, own my apartment, and I'm opposed to the budget as it stands. I'm hoping that council has the capacity or procedural ability to send the budget back for a review, partly because it is not self-consistent. So, for example, live within our means is one of the primary statements. But the police budget gets to live within 10% more of its means, whereas arts community services is less, -12, planning, urban design, and sustainability is -14. It doesn't really make sense. If you're going to try and hold costs, you have two problems. One, everybody should be doing the review of their expenses, and you've got an inflation rate of 2.5%, which definitely affects the ability to do that. So I really think the budget needs to be sent back for more detail and a review. On the police budget, the staggering problem most of us who've been calling in is that the proposed increase to the police is $46.2 million. And the entire budget of arts, culture, and community services is suggested to be 44.4. So the police's increase is bigger than the arts, culture, and community services. The stuff just isn't coming together. So another quick factoid, I looked up, there are 1,909 people in the police force, civilians and officers. If you divide that by the 2024 or 2025 budget, you're over $250,000 of cost per individual. Now, obviously, the people themselves aren't getting that, and that job is not something everybody on this call would stand up and say we want to do. But with that size of budget comes more diligence. It has to be looked at. And I also, my last little nerdy thing, according to StatsCan as of July 22nd, the volume and severity of police-reported crime in Canada, as measured by the Crime Severity Index, decreased 4% in 2024, following 3 years of increases. So this should be a year where we flatten out the police budget, not increase it. So I'm really asking Mayor and Council, send it back. I don't even think you should vote on it. I think there should be a new motion to send it back for more work. And with that, I'll sign off and let you get on with the hard work you're doing. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 220, Maddie Kipling.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Maddie Kipling. I'm a Vancouverite and a mother, and we are pushing our bedtime here because my young son here is learning about democracy. Say hi to Mayor and Council.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council.
Hi.
All right. Parker and I absolutely love going to the libraries. We love swimming. We go to all of the community centers. And as a previous business owner and a current business administrator, I absolutely understand budgets. I must admit, I don't understand this one. It doesn't feel balanced. But I did want to bring my experience in Vancouver as a decades-long youth worker, working with some kids who were disconnected from home, disconnected from school, disconnected from their probation officers. Lots of youth I worked with who had many, many interactions with local Vancouver police. And I worked very closely with the police on a daily basis. And what I would hear often from police and from the court workers when I would escort youth to court is that the work we were doing doing outreach with community centers, and the programs we were offering at the community centers were the programs that were helping divert kids from doing car theft and other types of higher risk crimes. So I would just like to offer that as anecdotal information I heard, again, from the Justice Department and police officers, that the community centers were doing the lion's share of the work, and that just arresting kids and picking them up and then letting them go again didn't help anything. It didn't make the situation better. So I would like to say that I would really encourage council not to approve this current unclear and seemingly unhelpful budget. And I just want to say thank you to all of the people who spoke beforehand. You all had such amazing things to say.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 221, Emma Dirks.
Speaker 221 is not on the line.
Speaker 222, Daryl Flash.
Speaker 222 is not on the line.
Speaker 223, Scott Sinclair.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm happy to present. Thank you for the time. I'm a Vancouver homeowner and have lived here for the past 20 years. I've founded my Vancouver-based engineering business, SES Consulting, with our office in Gastown in 2007. Since then, we've grown to employ 16 staff. I love Vancouver. I moved here because of the potential it provides and want it to continue providing that opportunity for newcomers. I'm opposed to the budget due to the lack of vision it conveys. It fails to provide progress on affordable housing, economic development, or hope for young people for the future that I believe is possible right now. I was attracted to move to Vancouver from Alberta in 2002, in large part to BC's reputation as a leader in energy efficiency. I have seen over the past 2 decades how the City of Vancouver's leadership on sustainability has created a cluster of innovative professional services and talented contractors that do not exist in other places in Canada. My business focuses on reducing carbon through existing building retrofits, dramatically reducing operating costs, and renewing systems for building owners. I have many colleagues in Vancouver who provide LED lighting retrofits, controls installations, adding solar PV to rooftops or EV charging stations to buildings. Collectively, these Vancouver businesses have developed because of the foundational work that your sustainability department has done to create a culture of innovation and thought leadership. Projects I've personally led in the past 2 years include a $10 million deep energy retrofit of an apartment building in Vancouver, funded by FortisBC, that is predicted to reduce carbon emissions by 70%. As well as a retrofit of Science World that has brought $20 million in federal funding and $10 million of provincial funding to renew the facility and dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I am able to help my clients attract this kind of funding because of the foundational work of the City of Vancouver's Sustainability Department. Mayor Sim, as a businessman, I ask you and Council to consider the opportunity before us. We are facing a critical point in Canada's history where huge infrastructure projects are attracting billions of dollars to create jobs, build and renew housing stock, transit and port infrastructure, seeding manufacturing. I believe the City of Vancouver is primed to be a major focus of government spending, to scale the unique expertise we have grown, creating jobs in our city, exporting this knowledge to other places. Now is the time to be investing, not cutting. Now is the time to continue to attract talent to one of the most beautiful and greenest cities in the world. I urge you to boldly take the time to develop a new vision for thriving economic development. Show us the entrepreneurial spirit that is part of your identity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 224, Melina Auerbach.
Speaker 224 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 225, Paul Biesla.
Hi there.
Hi there. Please
Can
go
you
ahead.
hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paul Biesla. I live in the area of Sunset, which is on Musqueam lands. I've lived here my entire life. I'm a lifelong resident, and I'm privileged enough to be a homeowner. I want to say that I support this budget because I've seen many administrations previous to this one, and Vancouverites needed some reprieve from taxation. I'm disappointed to see how different folks have been misinformed as to how a zero tax increase is going to affect Vancouverites. I've been listening to people, and they keep talking about property tax as a tax in isolation, rather than considering all of the financial burdens folks are already facing collectively. The city needs to get back to its mandate of core services. I've been listening a long time, and again, I've been privileged enough to be able to call and speak on behalf of many folks that I help in the city who don't have the privilege of the tech barriers that we face to be able to call in or to attend in person. Many folks have mentioned the arts and culture budget. Again, I'm privileged enough to run an arts and culture nonprofit, and I'm telling you, we're going to be okay. The real question we should be asking ourselves is, how did we get here to begin with? How and why did the budget balloon to begin with? Cuts are needed. The only thing that I've also heard many folks talk about the police budget. I think if you're interested in public safety, you will find ways to build those relationships with the VPD. And I come from a community where we've done exactly that, because folks from my community, the Mujabisic community, racialized community, is disproportionately represented in crime and the underworld. And we are doing the work to build those relationships. The last ask I would make, if the opportunity arises in the budget, is to please continue the support of the research of the planning department towards the South Asian cultural redress work. Thank you so much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker 226, Luciana Avila.
Avila, I'm here.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hello. Yes, thank you. My name is Luciana de Avila. I'm from Brazil. I've been living in Vancouver since 2020, and I'm here to oppose to this budget. I think in this 21st century, the whole world has already understood that the priorities of all public investments are in taking care of life, and that's the only way to keep it possible and save life in the planet. We all need to live in a city whose society looks forward to extinguish the inequality that affects the quality and security of the life of many of its residents. My family chose to live in this beautiful city because it has been a symbol of inclusive measures, which have been damaged by this kind of politician. We will not let it go on and destroy what Vancouverians have ever been taking care for so many years, which is a better life for all its citizens and not for a small group that looks after its own privilege. I hope the mayor will review this budget, and we are concerned with the quality of life of each alive being here. No weapons, please. Free Palestine. Thank you to all.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is Speaker 227, Andrea Armstrong.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm a renter living in Vancouver for the past 20 plus years. This budget clearly expresses City Hall's priorities for the city. So what I can see is that ABC prioritizes saving money for the ultra-rich and decreasing city services for folks who rely on those services. If this budget passes, it will make life harder for renters and for folks who are struggling to get by in the city. And so I don't support this budget. The Parks Board has been asked to cut $15 million in their operations. I myself have been a leisure access pass holder, and it has helped me access community center and fitness activities that have been vital to my own physical and mental health wellness when I've been struggling financially. It would be shameful to lose a program that supports the well-being of low-income Vancouverites. I also want to speak in solidarity with the residents of the city who are low income, unhoused, or at risk of losing housing, and renters who are struggling to pay the astronomical rates that increase every year. This budget will negatively affect the most vulnerable people of our city the most, and it's important that I speak up for those folks, especially since they face additional barriers to accessing political engagement, such as attending this meeting. It really boggles my mind that this budget blatantly ignores the public feedback results from the budget survey. It shows a lack of integrity in the democratic process and its poor governance. So I want to encourage you to revise this budget with three things in mind. One, that it reflects the input and feedback that Vancouverites gave in the budget survey. Two, that it be a lot more transparent and comprehensive and include a line-by-line budget. And three, that it increase property taxes by 5% so that the ultra-rich pay a fair share to live in the city, where they will still have more benefits than the rest of us anyway. I encourage you to revise this budget. Thank you.
Great. Speaker number 228, Allison Bosley.
Speaker 228 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 229, Anna Sally.
I'm a renter, and you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great. And I'm a recent graduate here in Vancouver, and I'm speaking today to oppose this budget. I just want to say that while I'll be speaking on behalf of my demographic and from my personal experiences, I'm also an ally of the other Vancouverites that will negatively be impacted by this budget, and it has been inspiring hearing all the beautiful voices of the city today. This budget doesn't reflect the needs of people like me, renters, students, and young professionals trying to build a life in the city. Instead of investing in the environmental and public programs that make Vancouver livable, it cuts the very supports that keep us connected and well. For instance, during my studies and still today, while I'm looking for employment, I have relied on the Leisure Access Pass. It has given me a sense of belonging when money was tight. Losing programs like this isn't just a budget adjustment, it's also a loss of dignity and community. As a recent graduate, I'm really scared. I see my world closing in as affordability worsens and opportunities disappear with a recession looming in the future. I talk to friends who aren't asking if they'll ever buy a home, they're asking if they can even stay in the city at all, and it's very hard to picture your future when everything is very precarious at the moment. Have you seen the food bank lines on university campuses? That's the reality for many of us. We are struggling, and this budget deepens that struggle, but we will not be silenced. The absurdity of this budget has lit a fire in residents across the city, and that will not go unnoticed. Youth and working people deserve a basic quality of life, a reason to believe we belong here in the city. Please reject this budget, fund the environmental and public programs that keep Vancouver vibrant, fair, and livable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 230, James Woolton.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm just calling to voice my strong opposition to the proposed budget because it doesn't represent what Vancouverites want and will only serve to increase inequity in our city. So the proposed budget is centered around the mayor's desire to freeze property taxes and increase the police and fire services budget while cutting other critical services. This is despite the survey results regarding property taxes that have already been mentioned countless times today. Crime is also at a low, and while Vancouverites would undoubtedly like it to stay that way, the $40 to $50 million increase for police services is hugely excessive, given the cuts that must be made elsewhere to accommodate it. The main justification for this budget is to improve public safety and affordability, but this budget takes extremely narrow views of both these goals. For whom does this budget make the city more affordable for? Does it make it more affordable for those who need it most? For renters and unhoused individuals? For the 200-plus City of Vancouver staff who will be laid off to enable this budget? This budget will instead reduce affordability for those who need it most. Cuts will be made to services that non-property owners rely on more heavily than property owners. Transit, community centers, libraries, and parks. These are also services that are important for maintaining public safety. This budget will not achieve its important goals and will come at the detriment to the city. It is not what Vancouverites want. The mayor says tough choices are ahead, but I see only a simple choice before council. Oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 231, Lisa Marr.
My name is Lisa Marr, and I'm a fifth-generation Vancouverite and settler on these beautiful, unceded Coast Salish lands. I'm a homeowner living in Granby Woodland neighborhood, and I work all over the city. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition to Mayor Sims' proposed budget. In these times of creeping authoritarianism, a city budget lacking transparency and detailed information is disrespectful, damaging, and dangerous. As a homeowner, I understand that my property taxes provide vital city funding for programs, services, and infrastructure. As a taxpayer, I also understand that a 0% increase in these taxes is not a quote-unquote win for homeowners, but rather a callous, politically motivated punishment for the most vulnerable members of our civic family. As a city resident, I utilize available avenues to make my thoughts and preferences known to our local government, despite wondering if the mayor and council majority members are listening or if they even care. As an East Van resident, I'm surrounded and inspired every day by people who do care, a lot. We look out for each other, we support each other, and we all utilize an array of city-funded services and programs such as public transportation, child care, and recreational facilities. Services and programs that stand to be severely impacted by this flimsy, sneaky document currently on the table. Together, my neighbors embody and demand a civic life that embraces dignity, care, equality, opportunity, and fairness. In this, we are united and will continue to hold our elected officials accountable. Mr. Mayor, I urge you to fulfill your self-stated promise to provide the people of Vancouver with a detailed, clear, accurate, and responsible budget. Council, please do your duty in the name of good governance and vote to ensure this too. Land back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 232, Paulo Davanzo. Is Paulo there?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
I am here. I'm here, yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Hello, hello. Oh, cool. No, sorry. I thought you could hear me. I was ranting and raving. I was just saying that I love this day so much. I have goosebumps listening to all these voices, profound voices, thinkers, dreamers, lovers, activists. It feels like true democracy at work, and I feel like change is in the air, and I'm so honored to be one of the 600 or so people they're speaking at these meetings. So I'll be brief. Hello, my name is Paulo Davanzo. I'm an educator, community activist, and settler living on these stolen and unceded lands of the Coast Salish peoples. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to this budget. I live and work in East Vancouver, and I'm the owner of a home and a nonprofit which is just a few blocks off Commercial Drive, and our home acts as a surrogate community space to so many in the neighborhood. So I think there's three things I want to talk about. As a neighbor, I see what these cuts and austerity measures will do to so many in our community who rely and depend on these city services, including food security, housing, child care, park board services, including the wonderful arts and culture department, elder care, and of course the beauty and grace of our venerable libraries and community centers, which I use passionately. As a homeowner, I support an increase in property taxes to support community needs and services. In fact, I welcome it. We welcome it. My partner and I welcome it. We need it. We all need it. It benefits us all. It benefits us all. And I believe it is crucial for all homeowners to pay their fair share to nurture the lives of us all. What else do I got here? Oh, yeah. And finally, as a global citizen, I think my greatest fear, what I'm seeing on the council, is a fear of a push towards this false ideal of rugged individualism, this notion that anyone can pull themselves up from their bootstraps and that the social safety net of government is redundant and needs to be curtailed or reduced. We can do better. As a society, we can do better. As a city, we can do better. The beauty of our society is that we care, we work together, and we help each other when we're in need. We need to be more inclusive. We need to care more. We need to be more transparent. I guess this is for you all. Need to be more transparent with your constituents. So in closing, we need more love. I pass the mic to number 233. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 233, Amit Sandhu.
Speaker 233 is not on the line.
Speaker 234, Leonardo Gianni.
Speaker 234 is not on the line.
Speaker 235, Dave Chavnowski.
Speaker 235 is not on the line.
Here I am.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is David Chudnovsky. I live at 992 East 22nd Avenue. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about the city budget. I came here today to express my fears about what your proposed budget means for our city and to share a bit of experience that will, perhaps, be of value to you. I was, for a time, the MLA for Vancouver Kensington. I also led the BC Teachers Federation for 3 terms as its president, so I know a bit about governments and budget. I know, for instance, that contrary to the often repeated saying, short-term budgetary pain doesn't really lead to long-term gain. Governments that choose austerity, cutting public services, and massive layoffs create uncertainty and instability and significant problems that can last for decades. Most often, short-term pain leads to long-term pain. Here's a perfect example of that you know well. Today's affordable housing crisis was caused, to a great extent, by huge federal cutbacks that we were told would be short-term pain for long-term gain. We're still paying the price decades later. And Vancouverites know and understand this. That's why when they were asked on your own survey, they rejected the very path of cutbacks that you are choosing. They rejected that path overwhelmingly. The mayor says council will look for efficiencies instead of cutting services, but we've heard that before. We know from experience that looking for efficiencies is the last refuge of a government that doesn't know what else to say. It's the last refuge of a government that doesn't have anything else to say. The people who will pay the price for this budget most quickly are city workers. We all called them heroes a few short years ago during the COVID emergency, but now, with a stroke of a pen, you will condemn those heroes and their families to disruption and pain. And the other people who will notice the impact of these dramatic cuts are Vancouverites who desperately need a home and the supports necessary to be successful in that home, residents whose libraries and community centers will be cut, whose arts and culture programs will suffer, whose streets need repair, whose garbage will take longer to be collected, whose hopes for decisive climate action will be doomed, and whose neighbors will have lost their jobs. It's the task of City Council to assess what services residents need and deserve, and then to make sure those needs are met and those services are delivered. It's not, in my view, the task of our city government to make life harder, even harder, for Vancouver residents, so many of whom are struggling.
I'm sorry,
I urge you to rethink your budget to see.
And I'm sorry, we're at time, David. So, David, I'm sorry, we're at time. So, Speaker to. So, David, sorry, we've cut you off. Thank you. Speaker 236, even more.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. I'm Ian Moyer, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I've been here for about 10 years. I'm talking today to voice my opposition of the proposed Vancouver City 2026 budget, and I strongly urge Council to reconsider and reject this budget. The city labels itself as the greenest city, but the changes put forth in this budget say otherwise. The budget is proposing major cuts from important sectors that support a sustainable, accessible city and freeze property tax in order to see a realized budget. Constituents of Vancouver indicated in a survey that the majority supported a 5% property tax increase to maintain current service levels, and I quote the budget documentation here. For residents surveyed, the most important city services to maintain at current service levels are fire rescue and medical response, garbage and green bin collection, keeping public spaces clean and park spaces green. The budget layout seems to have misconstrued that information and instead risks giving property developers a tax cut and undermining essential services. This will come at the risk of workers' livelihoods because unionized and non-unionized workers alike will potentially lose hundreds of jobs. Just in this hearing, it was noted that 43% of residents are satisfied or have seen improvements in quality of life. But looking at the inverse of that chart, it blatantly disregards the opposite side, citing that 52% of residents have felt the quality of life has worsened in recent years. In sectors like the library, the CEO Chief Librarian replied when questioned earlier that in order to support the current budget target, they would be looking at administrative efficiencies to compensate with the given budget targets. That, to most people, will read as job cuts, and potentially people could lose jobs. Proposed spending is not going to the services most needed or even requested by residents. Primarily, the VPD will see the biggest expenditure increase at 15%, which is on top of the overtime from last year. As a resident of this city, I've seen growing concern of the police in this city, and what is being put forward by the chief of VPD with more boots on the ground and beat teams really raises public concern. Me picturing an officer patrolling the streets armed with weaponry in every neighborhood doesn't sound like public safety. Hearing police are looking to implement AI also gives me deep concern. AI proven time and again to be unreliable and is subject to prejudice, discrimination, and racism, and slowly transfers jobs out of people's hands and into a reliance on an additional service at an added expense over the years. As we've seen reports of e-com rising $7,000 in 2011 to over $30,000 this year, reliance on these external services comes with big overheads in the long run. It's also noted that an increase in medical and fire response is only resulting in a 6% increase in expenditure, and I wonder if the budget could perhaps reflect the equal, if not more importance, in the medical and fire services that our city gives. If Council is going to put forth these major changes, we hope to see a publicly available breakdown of the costs in which sectors can expect to be affected regarding job losses and where specifically this money is going. In order to achieve a green city by 2050, how are we getting there when so many green sectors are looking at minor or no improvements? For the sectors that are being supported, how do they lead us to a safer and more prosperous city for all residents? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is 237, Muriel Cooksey.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time in hearing your constituents, and thank you specifically to the ASL interpreters who are working overtime to keep up with us. I appreciate you. To everyone who has spoken up before me, I've been watching this live stream for hours, and your courage and visibility is more important than you can possibly know. My name is Mariel Cooksey. I grew up in Vancouver and have been here most of my life. I'm speaking today as an individual resident, but I also work as the executive director of a nonprofit based out of BC that researches violent extremism and disinformation in Canada. I want to be clear. I believe this budget is a betrayal to the majority of this city. Young people, parents struggling to get by, small businesses and legacy businesses, everyday working Vancouverites, the elderly, and everyone who relies on public services. You've heard from dozens of them already. On Vote ABC's website, your party promises a safer and more livable Vancouver for all, and this budget is a betrayal of this promise. Not only is this budget purposefully opaque, it cuts millions to the community services that are vital for our most vulnerable, all for a negligible tax break for our wealthiest homeowners. Specializing in violent extremism and the threat of domestic terrorism, I can tell you right now that increasing police budgets does nothing to prevent cities from facing threats of this magnitude. What does help is preventative measures like community services that you propose to cut that provide resources and support to young people to steer them away from becoming isolated and radicalized. This budget threatens small business owners and nonprofit leaders like me who rely on affordable access to rentals for event spaces, access to resources at the library, and the support of community centers. I don't want to see the city lose more passionate people who want to better our our city, our social services, and yet every year I see people I know, people I grew up with, friends, coworkers, family members flee the city because they can't afford their rent. They can't pursue their goals in business. They can't find time to build community while desperately working 2, even 3 jobs to make enough money to stay here. I want to say that I'm a dual Canadian-American citizen that votes and participates in politics in the U.S. as well as Canada, so I am no stranger to dealing with politicians who don't listen to their constituents and just steamroll right through, cutting millions to much-needed services. I really urge our city councillors and mayor to govern better than so many of your peers across the border and genuinely hear the residents of the city when we say we don't want this. And for you, to the ADC councillors that are still present, think about what the political consequences will be for you and for your party if you vote yes on this budget. I want to say just because there are only 630 of us here today doesn't mean that there will only be 630 of us showing up to the polls to cast judgment on your policies next October. Thank you for your time.
Great. Speaker 238, Anthony Santiago.
Speaker 238 is not on the line.
Speaker 239, Xiao Shang.
Yes.
Hi, please go
Dear
ahead.
Mayor and Council. Yeah. Dear Mayor and Council, my name is Xiao Zhang, and I'm a Mount Pleasant resident. I'm a mother of 2 school-aged children as well. I'm here today to express my support for the 2026 city budget, especially the decision to freeze property taxes. I don't understand why being physically responsible with taxpayers' money while maintaining quality service has become so unpopular nowadays. Previous speakers criticized the affordability of Vancouver by asking to increase the tax. That's very interesting. It has been said that a tax freeze helps only the rich, but that's not true. This saying only creates division and resentment. When tax goes up, everyone feels it. Whether you own or rent, raising taxes helps each of us to keep living costs stable, which has been increasingly challenging since the pandemic. Calling it a benefit only for the rich ignores the majority ordinary homeowners who work hard to support their family, pay mortgage and taxes. The financial burden falls on everyone eventually. In my opinion, the most important factor to focus on is efficiency. No matter how much tax go up, if the money isn't spent wisely, it will go wasted. I'm glad to see City of Vancouver taking this initiative, showing it's possible to manage spending responsibly without cutting the core services we rely on. I wish Ottawa had done the same, last week. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your hard work and leadership by showing that you are both caring and responsible.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 240, Chloe Leslie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chloe Leslie. I'm a concerned citizen and dedicated employee in the nonprofit sector. I love this city and I plan to live here as long as I possibly can. I'm here today to speak in strong opposition of the 2026 draft budget. I'm also here today because I believe that working people are the heart of our city. They are the ones who are running our local businesses, driving transit, and keeping our essential services going. Their labor is what makes Vancouver truly special. Yet, this budget tells them that they don't belong here, that they can be priced out, and that their quality of life is negotiable. Everyone who calls the city home deserves clean parks, access to public pools, and libraries with adequate hours. I believe that these are not luxuries, they're the foundations of a city that work for everyone. While residents are seeing cuts to our essential services, this municipal government continues to hand out breaks to those who need them least. These cuts are not saving average residents money. The difference amounts to about $10 to $20 per month for the average homeowner, while making life less affordable and less livable for everyone else. I've read through the budget, and it does seem as though it benefits the ultra-wealthy and those with multiple properties. As I mentioned, I've worked in Vancouver's nonprofit sector for many years, and I've seen up close how community organizations and frontline staff are stepping up to fill city gaps. They're doing the work of supporting Vancouverites through housing instability, hunger, and isolation. So I urge you, Mayor and Council, to actually listen to the people and organizations doing this work. and to listen to residents who are telling you, clearly and urgently, that this budget does not reflect their priorities. I ask that you reject this budget and stand with working people and with the communities who make Vancouver actually worth living in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 241, Jian Jonathan Liu.
Good evening, Mayor Ken Singh and the members of the council. My name is Jian Jonathan Liu, a Vancouver resident and a proud supporter of Vancouver's 2026 budget. So affordability remains one of the biggest challenges facing Vancouver families and small businesses. So every year, the cost of living continues to rise. That's why I strongly support this proposed 2026 city budget, which aims for no increase in property taxes while maintaining core city services. So under the leadership of Mayor Ken Singh, the city has taken meaningful steps to make government more efficient, reducing waste, improving service delivery, and ensuring every taxpayer dollar is used wisely. In 2025, the city managed to keep its property tax increase at one of the lowest levels Vancouver has seen in recent years. So this new budget builds on that physical principles and continues to put affordability first, without sacrificing public safety, sanitation, or community programs. So choosing a zero increase budget is not just about the numbers. It's about the values, about showing that City Hall hears the concern of the residents and is committed to responsible management, fairness, and long-term stability. Some voices may call for higher taxes, but for many families and small business owners, even a few percentage points make a real difference. Freezing property taxes this year sends a strong message that Vancouver can be both compassionate and financially responsible. So Mayor Ken Singh and the ABC team have shown that the leadership means making tough, smart decisions. This budget continues that direction, balancing affordability with accountability. So thank you for your commitment to a stronger, more sustainable Vancouver. And thank you for keeping the needs of residents in this year's budget.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker 242, Neil Wiles.
Speaker 242 is not on the line.
Speaker 243, Christine Quintana.
Speaker 243 is withdrawn.
Withdrawn, okay. Speaker number 244, Rob Niger.
Yes, here. I am Rob Niger, Executive Director of Sunset on Fraser Business Association, representing 240 businesses and commercial property owners in South Vancouver. I'm also a business owner and a property owner in Vancouver and a lifelong resident. I personally, and along with the board of Sunset on Fraser Business Association, support the 0% increase to the budget. The reason is because we believe the city bureaucracy has grown way too large, taking on more and more issues out of provincial jurisdiction and pet projects. The province has been happy to download these costly responsibilities, and an ever-growing bureaucracy, along with previous councils, have been happy to be saviors of these issues by taxing more and staffing more. The 6 to 7% increase to the budget, now suggested by staff, would make sense only if the city was already well-functioning and focused on core responsibilities. When some positions in the bureaucracy should never have been created, and with over-regulation and unnecessary permit processes. Of course, the same bureaucracy that created the ballooning of government is suggesting increases to continue with the staffing and programs. We believe a 0% increase to the budget would not hurt core services, something that the city should be focused on, and should put attention to eliminating projects that are not city responsibility. All of us want livable communities. This cannot be achieved by ever-growing taxes and yearly increases to the government. A part of livable communities is businesses that can afford to stay open, and businesses that can afford to hire the residents of the city. Every shop that can afford to stay open means another handful of citizens that can make money to help pay the rent, mortgage, and bills. We want our money focused on a clean city with good infrastructure and vibrant community centers, libraries, livable neighborhoods, and shopping districts that are safe and welcoming for everyone. Thus, we support the 0% increase. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 245 has withdrawn. Speaker 246, Aaron Mullen.
Hello.
Please go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Aaron Mullen. I'd like to say good evening to Mayor and Council. I'm the president of the Vancouver Folk Music Vancouver Music Festival Board. I'm speaking tonight to advocate on behalf of the Folk Festival to strongly oppose the proposed 2026 budget and to advocate for increased funding for the arts and culture in Vancouver. As previous speakers have noted, there's a dearth of information about all of the cuts that will come from this budget. We do know that it will cause profound harm to our city. The scant budget document fails to spell out what all is on the chopping block. Also, as a previous speaker noted, funding for the arts is not a luxury, but a necessity. Arts organizations, and festivals in particular, are under threat in a precarious post-pandemic economy, where costs constantly increase and audiences have yet to return to pre-COVID numbers. Many festivals have folded, and those of us that remain struggle to stay afloat. Events like our festival bring in millions of dollars in tourist revenue to our city, employ thousands of workers, and perhaps most importantly, bring joy and renewal to our audiences in a time brimming with despair and uncertainty. Sustaining and creating community has tremendous value, one that can't be measured in pure monetary terms. The Vancouver Folk Music Festival appreciates the funding we have received in the past from the City of Vancouver. We also want to make note of the fact that almost half of our grant goes right back to the city to pay our policing bill. I'd also like to note that cities like Calgary and Edmonton provide substantially more funding to festivals and do not bill them for police services. Here, our council is cutting funding for essential services while beefing up the police budget as crime declines. Vancouver aspires to be a world-class city. This proposed budget moves us far away from being able to fulfill that aspiration. You can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 247, Jenny Shu. Now, Jenny, do you have three other individuals online or in the chamber?
Oh no, sorry. I just go over because we discussed this topic and we composed this speech together. So I will start now.
Okay.
So hello, Mayor and the City Council.
You have 3 minutes then. Great. Thank you. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
So my name is Jenny Xu. I live in Kitsilano, Vancouver. I represent my neighbors and I support the 2026 budget proposal. I immigrated to Vancouver over 25 years ago, and I have lived, worked, and built a family in this city ever since. I want to take this opportunity to express my approval of this year's budget. The economy is not good right now. Food prices are up 4% in just the last 4 weeks alone. The cost of living is that high. My college-aged son and his friends cannot find any jobs in the region at all. That is why I'm very thankful to Mayor Singh and the council's decision to freeze tax hikes this upcoming year. It is not right to keep asking the 660,000 Vancouverite to keep shouldering the burden of city house inefficiency, which is why I'm glad to see a great focus on getting results. This is better use of my money, of your money, of our money. I'm currently paying off a mortgage and raising 2 kids. I'm taking care of 2 elderly parents. This budget gives me the financial relief to stay afloat. But I'm also happy to see more investment in the police.